Like, listen, right? I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I had banned was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the F. He spews talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay? I literally said they need to understand
You gotta let these
that
people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
and just assume their character by stereotype.
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What
Do I think it's okay?
Hello, and welcome to The David Frum Show. I'm David Frum, a staff writer at The Atlantic. My guest this week will be my colleague at The Atlantic, Vivian Salama, and we will be discussing the strange aftermath of Donald Trump's war and weird peace in the Persian Gulf and with Iran. The book this week will be a novel, Bel Canto, by Ann Patchett, a novel about a hostage-taking based on real events with an ending that both shocked and disturbed me. And I'll be talking about the reasons for my shock and disturbance in the final segment. But I want to open with some thoughts about something that is very much not in the news. We've had a spring of intense emotion, intense activity, the war with Iran, marches, Israel, Palestine, so many issues, battles inside the Democratic Party. And as all of this has unfolded, I find myself thinking often, whatever happened to climate change? Do you remember that? It used to be a big deal, climate change. It used to be an issue that formed the basis of political parties. It was supposed to be the reorganizing form of all of our politics. When President Obama described his hopes for his administration back in 2009, he hoped that this would be the moment when climate change would cease to unfold. And here it is, deep into the 21st century, long after Al Gore made his movie An Inconvenient Truth, that put this issue so much on the national agenda, and especially so much on the agenda of forward-thinking people and liberals and progressives. It's just gone. Now, the process of climate change has not stopped. It continues to unfold a little more slowly and less catastrophically than people feared a quarter century ago, but remorselessly, it continues to go, and we are on our way definitely to a warming world. And yet the issues completely drop from our politics. Now, it's not hard to explain why this has happened. You can see the explanations. First, climate change delivered surprisingly little political payoff to either party that undertook the issue. Environmental issues generally appeal most strongly to people who have a little bit of leeway in their lives, a little bit of margin of error. If you're worrying about how you're going to pay the next rent bill, you don't have a lot of mental energy to think about longer term problems. Your problems are so pressing. It's people with a little bit more comfort who think about environmental issues. And when people with a little bit more comfort are the swing group in American politics, as they were when environmental issues mattered so much in the 1970s, then environmental issues are ways to move those swing voters. But when the people with a little bit more scope, a little bit more room, are locked up inside the Democratic coalition, and the swing group becomes instead more economically hard-pressed, working-class voters, especially male working-class voters, the environmental issues are not going to move them the way they do the people who used to be swing voters but are now locked up in the Democratic coalition. So that's a reason. And there's a second reason that is not so flattering, which is the politics that get people excited are politics with heroes and villains, opportunities to feel strong emotion against other groups of people. I mean, Israel-Palestine is perfect for this because whichever side is on, you can get really mad at people on the other side. And it is actually people that are there on the other side is people. So if you're pro-Israel, you get mad at the people who are anti-Israel. If you're anti-Israel, you get mad at the people who are pro-Israel. It's very emotionally fulfilling and exciting. But the climate issue has no human villains, or rather, the human villains of the story are us, ourselves. Now, some people have tried to make the oil companies the villain. The fossil fuel companies did this to us. But that is too obviously far-fetched to believe. The oil companies, the energy companies, they're just as happy to sell solar panels or windmills or to install electric power stations. They have no attachment to the business that made them grow up. And indeed, many of the companies that have been forward leaners into the space, into the clean energy space, have been the traditional oil companies of the past. They say, we're here to make a buck. We're not here to sell oil. We're here to make a buck. If we can make a buck selling solar panels, we'll do that. We're pretty, we're corporations. We don't have feelings. We don't have attachments. We don't have nostalgia. The reason the climate change problem is hard is because fossil fuels offer a very accessible way to achieve abundant lifestyles using existing technology. And to make the energy transition that a response to climate change requires means disruption in the lives of all of us. We will probably have some costs. We may have higher taxes. We may have to shift from one way of living our lives to another. Now, in the early part of the climate change debate, some of the people got most excited about climate change were people who thought, right, this is an opportunity to force down standards of living, to make us all live more threadbare and frugal lives. There are some people who find that very exciting, but they're not very numerous. For most of us, the question was, how do we make an energy transition at reasonable cost? And that's a technical problem. That's a policy problem. That doesn't have clear villains. And, or rather, as I say, if there are villains, the villains are us who are used to us.
Folks, welcome to Stanley versus the World. This is actually kind of interesting. I wonder if I shouldn't start doing monologues at the start of the show. I don't particularly like doing monologues. Planning out what I'm going to say is the problem. Off the cuff sometimes works for me better. But the point David Frum makes here, we never want to, that old saying, when you point at me, three fingers are pointing back at you. Yeah, we don't want to take responsibility for our vote. If we vote in a Donald Trump, well, we're going to double down that, our vote was a vote for the right man. To me, it's a lot more easy to just admit your mistake and promise not to do it again and move on. But climate change is still a thing. And it's not a culture war thing, kinda. It's really more a science and technical thing. And I agree with David Frum that it's gone away, but I think it's really more that we hate experts. And climate change is complicated. It's not just one system that fails. It involves, people like us, and the people who actually understand it are PhDs. And MAGA does not like expertise. They just want yes men. So let us. Oh, by the way, everybody make sure you hit the like button, especially if you're hearing this on the replay. And if you're new to the channel, either now or on a replay, subscribe to the channel. Check us out. By the way, it's Wednesday. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open. We're on the downside of the week, and haven't decided what the Saturday show is going to be, but I'm guessing it's going to be, that hunting, fishing, gardening thing again, maybe cooking. But we have a couple days to decide. And whilst I'm thinking about the Saturday show, let me thank our current and only sponsor for the Saturday show, Mr. Dirty Dude. Y'all join him. Sovereign Beer Fund is open for investments. Saturday show, it needs sponsorship. And, on a more serious note, we got bills. Things like, newspaper subscriptions, Substack subscriptions, StreamYard subscriptions, YouTube subscriptions, and YouTube Premium and all that. So the money actually doesn't all go for beer. There are some serious things that need to be paid for to do the show. As meager and as minor and as humble and as boring as this show is, it takes a little bit of preparation and a little bit of monetary efforts. So let's get back to Mr. Frum.
certain way of life and are reluctant to change it and don't want to have to pay anything more to pay for the transition from gasoline-powered automobiles to cars that run on electricity that is supplied by a non-climate-changing source like nuclear power or wind power or solar power. It also means a lot that, again, may have to pay higher taxes along the way to finance the transition. Lacking clear villains, lacking clear heroes, the policy is not very emotionally satisfying. But that doesn't make it any less compelling. And one of my bitternesses about what has happened to American politics over the past 10 years is that the completely unnecessary debate we've had about should America be a democracy or not, should the president take bribes or not, has distracted us from solving problems that are not as emotionally exciting, but are really urgently compelling to our survival as a species. Like, how do we sustain the livelihoods of billions of human beings without destroying the planet and making in ways that, or harming the planet in ways that make future livelihoods difficult for the next generation or next two generations of human beings? That's a problem worth worrying about. And yet we seem to have lost all interest in doing the worrying. I dearly hope that along with the many other pieces of unfinished business that have been neglected over the past decade of so much trauma over so little justification, that when we get through to the next chapter, whatever it is, we can resume caring about things that really matter, that'll make huge differences, and that future generations will be quite impatient with us for neglecting. Climate change is one, it's not the only one, but it's the one that we are in danger not of needing to discover, but in danger of having forgotten. And now, my dialogue with Vivian Salama. Vivian Salama came to The Atlantic as a staff writer in 2025 after 7 years at the Wall Street Journal, where she covered the White House and broke stories ranging from Donald Trump's interest in acquiring Greenland to his combative phone calls with foreign leaders. Before that, she was the Associated Press's Baghdad bureau chief during the rise of the Islamic State. A graduate of Rutgers and Columbia, she also earned a law degree at Georgetown before embarking on a career of reporting from some of the world's most dangerous and hostile places, now including Donald Trump's Washington, D.C. Vivian, welcome to the David Frum Show. Thanks so much for joining me today.
It's so great to be with you.
Let's do a review. First, starting in Washington and then going around the region about what the world looks like in the aftermath of the memorandum of understanding between the United States and Iran ending the conflict, or we hope, or trust, or imagine ending the conflict that began on February 28th. Start with Washington, D.C. The president, the White House, the larger capital. Do you think we've sufficiently absorbed the magnitude of what has just happened here? And what has just happened here?
Well, that actually remains to be seen. There are so many uncertainties and questions, even as, while we are talking, we're really trying to figure out exactly where this is going to go. The memorandum of understanding is meant to be a short-term promise to basically implement some long-term agreements. And so it's an agree to agree on certain points. In fact, it's 14 points in all. And I got to tell you, David, one of the really stark questions that we have going into this is how realistic it is. It is very ambitious. It promises a lot to Iran that some of the president's own allies really are not happy with, including sanctions relief, total sanctions relief, if they scale back their nuclear program, among other things. And right now there's this big question hovering about whether or not this is sort of the landmark deal that everybody has hoped for. 47 years of tensions with Iran. JCPOA aimed to sort of reduce some of those tensions, and it was an imperfect agreement. Even President Biden, who was part of that administration, would say so himself. And so, there was constantly this effort, the Republicans and particularly Donald Trump, campaigning on this notion that JCPOA was flawed because of the fact that it offered sunset clauses, which, temporary expiration dates for some of the clauses, and that it somehow did not work. I mean, that was really the core of the argument, was that JCPOA did not work. And Iran has still been a belligerent actor in the region for too long. Now, I want to remind your viewers and listeners that President Trump actually pulled out of the JCPOA in his first term. and really the rapid enrichment of uranium that we saw in Iran took place in the years that followed. And so, there's a question of was JCPOA flawed, and did that make Iran a dangerous actor? Was it the fact that we pulled out of the JCPOA that, basically gave them free reign to do whatever they want? I think most objective people would tell you it was both. It was an imperfect agreement, and also withdrawing from the agreement didn't help. Strengthening the agreement would have been the more ideal solution. And so now President Trump argues that they are starting from scratch. But I think he goes into this now, months after this conflict began, way more realistic about how fraught with challenges this issue is, how difficult it is to get Iran to comply, but also to kind of undo the bad blood that has accumulated not just in the last 4 months, but in the last 47 years. On top of everything else, President Trump now talking about the fact that, everyone else has nuclear energy in that region, so why not Iran as well? And so he seems to be even stepping back from some of the biggest issues that he had with Iran going into this.
Let me test a thesis on you.
Okay.
That the United States with Israel went to war, open war, there's been conflict forever, but open war with Iran in February in response to a bunch of things. President Trump's promise in January to help the Iranian people who had just risen up against the regime and been killed in the thousands and maybe the tens of thousands. His determination to put a final, permanent, total end to the Iranian nuclear program. His desire to impose American will on Iran to be a better actor in the region, maybe to achieve some kind of regime change. The United States threw everything it had at Iran. Air power, naval power, not everything because we didn't use land forces, air and naval power in a campaign that cost hundreds of billions of dollars. And at the end of the campaign, Iran still had a capable military missile and drone program. And Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz, a completely predictable action. The United States tried to force the opening and failed. So the thesis is the United States lost this war on the battlefield. It did not achieve any of the things it set out to do. And not just a strategic defeat, but an operational defeat because it couldn't force open the Strait of Hormuz, the predictable Iranian response. It couldn't control Iranian missile and drone activity. The United States lost the war. It's now understandably it's struck a very disadvantageous peace. The interim agreement is bad enough because it gives Iran all kinds of flows of money, sanctions relief with which it can rebuild, whether or not it ever gets the promised land of $300 billion. And this war leaves the United States a much diminished actor, not only in the region, but in the world. What do you think?
Well, I mean, it really depends on whether or not this agreement actually turns into a final, long-lasting deal. In theory, it is. It promises the world to Iran, and it could really pull Iran into this new era of collegiality is the word that comes to mind, but that's not the right word. Just in terms of just operating as a nation that approaches negotiations or deals with its neighbors with goodwill.
Do you believe that at all?
No.
So when they say what we're doing is we're withdrawing, we're ending the war. We failed to meet our objectives. We're giving them a bunch of sanctions relief up front. And we're doing all this in order to indulge a fantasy of transformation that obviously isn't going to happen. That's what defeat looks like, doesn't it?
It is definitely what the Republicans view defeat as looking like. And the problem here is that all of this comes couched with or in the same breath as them actually acknowledging that there is no trust on both sides. The U.S. doesn't trust Iran and Iran doesn't trust the U.S. And that's pretty common when you have adversaries trying to strike peace, write treaties. A lot of bad blood goes into it. And even though they're agreeing, you can't sort of wash away decades of hostilities. That being said, they are almost bracing themselves for potential failure. And what failure looks like is, the Iranians could not open the strait. The Iranians could not try to scale back its proxies. The Iranians could, still engage in warfare in terms of hitting Gulf allies and its neighbors, or hitting Israel for that matter. all of those things, not to mention, of course, pursuing a nuclear program in secret if it tried to and wanted to. All of those things would be deal breakers. And yet there is no one I talk to in the administration or out of the administration that thinks that Iran will not try to engage in at least one, if not all of those. And so the question then becomes, how can you be serious about this when you are openly admitting the fact that you believe that Iran will renege on everything that you're talking about? I mean, how do you take them seriously? And they keep on saying, well, if they don't do it, we're just going to go back to bombing.
Yeah. But look, they have this way of talking, and you have better sources. I don't really have much in the way of sources. You have great sources.
You know a lot of people, David.
But the Trump people are going around town saying, well, we hope for the best. We don't know. Look at the agreement. There are many details. And I just keep thinking, do you remember that James Thurber cartoon of two men fencing? And one has had his head completely cut off, and the head is sort of spinning through the air on its way to the earth. And the head says something on the way down because it doesn't know that the head has been cut off. That's what these people seem to me like, that they've just started a war, lost it not only at the negotiating table, but lost it on the battlefield. And they are they're pretending to others, and frighteningly, maybe even pretending to themselves, that they have not just suffered an ignominious defeat on every point, including starting on the battlefield where they couldn't suppress the Iranian missiles, couldn't deal with the drones, couldn't reopen the Strait of Hormuz. They lost the war. That's why they're losing the negotiation.
I mean, David, even before that, I remember early in the war talking to a British official, and this person was like, even the most junior analyst in the basement of our foreign office would have told you that the Iranians are going to weaponize the Strait of Hormuz. And yet we have seen no action from the Trump administration.
That is literally what I said yesterday. Well, not quite literally. Anybody who has been there, and you're never going to convince me that Trump paid attention to Hegseth and either. I honestly think that Trump he doesn't make decisions himself. He doesn't read, apparently. And anybody, I mean, it's literally a classic choke point, the Straits of Hormuz. If you're in the Persian Gulf, you can't get there from here without going through the Straits of Hormuz. There is no alternative. And Iran, like almost on that side, on the eastern side of the Straits of Hormuz, it's all Iran. I mean, that's like classic military choke point, etc. And I think that the analysis we saw yesterday, basically saying that Trump, for some reason or another, thought that first strike that took out like 50 top officials in the Iranian government would just scare the leadership into capitulation. These people are happy to die. If they think their jihad is right, or if they think jihad, it's almost a duty. Trump, this is like what happens when you're a white supremacist. And I hate to take it to race, but these people basically thought that, hey, this Western technology, this American technology, this white man's country, once the sand N-words, get a load of what we can do with a smart bomb, they're just going to basically bow at our feet or get, they're going to kneel at our feet. These people don't care, okay, about what a bomb can do. They'll strap on the bomb like a vest. And this is what hubris does. I'm reading a story, and I'm not going to talk about it much more than this, but like this 4-star who's in command of U.S. forces in Europe and Africa, like this guy is supposedly a superstar. And basically he's being forced out by Pete Hegseth. Like all these people in the army are like, you should not get rid of this guy. He's a superstar. And Hexeth is like, nope. What they're doing, and this is slightly off topic, but what they're doing with the US military right now, and they don't want warrior kings. They don't want warrior thinkers. And I have a personal friend of mine. He's been forced out with 3 stars. The dude is like definitely in the Navy. He was the smartest person I met. And I've known engineers. I've known some smart people, but people in our year group, no, he was head and shoulders. The only person that might have challenged him would be me. and I might be just kind of, elevating my status. They don't want thinkers. They want doers. And elevating Dan Kane from 3 stars to Joint Chiefs of Staff, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, perfect example. Dude was out at 3 stars, but he's like, hey, he'll do what we tell him to do, or he'll think the way we do. The problem is, I wonder if, because I don't think MAGA is going to last in 2028. Now, it may linger, but the thing is you put a bunch of people into these positions who are kind of MAGA minded. I do worry a little bit, but one of the things that they drill into you, even at the junior officer level, is civilians uber alles. Whoever that commander in chief is, we're going to mold ourselves into his mindset. So I'm hoping that even though they're purging like the smart brass, the smart stars out, that even the weaker or the lesser, at least they've taken on, kind of the ethos that, if the next commander in chief is not MAGA, we're not gonna undermine him. I do kind of secretly worry about that. I think the people that they're putting in place right now, we may have a military that's compromised. Because MAGA thinks differently. We went from Defense Department to War Department. We basically picked a war that is obviously unwinnable, but Trump and Hexeth and all these folks are going to pretend like it's some great victory. I think, and we're going to talk a little bit later about this reflecting pool, the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool debacle, where Trump is convinced that the reason the upgrade or the renovation failed is because of vandals. I'm like, it's obvious. It's literally science. You paint that pool a darker color, it's going to absorb heat, and algae blooms are going to happen. It happens, happens places like the Gulf of Mexico. Algae blooms happen when it gets warm and stays warm for quite some time. This administration is about as anti-American and anti-American to a point to where people who voted for this administration really need to do some soul searching. They thought that Trump would be a good president, and he just isn't. He's not capable. Hexeth, a joke. And I don't know where we go from here, but we got 2 years left of this bullshit. And even I'm a bit concerned. Usually I'm like, yeah, we'll figure it out. And I think we'll figure it out, but at what cost? People are getting hurt and dying, soldiers, sailors, getting hurt and dying on a war that should have never started. and all to basically go back to the JCPOA, but worse. It's like a tragedy. Trump, history's not going to treat Trump well as a president.
To preemptively try to stop that, it was all reactionary. Why were they not prepared for the inevitable action by Iran of closing the Strait of Hormuz, where at least if this war were to go on, we could have minimized some of the economic pain, in particular for the constituents that will be going to the polls in November, not to reduce it all to elections. But, you know, if there's nothing else but politically minded people operating, then why wouldn't they at least try to minimize the electoral pain that they would feel while also trying to accomplish something really incredible in the Middle East through this bombing campaign?
During the hostage crisis of 1979-80, when the Iranian regime took 50 plus Americans hostage,
Right.
The Carter administration planned a series of military contingencies back in the spring of 1980, and including a major war. They planned that. And back then, in the spring of 1980, the Iranian countermove is the Strait of Hormuz. Do you have an answer? And there are answers. They're just very expensive. And I think what happened to the Trump administration is they didn't make any appeal to public opinion. They didn't get a vote in Congress. They said, we are going to do a war. We're going to do it completely solo with Israel as our only ally and some regional clients, but they won't contribute much. And we're going to do all of this because it'll be so quick. It'll be over before anybody knows it.
They thought they'd bring them to their knees so quickly with the bombing campaign.
We won't need the support of the American people.
Right.
And so that the thing that a different president might have done, every president since Carter has thought about a war with Iran. And has had options and papers and planning. And every president has considered it because the Iranian behavior has been so aggressive and so egregious for so long. And the reason they always don't do it is because they say, when I go up in front of Congress and say the Strait of Hormuz will close, gas prices will be elevated for 4 months, 6 months, 8 months, a year. And I say, I don't know how to give that speech. I don't know the American people will accept it, so I don't do it. Trump said, well, let me just bypass the whole asking for permission phase. And then this war will be over in a week. And then when it wasn't, he was stuck because it wasn't that they hadn't planned it. It was that they didn't believe the plans that are in massive, computer files all over the Pentagon. As you say, in the British government, everyone has thought about this. They just chose not to believe it because they're arrogant and stupid.
And President Trump has grown increasingly frustrated with how this has played out. On the one hand, his advisors believed that this would be over maximum within 6 weeks. And we're 4 months in now with hopefully a resolution in sight, but there's no guarantees. He has seen the economic pain that the country has gone through. And although he sometimes brushes it off, he recognizes that it definitely has had not only an impact on at the pumps. Inflation is starting to show signs, and he, obviously made that comment a couple of days ago where he talked about "I love inflation," sort of a flippant comment. He's frustrated, and I hear it from his advisors constantly that he's trying to push his advisors to understand why this happened, why it went so badly, why we shouldn't, couldn't we just defeat them? We have the greatest military in the world. Why are the Iranians still fighting us? Why are they still shooting drones at us? And this is something that has really aggravated him. It's also woken him up to the consequences. And so, in part because of that, you see the vice president as now being the face of this negotiation.
But unfortunately, in the interim, since February, they haven't.
Okay, the best laid plans of mice and men. Dude, sometimes you do things that shouldn't be done. That's why what you want done is not being done. It was ill-fated. The best military in the world doesn't mean that they're miracle workers. Dude he is a one-dimensional thinker. He has taken war fighting and flattened it to some Patton movie. If you got the best military always wins. That's not how that works. Dude, what an idiot.
Grown any less arrogant and any less stupid. because there isn't a resolution. The thing, I think this is part of it that I am most puzzled by, whether they understand this. This war, they did not, in fact, open the Strait of Hormuz. What everyone knows now is the Iranians can close the Strait of Hormuz anytime they want to, and the United States can't make them undo it. Before this war, that was a mystery. Could the Iranians close the Strait of Hormuz? What would happen if they did? What would the Americans do in reply? And because of that state of uncertainty, Iran was somewhat deterred. Now, the Iranians, everybody knows the answer. Iran can do it. The United States can't stop it. Iran has won. Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, and the United States has accepted that. And that is surrender. That is defeat. And I am really quite alarmed that it's not just salesmanship that the administration says we've got a deal, but they genuinely don't understand the dumb thing they've done and how much worse off the United States is than it was on the 27th of February. Arrogance, stupidity, and the inability to realize that your wallet is gone. And they're going to be reaching for that wallet to pay the dinner bill, and they haven't got it because they gave it to the Iranians in front of the eyes of the whole world, and everyone knows that except them.
Well, there's also an alarming naivete in the sort of response that they give. The what ifs. What if Iran violates this agreement? What if Iran goes back to enriching or goes back to using its proxies or whatever? And they say, then we will go back to bombing. But the fact of the matter is, they started to run out of kinetic targets months ago. And I was hearing that from some of the US negotiating team, from people in the White House, where they were saying that they are being forced to shift their focus from military targets. I mean, there's not none, but there are few left that would actually really make a dent in the Iranian capabilities. And so they kept on saying they're running out of kinetic targets. And so economic warfare is where they were taking things. They wanted to inflict pain on the Iranian regime through economic warfare, which is why we saw the blockade of the strait and other measures taken, a couple of added sanctions, even though there's very tough sanctions on Iran already. And so they were running out of options.
Well, the problem with that is the same people that you were saying, hey, you know what, we're going to take out, the top leadership. Y'all can go ahead and rebel now and, take over the government. Now you're pissing those same people off if you go after the economics. So essentially, the people you were trying to, quote, liberate, you're making enemies of. And what a lot of people don't seem to understand is a lot of people in the Middle East, in some of these countries that don't have the standard of living that the US does, not having electricity is not going to hurt them that much. I live in Georgia. If the air conditioning goes out, yeah, I might be a little verklempt. I've been to the Middle East. I remember, this place in Egypt I used to go. It was a resort town. It was kind of dumpy back then. I hear it's, quite elevated now. Hurghada, Egypt. Dude, power went out. They'd have these rolling blackouts. Power went out is a matter of course. And there was this bar and restaurant that we used to hang out at. It was the only place in Hurghada that had filtered water. And shit, I'd hang out there. We knew the owner of the bar and all this stuff. It was the Pirates Cove. And they had filtered water for the ice. And yeah, I'd sit up at the bar, hang out, order food, that sort of thing. Dude, every afternoon, there would be, the power would go out and the party went on. These people are used to hardship, and bombing them back to the Stone Age, they know how to make candles. They can live without electricity. And for some reason or another, I just suspect that Donald Trump doesn't listen to his generals. And I think Hegseth is in the process of getting rid of all the smart generals and admirals. And the ones that remain, Hegseth does all the talking. Dan Kane does all the talking. I don't think they're listening to, the generals that are closer to, the theater generals and admirals and stuff like that. they are selectively, they're cherry picking the arguments and the facts that they present to Donald Trump, mainly because Donald Trump doesn't want to hear bad news. So Donald Trump is bad news in and of himself, and the people who voted for him, I don't care whether, oh, I liked his economics, or oh, I like something, some culture war thing. You voted for a monster, and it's on you. Okay. The 55 million or whatever the number, actually it's probably more like 48 million people, every single one of the 48 million who voted for Donald Trump, it's on you, bruh. Y'all done fucked up, and you might have fucked up the country.
To punish Iran for its its actions. And so that's the other alarming aspect of this, is that if all of this falls apart, we go back to war.
They're not going. They're not going to go back to war. Everyone knows that. And the fact that they're trying to that they would try to sell a report on the idea, well, we might go back to war.
Right. And obviously, I just to remind people, this is also the president that very adamantly campaigned on the fact that we would not engage in forever wars. Yeah. Right now, they insist that this is not a forever war. It's a couple of months. He said, hey, you got to be patient with me. It's taking a little longer than I thought. But unfortunately, absent any real breakthroughs here, we are coming into a very long-term cycle of warfare.
Yeah. Tell me, let's shift the camera a little bit to the area where you've worked so hard and at so much risk, the Persian Gulf region and the greater Middle East. How, in your estimation, how does the outcome look from a Saudi point of view, from an Emirati point of view, from a Qatari point of view, from the point of view of other governments in the region?
Almost as soon as the text of the agreement started to circulate, I started hearing from Gulf officials, in particular because there's a clause in there that talks about this $300 billion fund for reconstruction of Iran, and it says regional actors will contribute to it. And I heard from Saudi officials, I heard from Qatari officials and Emirati officials who were like, hell no. We are not going to be funding any reconstruction. They are absolutely dreaming. And I said, didn't they consult with you guys before putting this in? And they said, no, we haven't seen any of this text. This is the first time we're seeing it. They said, we've been consulted in the process, but we haven't seen the text. And so that was actually a surprise to a lot of them. And they are adamantly refusing. They were refusing to take part in this war to begin with. If you recall back in February, when the discussions about possibly launching war on Iran began, Gulf allies who are host to U.S. bases not only insisted they didn't want to take part in the war, not only insisted that the U.S. not use the bases in their countries as launching points for this war, some of them even were reluctant to allow flyover rights for U.S. military jets because they did not want to be seen as assisting the U.S. or Israel in this war. And so you flash forward, they came to a point where in the first couple of weeks, when Ayatollah Khamenei was killed, and they were really taking out the senior leadership of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. The Gulf countries I spoke to, and my senior sources there were like, okay, look, it's begun. At this point, there's no turning back, and at this point, they need to just finish this. They need to make sure that nuclear program is decimated. They need to make sure that the really, really radical leadership is gone. And amazingly enough, now we're flash forwarding a couple months. Much of that hasn't changed. The Gulf allies still believe that Iran is, while weakened, it is still a threat to their countries. They believe that the Ayatollah, the mullahs, are still capable of dictating and really wreaking havoc in the region. They also believe that there's probably deeper grievances against them because they were seen, even though they were hit very hard, even though they were seen as not wanting to get involved in this, they believe that the Iranian government sees them as sort of an extension of the US and Israel. the Emiratis, who are probably the most hawkish of all the Gulf countries, actually feel like enough wasn't done, that they still want to see more leadership taken out. And this is one of the big concerns that even Republican hawks have. They share the Emiratis' view, where they say, you have very similar circumstances to Venezuela here, where we do not have regime change happen. And the same players are still involved. And if the same players are still involved, especially in the case of Iran, you have the same destabilization force and the same potential for no change in behavior. And so, again, we went through all of this. I interviewed Vice President Vance a few days ago before we're sitting here talking. It was in connection to his book, but I threw in a couple of non-book related questions right before we hung up the phone. And one of the things I asked him, I said, "You were obviously the biggest skeptic, and yet here we are on the cusp of having a deal. Was it worth it? Was the economic pain worth it? Was the decimation of U.S. munitions worth it? Like, did even the losses of lives of the service members that were killed, was it worth it to you?" And he said, "Sorry, I gotta go," and he hung up the phone. It was the end of the call.
My solution for that is that's not an outright lie. Like, that's an evasion of the question.
Let me let me say this, and a little bit back on the topic about, hey, we can live on dates and milk. If there are a couple, 2 or 3 like cooking lifestyle type shows, one is called something like In the Village or something like that. It's more or less a cooking show. And it's like up in the mountains, I guess maybe north of Tehran. I don't know the geography very well. These beautiful Iranian women, kind of dressed like the country people do, I guess. Like, these women are fucking beautiful. Dude, they literally cook outside. They don't use like the electric stove or the gas stove. They're literally building fires, and animals that have been butchered, fresh vegetables, etc. They don't use electricity, or they could do this. This is like, if you wanted to be pejorative about it, it's Stone Age cooking. All they're doing is spices, food, and fire. Yeah. They're not living, and it's a beautiful life. Shit, I wish I could live with these women. They go to the forest and they gather up the sticks and the firewood and stuff like that, start a fire, they sit around prepping the food, and then they just put it directly on the grill. Okay, you don't need oil. You don't need a lot of the stuff, the economic stuff. Um, no idea about the culture. You would think culture warriors would be more cognizant of culture, and these people ain't bright. And they're brighter maybe than normal, but nah. Some of the stuff that this Trump administration is trying to pull off, dude. Barack Obama did it with no fuss, no muss. Donald Trump is single-handedly redeeming whatever reputation, because I've always thought the Obama administration, it wasn't perfect, but it wasn't bad. Um, whatever Donald Trump is doing, all he's doing is burnishing or improving the reputation of Barack Obama. That JPOA or whatever it was. Obama's looking pretty good after this Iraq war. Obama got these concessions, and he didn't have to fight a war to do it. So, what's up, Con? So we'll watch a few more minutes of this, and then we'll move on. Oh yeah, and took some heat for what he inherited. And now I do remember back then a lot of Bush blaming in that first administration, and I thought rightly so. The country was in a mess, but bottom line is Trump is not. Trump is. I just sometimes don't think Trump is quite in control as much as he says he is. Um, and JD Vance might be between a rock and a hard place. But I don't think people, at least I'm not buying that JD Vance is actually autonomously calling the shots. These negotiators are trying to do what they think Donald Trump would be a fan of as far as the negotiations go. I don't think anyone is viewing JD Vance is moving under his own power or moving under his own steam in these negotiations. Donald Trump, um, everybody keeps talking about this wouldn't happen without the leadership of President Trump. I think it's programmed in everybody's mind that Donald Trump is, the buck stops with Donald Trump. I just don't think anybody's being fooled by JD Vance, but I don't think JD Vance is going to be president in 2028. And notice Marco Rubio, somehow or another, he's staying below the radar.
It wasn't just that the United States paid a lot of money for the second. It was that it was beaten. It was beaten. 4 dozen aircraft, some of them manned. As you said, the service members dead, and the Iranians. And the question was, would Iran still be who was shooting last? And the United States gave up in this war with the Iranians still shooting. And the United States gave up on this war with the Iranians in control of the Strait of Hormuz and with a treaty that leaves them forever in effective control of the Strait of Hormuz. Do the regional governments know that? They must.
They know that that the Iranians are still, that the Iranians are still somewhat empowered.
How does this look from the Israeli point of view? They invited the Israelis, pushed the war, invited the United States into the war, but they then became in a position of dependency on the United States. The Americans have abandoned them and President Trump is now saying one disagreeable thing about the Israelis after another and about Netanyahu personally. They must feel left in the lurch as much or more than anybody in the Persian Gulf.
I would say that more than the Iranians right now, the Israelis are the wild card in this equation. And that is because the administration, while it has really pressed Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to adhere to the terms in terms of a ceasefire, but also remember the text includes Lebanon as well, where the Israelis have launched not only strikes, but have taken territory in the south, that they are trying to rein him in and try to build on the ceasefire with maybe a more lasting peace. But they offer the caveat that this does not include, first of all, withdrawal from Lebanon, and this does not include Israel fighting back in self-defense. And so that for me leaves a major question mark, because the entire premise of Israel launching this war was because Netanyahu argued that it was in self-defense, that Iran posed a threat to Israel, and that Lebanon, Hezbollah specifically, poses a threat to Israel. And so they have to do this in response. And so a week from now, 2 weeks from now, 5 months from now, if Israel decides Iran is threatening them, do they launch a full-scale attack again without the U.S. at this point? That is a big question, and it can easily happen. And we have seen, although for the most part, Netanyahu will coordinate with Washington and will coordinate with President Trump and almost get permission in these cases, we have seen in recent years that he has not done that. It has aggravated Trump, and it has really caused a friction in the relationship that we were not expecting in a Trump term.
Here's another Iranian win that this agreement now creates, or whatever that we call it. This piece of paper creates a situation where Iran can order its Hezbollah proxy to hit Israel. And then one of two things happens. Either the Israelis take the punch, exposing themselves as weak, as revitalizing Hezbollah, which had been so damaged by
In no
Israelis.
world. In no world.
Or the Israelis do something, and then every time they do something, President Trump, who always needs to blame somebody else for his problems, they widened the disparity between the government in Israel and the Trump administration and President Trump personally. So you either hit Israel and get away with it, or you drive a wedge between Israel and the United States. Either way, Iran and Hezbollah win. Either way, the United States and Israel lose. As President Trump is demanding that Israel adhere to an agreement that not only did they not sign, but they weren't allowed to read.
It is so plausible what you're describing right now. And obviously, Benjamin Netanyahu's political future is, the big question mark, because so long as he is the prime minister of Israel, I do not see him pumping the brakes. He is sort of the darling of the right wing in Israel and believes that this is Israel's moment. Greater ambitions of territorial gains, but also eliminating what is perceived as the regional threats. Iran was the big elephant in the room there, where, this war was. And so he is the wild card in particular. It's not so much the Israeli government as it is Benjamin Netanyahu. So long as he is feeling emboldened enough that his political future even hangs on the ability to carry out these goals, territorial gain, and eliminating these threats, perceived threats in the region. That is going to be the big question.
Before the war began, various Middle Eastern players made huge financial investments in important people in the Trump administration. Steve Witkoff and his family, Jared Kushner, hundreds of millions of dollars from Emiratis, from the Saudis. The Qataris sent a jumbo jet. How, in your estimation, how much of what the United States has done in the region, especially since February 28th, but even before, is affected by the fact that the key players have accepted these vast sums of money, something that is just so astonishingly shocking. And even if you don't think it's affected the players, what do people in the region think?
I could probably spend the rest of your show talking about this topic.
Go ahead. It's important.
So, look, there's one thing that President Trump and a lot of these Gulf sheikdoms have in common, and that is that they operate in a very transactional way. They're less ideological than they are transactional. They're also wealthy, very wealthy from their oil riches. And that has made them a very natural partner for President Trump, both in his first term, but especially now in his second term. And over the course of that, remember, Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, in the first term was the Middle East envoy, if you will. I mean, his title was something else, but let's just call him that. And he was the one that was going around negotiating, including the Abraham Accords, which, objectively were just an extraordinary effort, where they got several countries to normalize relations with Israel, several Muslim and Arab countries to normalize relations with Israel. Saudi Arabia was the big one that they were aiming for. They did not succeed in that. Neither did the Biden administration. But in the course of that time, Jared Kushner, who I did a profile of Jared in 2024, just before the election, for the Wall Street Journal, very long one, about his business, but also interviewed him about potential conflicts of interest if his father-in-law were to be reelected at that time. And it was an on-the-record interview, obviously, and he insisted to me, said, you know what, the bottom line is I'm not breaking any laws, and anyone who wants to suggest otherwise can come at me. And so that is the approach of the second Trump administration. You have ethical violations over here, and you have law-breaking actions here. And they like to swim in the middle. They don't really care so much about the ethical element of it. They think that those ethical rules were written by the establishment. They're archaic, and they don't apply to the common sense approach of doing business, either domestically or in foreign policy matters. And so that transactional relationship that Jared Kushner has with the Gulfies, he's very close with a number of them, particularly Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince and de facto leader of Saudi Arabia, who is about the same age as Jared. They bonded. They talk on WhatsApp all the time. He has that kind of relationship with all of those leaders from his first term, where he was trying to get diplomatic deals, and that continued into the firm that he established, the equity firm that he established, where he then continued those relationships in order to get access to their countries and other countries as well, to do business deals. Of course, as President Trump went to get reelected this second time around in 2024, or the third time he tried to get reelected, then the question became, this is a violation of ethics.
What you call a conflict of interest problem, I call a business model.
Right. And so that is,
do the people in the region think they're
okay with that?
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
are you kidding?
obviously.
They love it. They don't
Yeah.
care. Like,
no, they don't want these dreary Jimmy Carter. I can't accept a free sandwich from you types. They want someone who says $500 million, bring it on. It won't affect me. No, sir. I won't be thinking about that $500 million of yours in my pocket at all when I talk to you.
foreign direct investments, keep the money flowing. Remember that those foreign direct investments into their countries are existential for them. Yes, they make a lot of money off of their the hydrocarbons, off of their oil, but the desperate effort by all of those countries, having lived in that part of the world for a time, they have been on a desperate mission, and I wrote about this early in the war, to diversify their economies. Dubai had a little bit of an edge because of the fact that it was seen as this glitzy liberal place on the Gulf, and so it did so with retail, with tourism, things like that. While Saudi Arabia did not have that, it definitely did try to lure investments of different kinds. And Jared Kushner kind of represented the kind of investments that they, in the earlier years, were trying to lure. Now they're trying to kind of do what Dubai is doing as well and liberalize in the process of doing so. This war exposed exactly why they've been trying to do that, because the minute that the Iranian bombs started flying, although they've been very lucky in the sense that the hits to their country have been minimal, exception being Qatar, which got hit pretty badly. Its gas got hit pretty badly. Tourism slowed down to almost a screeching halt. Retail was not selling because people weren't going out to the malls while they're seeing pops and explosions in the air. And they started to see, and of course their oil is not getting out either. And so they started to see the real vulnerabilities of their economic models. And so go and try to talk to a Saudi right now or an Emirati and tell them you shouldn't be doing business with Jared Kushner because that's a conflict of interest. They're going to be like, okay, sure thing.
Well, might they say, wait a minute, we paid good money for American protection and we didn't get it. We paid good money to have influence over what your Iran
but they
policy
did
was.
get it. They did get it. I'm going to push back on that. Their country, Saudi Arabia and the Emirates especially, I mean, I've been talking to friends constantly, friends with young children. Are you guys okay? Are you doing okay? They say it is miraculous. The effort, I mean, all those fancy gadgets they bought from the US, they worked. They were not getting hit.
What about their investments, their more personal investments in Kushner and Witkoff and Trump? Do they feel they have a return on those investments that they made in what you call conflict of interest? And some people might apply even harsher language.
In theory, I think in the short term, there's definitely some irritation and some bad blood, but their hope is that we snap back after all of this is done. Even if tensions kind of remain at a simmer, as long as there's a ceasefire, then they can snap back and go to the way things were. That might be naive. I don't know a lot of people who are desperate to go back and, hit up the malls in Dubai right now while things are still, uncertain. And so that might be naive. However, I do think that they believe that it could snap back. And I think that the jury will be out until we see what happens in the coming months and years and whether or not they really are able to snap back. If they can't snap back in the way they did, then I think you're going to recalibration of the relationship. But I will say this, I lived in the Gulf during the economic crisis of 2008. I moved there in 2008. I moved to Dubai. I was in the region already, but I moved to Dubai and Abu Dhabi in 2008, 2009, and I was there until 2012. There was a sense that Dubai was done, that the whole Gulf was done, that this effort to, all they had was hydrocarbons. That was the only thing that kept them going. and everything else, all these other efforts and real estate and shop, tourism and retail, all of that was just a cake dream. That it wasn't going to work out. That's not what that's not what this part of the world is for. And obviously, it all crumbled so fast after the economic crisis, and so everyone thought they were done. They bounced back. They bounced back even stronger than before. It took a few years, but they did. And so I think they are hoping that the lessons learned from sort of that crisis might propel them this time around, and that they're more equipped this time around to bounce back after this conflict. But obviously, a war is different than a financial crisis. So we'll see if people really do want to go back. I'm going to be very interested in watching that.
I want to keep focusing on this question, though, of the fact that, and I mean, it's so astonishing. It's so incredible. We're used to it because it's been a decade of this, but no previous generation of Americans were ever used to this idea that the people who are making policy for a region are receiving hundreds of millions of dollars from wealthy people, governments, investments that don't look very market-based at all. Even if they were market-based, it would still be disturbing, but they look either like bribes or like extortion. I mean, what if you're in Abu Dhabi, if you're in Dubai, if you're in Qatar, and you know that your American counterparty is on your payroll, how does that make you think about the United States?
I don't think they care. I really don't. I think they see this as the way business is done. And if you talk to Jared Kushner, or if you talk to President Trump, even, they will tell you that in certain parts of the world, this is how things are done.
Yeah. This used to be one of the parts of the world where things were not done that way, but
this used to be part, and they argue that it set the United States back. That it is not a realistic approach to doing business in the world, in some parts of the world especially, and drawing a line in the sand between ethical conduct and unethical conduct was not beneficial to the United States.
I think I find that argument more interesting. The question is, he is accepting money. Is that detrimental? And when someone says, no, it is not a problem that he is accepting money, that's an interesting argument. But when someone argues that it is not a problem that I am accepting money, that's not an argument. That's just a grab.
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying the Trump administration.
You're saying that the people who are accepting money see no important problem in them accepting the money.
Yeah, they think that as long as they're not breaking the laws, they're not. As long as they're not breaking any laws, then everything's kosher, right?
Yeah. Right. Well, one of the reasons they're not breaking laws, of course, is because the laws don't apply to the president, and the laws are not enforced against his family. So even if they are breaking the laws, who's going to do anything about it?
That's right.
Yeah. Oh man. Vivian, I have to salute your years of coverage of this region, and your deep expertise, and your knowledge of the players, and your great work for the Atlantic. It is so important, and I'm so grateful to have you as a colleague. Thanks for talking.
Likewise, David. Thank you so much.
Well, all I have to say is this bakshish culture of the Middle East, Trump is in his element. There we go. So that is that, and kind of longer than I actually expected to go with this. But David Frum actually runs a really interesting show. It's thoughtful, provocative, and all that stuff. I enjoy watching it. One of these days I'll be able to afford the Atlantic. I subscribed to it years ago, and I just have not been compelled. Every now and again, there'll be an article that I want to read, and it's generally behind a paywall. But there are ways to get around paywalls. So when something interesting comes up, I just break the paywall. Need to do it with the New Yorker. Now that I think of it. But anyway, kind of a different topic. So this is somewhat related to this Israel U.S. Iran kind of, what is it, love triangle? So Mamdani actually emerges as kingmaker, pushing his slate to a primary sweep. A lot of these left progressives primaried middle of the road or normie Democrats, they call them, and won. Y'all need to be watching Mamdani. Um, he is going to wind up, at least influentially, being a real interesting Trump foil. Of course, he has to, get everything to fruition in the Democratic Party, but he might wind up forcing the Democrats more to the left. And I honestly think this Trump administration, MAGA, the second Trump administration, they're literally going to wind up making DSA and the Bernie Sanders types. They're going to wind up making that wing of the Democratic Party ascendant. Remember, a lot of Trump voters wound up going for Trump after being Bernie bros or, for Bernie Sanders, because, DSA tends to be left wing populism. I think if right wing populism, and I use populism in quotes, it's going to want, Bob Donnie might wind up being ascendant. Um, and I honestly think that MAGA is going to wind up forcing this country or the pendulum back to the left farther than it should go. So let's listen to. Well, you know what? Let's just watch this video. Three candidates backed by Zohran Mamdani won. One of them looks really nice. Oh, you know what? I didn't click the right article, did I? My bad. Sorry about that. Let's listen to this.
Jewish leaders wrestle with Israel critics. Sweep of New York primaries. This article is by Liam Stack and read by an automated voice. Mayor Zohran Mamdani helped propel three left-wing candidates with sharply critical views of Israel to primary victories in House races on Tuesday, reshaping New York City's political landscape and confronting pro-Israel Jewish leaders with the prospect of an increasingly pro-Palestinian congressional delegation.
Yeah, that's literally my point here, and I didn't make it very well. Trump and the way he's handled Israel, and then joining Israel in dealing with Iran, causing economic chaos, and just frustration, diminishing the U.S. Reputation on the world stage. He's literally going to tank not just MAGA, he's going to tank the right. And this is happening in Trump's hometown. Now, New York City, at least in my lifetime, has always been kind of, on that leading edge of the left, kind of avant-garde, cosmopolitan, that's that sort of thing. But it just seems that, between what Israel did to Palestine, and I take into account the self-defense part of October 7th, with all of, some of these wounds were self-inflicted with October 7th, but let's just go with, hey, Hamas just fucking, went way over the line. Israel's response was disproportionate. I will agree with that. And they keep doing it. Now they're the tail wagging the MAGA dog. This, and I'm not disturbed, but this is interesting. Trump is literally going to be the reason that the Democratic Party shifts left. And, you know, I don't think MAGA is going to be an alternative or a counterbalance to if the Democrats move if Zoran Mamdani and his ilk wind up moving the Democratic Party to the left, I think MAGA's finished no matter what, but I don't think the right can counter it. These DSA types tend to be younger, they tend to be smarter. The only thing that the right, like the TPUSA people, are going to be able to do is depend on their whiteness. Mamdani's little coalition here, they're very tan. I'll put it that way. And I think Zohran Mamdani, Trump and MAGA better be fearing him. This dude primaried, 3 Democrats, and I think it's just going to go from there. New York City's a little bit more left than places like, say, Georgia, South Carolina, but I think it's transferable, especially when you're looking at, young millennials, especially being frustrated with the old folks. And Trump is an old folk.
The candidate's success represented the continuation of a striking shift from the political status quo in New York, which is home to the world's largest Jewish population outside of Israel, and where support for that country has for decades been the default for elected officials and office seekers. The war in Gaza and subsequent Israeli conflicts elsewhere in the Middle East have changed that political calculus, as was demonstrated by the candidates who won on Tuesday. The former city comptroller Brad Lander, the activist Daria-Liza Avila Chevalier, and the state lawmaker Claire Valdez. Beth Miller, the political director of Jewish Voice for Peace Action, which backed Ms. Valdez and Ms. Avila Chevalier, celebrated on Tuesday night. Tonight there was a pro-Palestine sweep of New York City, she said, adding, the Democratic establishment would do well to pay attention. Each of Mr. Mamdani's preferred candidates won a primary in a very progressive district, making them the heavy favorites to win the general election in November. Pro-Israel Jewish leaders in New York have said they are alarmed by the prospect of Mr. Lander, Ms. Valdez, and Ms. Avila Chevalier representing New Yorkers in Washington. Rabbi Emil Hirsch, the president of the New York Board of Rabbis and senior rabbi at the Stephen Wise Free Synagogue, a Reform temple on Manhattan's Upper West Side, said the political shifts in New York had made many pro-Israel Jews feel like something about America that we so supported and so idealized is beginning to slip through our fingers. Something a lot of American Jews are waking up to this morning is a sense of sadness, a sense that we're losing something important, the rabbi said on Wednesday. Ms. Valdez defeated Antonio Reynoso, the Brooklyn borough president, who is also...
Yeah, I'm not going to go too deep into this, but to Khan's point, I think that I understand your point about the Democrats not, going, extreme. I simply think that you get a populism with a brain, in my opinion, and I'm not a populism person, left or right. I think that populism tends to be extreme at its core, not horribly extreme, not like murderously extreme, but it tends to want to push boundaries left and right. I think at least if I had to choose between right populism or left populism, I would go with the left populism, mainly because it's populism with a brain and it tends to be younger. I think MAGA populism, even MAGA, that MAGA intellectualism, you got people like Curtis Yarvin pushing monarchy. You got a dude who pushing monarchy and social Darwinism and all this sort of stuff. To me, that's extreme. You don't get that with the left populists. Bernie Sanders, I would think Bernie Sanders is not as extreme as a Donald Trump, and he has a brain. Um, this, I don't know. I thought Mamdani was actually going to wind up sparking the Democratic Party. I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to move it to the left. Now, this is in process. Mamdani, he hasn't even been in office a year yet. So, that story hasn't been written, but God help us. And maybe God will help us. If he's successful in New York City, the Democratic Party is going to be moving left, and I think they're going to move the country left. Now, it's an urban movement. Most of the country is not urban, but I think it'll be enough to, make the Democratic Party competitive again. It'll be interesting. Mamdani might make 2028 interesting. And for a mayor of New York, like actually having this kind of prominence nationally, if you like politics, I'm kind of excited, to be honest. Oh, I think he would have won too, Con. He had more experience. He knows government because he's been in it long enough. Absolutely, he would have won against Donald Trump. I don't have any doubts about that. So let's move on. And this is more the same thing. Mamdani emerges as kingmaker, pushing his slate to a primary sweep. And this was the video I was watching, with everybody being self-congratulatory and stuff like that. Now, this is just in the New York area, but every candidate he backed beat normie Democrat incumbents, and gotta pay attention to that. So let's get back to more regular news. Trump cancels signing of bipartisan U.S. housing bill. I talked about this bill yesterday. Trump is going to insist that Congress first pass his voter ID legislation known as the SAVE Act. That's a loser. So Trump is basically going to not sign a bill that's supposed to help people buying houses, and he's going to insist on voting ID legislation. Whoever advised him to do that is making a mistake. He's going to give Congress a backbone. I think he's going to wind up signing it. If he doesn't, he's a fool, because the voting, the SAVE Act is going to wind up being litigated. And I don't think Congress has not wanted to pass it. They've been trying to do everything they could to avoid having to vote on it. Whoever's advising Donald Trump to double down on the SAVE Act instead of trying another day, it's foolish. This is just going to be another nail in MAGA's economic coffin. Gas prices are up, and Donald Trump refuses to do something that could break a logjam in the housing market. Somebody's not advising him right. I don't know who it is. So we'll do this quick Hill video. Trump set for tense meeting with Senate GOP after housing bill move. Yeah, it's going to be tense.
Trump just threw another grenade in the GOP agenda, now promising to block a bipartisan housing bill unless the Senate terminates the filibuster and passes controversial voting restrictions known as the Save America Act.
The president said, I want to see some progress on it. I said, I'd love to show it to you. We got a meeting today and some more coming up. And so he decided, and I didn't announce it, I wanted him to announce it, but we're delaying this. As you know, he has a window of time before he has to sign a bill. And he's going to use a little bit more of that window of time. And we're going to go through this together.
It comes as Trump heads to Capitol Hill today to talk to some frustrated GOP senators. The Hill's senior staff writer, Alex Bolton, joins me to discuss. Hey, Alex, so far this year, Trump has blocked the Senate from confirming one of his own nominees, asked them to fund his ballroom project, an unpopular war effort, and a controversial anti-weaponization fund. At the same time, he's ousted sitting senators. Now this threat to block a bipartisan housing bill. What do you think is going to happen when he comes to Capitol Hill today?
Well, I've spoken to Republican senators to get their reaction to the latest threat from President Trump. He says he's not going to sign this housing bill, even though it passed the Senate with 85 votes, and it's been touted as a major accomplishment by Senate Majority Leader John Thune. The meeting was expected to be somewhat contentious before this happened, but this really sets the stage for a fight. And it seems in many ways a real provocation of the GOP leadership and of John Thune. But, let's be real. President Trump is still the biggest name in Republican politics. So, we'll see just how directly he is challenged in that room. I think that some of the Republicans who are most disaffected with the president, like Tom Tillis of North Carolina, John Cornyn of Texas, Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, they may be the most outspoken in this meeting. But it's probably going to last a while. I would expect that this meeting, goes on for 2 hours. We'll see. I don't know exactly what the president's schedule is, but there's a lot of ground to cover, and there are some, there's a yawning chasm between where the president is and where the Republican leadership and many rank and file members are on some issues. So, this is I think it's being taken as a real personal affront to Thune, this threat not to sign the housing bill. Because Thune has made this, touted this as one of the biggest accomplishments of the election year. So it really sets the stage for drama in the Capitol today.
What do you make of the current state of the relationship between Senator Thune and President Trump? They've had a pretty a working relationship so far during President Trump's second term. It seems like we could, at some point, though, be heading for a confrontation.
Well, look, they're both professionals, and Thune is a consummate professional. I mean, he's been in the leadership for a long time, and he's very disciplined. He doesn't let his personal feelings get in the way, and so I think he's going to handle this pretty smoothly. The bottom line is they have the same objective, which is to keep Republican control of the Senate. The fact of the matter is there just aren't the votes to pass the SAVE Act, and by holding up the FISA reauthorization bill, by holding up the housing bill, you send this message to the voters that there's just dysfunction in Washington. That's not the message you want to send when you're the party in power. So as to their relationship, they talk all the time. I spoke to a Thune confidant just an hour ago. Says they talk all the time. They're in regular communication. And it seems that Trump personally, at least, seems to like Thune. By all indications, he does. I just think that he, as John Cornyn said just the other day, the president just isn't used to hearing news he doesn't like. He isn't used to being told no, and that's what Thune is doing here. Thune's just being truthful about the fact that the SAVE Act doesn't have the votes to pass, that nuking the filibuster doesn't have the votes to pass, that firing the parliamentarian doesn't have support. So, it's hard to know to what extent some of this is just, public play acting by the president, whether he's really personally aggrieved. As I've mentioned before, I think this is kind of sets the stage for President Trump to argue that the reason Republicans will fare poorly in the midterm elections is because they failed to pass the SAVE Act. And he's going to blame it on the leadership of the Senate. I think that's where this is all going.
All right, we will leave it at that and let you get back to your reporting. Very interested to see what comes of this meeting. Alexander Bolton, senior staff writer here at The Hill. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me.
Sorry. I was talking to my son and lost track of time. So, this is actually an interesting channel that I found on YouTube. It's called Forgotten British Television. And watched a couple episodes of this thing called Paradise Postponed, which is like a British soap opera. So that's why this is in my to watch list. All right, so next news item, and we'll switch gears here. Appeals court deals biggest setback yet to Trump's DOJ demands for confidential voter roll data. This what Donald Trump is trying to do, because he got it in his head that he was cheated out of 2020 again. Anti-constitutional, un-American, for better or for worse. And there's some problems with states controlling elections such as they do. Going into states, basically invading the state's domain of controlling elections, voters, the way they, what qualifications you need to make for voting. It's barking up the wrong tree. And the people who elected Trump to do this damage, it's all on them. There can be no, well, I was a one issue voter. Ooh, I voted for Trump, because of one, I liked his domestic policy or some bullshit like that. Dude, y'all have fucked up a good thing. That's how I feel about MAGA voters. Well, I don't watch Benny Hill. As a matter of fact, I don't like Benny Hill. Now, I do like Monty Python, though. But even the Monty Python, my father once called it silly. I was watching some, back when I was growing up, Monty Python's Flying Circus used to come on Saturday nights. And, I'd be in my room watching it, just kind of laughing. So my father walks in and I asked him, well, do you like Monty Python? He goes, no, I think it's silly. And just walked out. So my father shares your sentiments. However, the British dramas and some of the comedies too, they had their version of sitcoms. I find it a lot better sometimes than even American TV. Now, you go back to the 70s, like, you'd have shows like All in the Family or The Jeffersons or Good Times. No, British TV doesn't even come close to that kind of, quality or storytelling or whatever. However, I subscribe to Acorn, and there's another, forget the other one, on through Amazon Prime. I actually subscribe to Acorn, and there's like BBC something or another. So I like British TV. A lot of times better than American TV, but it depends. So stop being a snob there, dirty dude. So what else do we have? This was totally interesting, and I'm not sure. This actually is fascinating. So after fucking up by starting an unnecessary war, now that we're still kind of in negotiations, which I'm not even sure they're going to make it through this MOU process, Trump tells gas companies to drop prices fast or face price gouging. So he's basically going to, hold a gun to the oil companies' heads. Like, hey, you best be like getting these prices down, or Trump is feeling desperation for what's coming up in 2026, and it's too little too late, in my opinion. It's already June. People are already going out on vacation and stuff. Gas prices are higher. Even if they come down, they're higher than they were last summer. And Donald Trump, it's too little too late. So President Trump said Wednesday he instructed the Department of Justice, of course, the Department of Justice, to open a price gouging probe because gas prices are not dropping fast enough following his first stage peace deal with Iran. They literally just finally got around to negotiating last week, and he's expecting these prices to come down quickly. Dude is just, he's a horrible president. He started the shit, but hey, now that he's stopped the shit, y'all best be hopping too. Dude, I don't see how MAGA survives Trump, to be honest. And if it does, that's a problem with the country. I think MAGA is a symptom. The voters, the people who voted for MAGA are the problem. And I don't give a fuck if it's fair or not. They voted for a loser. They literally, it's a self-inflicted wound on this country. It didn't have to be this way. All right, so more Trump horribleness. Federal judge bars ICE from arrests in immigration courts. We'll listen to a little bit of this. It's a class action suit. So the Supreme Court last week, was it, basically defanged district court judges, like the lowest level of the federal judiciary, from just issuing nationwide injunctions from the bench. But there are ways to get around that and achieve it at the district court level. This happens to be a class action suit. So a class action suit is going to affect the country. A little bit harder to get a class action. However, they did it. So this intimidation, we're going to get you as soon as you walk out of the immigration courtroom. It's over for now. I'm sure it will be appealed.
Federal judge bars ICE from making arrests in immigration courts. This article is by Jasmine Ulloa and Luis Ferre Sidurni and read by an automated voice. A federal judge in California issued an order on Tuesday blocking immigration agents nationwide from making arrests inside immigration courts. The decision halts what had been one of the most aggressive aspects of President Trump's mass deportation campaign. Judge P. Casey Pitts of the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California said in his decision that federal officials had violated a key statute governing administrative procedures when they changed previous guidelines that restricted civil arrests inside immigration courthouses. The judge called officials' decision-making processes arbitrary and capricious, saying they had failed to consider alternative options and had dismissed their own prior concerns that courthouse arrests would disincentivize immigrants from attending their hearings. For 80 years, Congress has commanded federal agencies to think before they act, Judge Pitts wrote, adding that the instruction did not dictate a particular outcome but did demand a process. The ruling came in a class action lawsuit challenging the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency and the Executive Office for Immigration Review over a surge in immigration-related arrests at courthouses and increasingly long detention of immigrants in ICE facilities intended for brief periods. It also struck down a blanket waiver issued by ICE in June 2025 that allowed its field offices to hold detainees in short-term holding rooms for up to 72 hours or beyond, a significant departure from the agency's traditional 12-hour limit. Judge Pitts was nominated to the federal bench by President Joseph R. Biden Jr. The decision is likely to be challenged, as the Supreme Court has substantially limited the ability of lower court judges to block executive branch policies nationwide. Appeals courts have also already reversed some of the many lower court rulings against the Trump administration on immigration. The courthouse arrests became a flashpoint in Mr. Trump's mass detention and deportation campaign, as people who were showing up for routine hearings and check-ins found themselves suddenly taken into custody. Confrontations became public spectacles in courthouse hallways, with masked ICE agents often tangling with people who sought to aid the immigrants. Last month, a federal judge in Manhattan barred such arrests in immigration courts in New York City, but Tuesday's ruling by Judge Pitts prohibits such arrests anywhere in the country. We are relieved that people can now be able to go to court without fear of arbitrary arrests in the middle of their proceedings, said Jordan Wells, a senior attorney with the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights of the San Francisco Bay Area, which represented some of the immigrants detained at courthouses. James Percival, the general counsel at the Homeland Security Department, condemned the ruling, arguing that non-citizens deported by an immigration judge should be treated the same as a defendant convicted of a crime. A district judge ordering otherwise is naked judicial activism in service of an anti-American open borders agenda, he wrote on Tuesday in a post on X. For at least a decade, ICE sought to limit officers from conducting civil immigration arrests in or near courthouses. In 2014 and 2015, its internal guidance stated that such actions should be reserved for high-priority targets, such as immigrants convicted of crimes, involved in gangs, or otherwise deemed a risk to public safety. Its guidance in 2021 extended those restrictions specifically to immigration courthouses, finding such enforcement actions could chill access to justice. The Executive Office for Immigration Review, or EOIR, which oversees...
Okay, let me help Conchanery out. Can you be specific about what extreme policies and rhetoric that Democrats, left Democrats would propose? Just give me a couple examples, because I haven't heard, and again, I'm not particularly that fond of the DSA, wing of the Democratic Party, but I've heard them propose nothing as crazy or unconstitutional as the right wing, I was going to say right wing progressives. I've heard them propose nothing as aggressive even as right wing populists. Just give me a couple examples of what you might be talking about. I could probably deal with the left wing populists somewhat better than the right wing populists. As I said, they're smarter populists who actually read books. I don't think there will be a problem with the Democrats moving left, but it's mostly because America tends to not be that far left. I don't think they're going to do anything crazy or radical, not anywhere near what MAGA has done. I don't think people are going to die because DSA wants single payer healthcare. I don't see that killing people. As a matter of fact, it might save a couple. So let's move on to Los Angeles. This is from the LA Times. The guy, they have a guy who's about to go to jury. They accused of setting the Palisades fire. That was the big one. And who knows? He might get off. So let's hear about this. And we won't hear the whole article because it's kind of longish, but I thought this was interesting enough, a West Coast story that's interesting enough to at least make folks aware of what's going on.
Arson or stray fireworks? Jury weighs whether an Uber driver angry with elites set the Palisades fire, by Brittany Mejia and James Quealy. This article is read by an automated voice. After hearing weeks of evidence about Jonathan Rinderknecht's loathing of the kinds of wealthy elites who inhabit Pacific Palisades, jurors on Tuesday began deliberating whether he should be convicted of setting a fire that grew to swallow the opulent enclave and became the worst blaze in Los Angeles history. Prosecutors made their final pitch to the jury Tuesday afternoon, arguing that Rinderknecht, 30, intentionally set the Lockman fire last New Year's Day in a bid for vengeance against millionaires he believed were enslaving common people like him. The Lockman fire smoldered underground for a week before exploding into the deadly Palisades fire on January 7, 2025. The second inferno killed 12 people, destroyed 6,500 structures across the Palisades and Malibu, and cost billions in damage and insurance claims. If convicted, Rinderknecht faces up to 45 years in prison. Over the course of the trial, prosecutors called more than 30 witnesses, including veteran arson investigators who told jurors they had ruled out fireworks, lightning, cigarettes, and other potential instigators of the blaze, leaving only Rinderknecht, who they say admitted to bringing a lighter with him as he hiked to the hidden Buddha clearing overlooking the Palisades, near where the blaze was first spotted just minutes into the new year. While prosecutors contend Rinderknecht started the fire by burning some vegetation, they were unable to present any evidence proving how the fire started or any eyewitnesses who saw the 30-year-old do it. Defense attorney Steve Haney repeatedly seized on the idea that the Lockman fire crime scene had been burned away before investigators got near it, leaving prosecutors to focus on why Rinderknecht might have started the fire without proving that he actually did. Texts, screen grabs, recordings, and other records recovered from a search of Rinderknecht's cell phones and presented in court portrayed a man who was by turns lonely and livid, angry at billionaires and ex-romantic partners, while seemingly scared about his own declining mental health. Prosecutors dug deep into Rinderknecht's ChatGPT logs, where he argued with the chatbot while asking it to produce artwork displaying fire and railing against the wealthy. One video played in court, filmed days after the fire, showed an emotional Rinderknecht sitting in his car, wondering if he was on the verge of a mental breakdown.
Well, Khan, I get what you're saying, but here's the deal. America, the way I see the voting population is it's the swing voters that, actually control the pendulum swinging left or right. MAGA voters are going to vote for MAGA. DSA voters are going to vote for DSA. It's the people in the middle, the swing voters. And I think most of the swing voters tend to be fairly educated. I think that what MAGA did in places like Minneapolis and Los Angeles and other places, I think the swing voters are going to think, well, you know what? Single payer healthcare is not as bad as, ICE raids. I can't think of a policy that I've heard from a Zoran Mamdani that would be life-threatening. Okay, having a city-owned grocery store, it doesn't strike me as dangerous as having the National Guard on every street corner in Washington, D.C. If that is DSA radical, I'm okay with that. I cannot think of a radical policy that DSA has proposed that, their radicalism tends to be more economic, not so much cultural. So help me out. Maybe there's something that I don't. And I don't know. We could probably skip over this part. Speaking of economics, this guy, Milan Singh, ran the numbers. Trump cost us 274,000 jobs, and I can believe that. Over the last decade, protectionism has come back into vogue in the United States. Starting in 2018, both Republican and Democratic administrations have proposed new tariffs on U.S. imports. Some trading partners have responded with tariffs on U.S. exports. The stated justification for this return to protectionism is to bolster manufacturing employment. Hey, Chocolate. Let me finish reading this. I'm just
Of
gonna
course.
do the next paragraph.
No worries.
In theory, tariffs could increase domestic employment in protected industries if consumers substituted away from imported goods and towards domestically produced substitutes. In a September 2024 piece in The Atlantic, Warren Cass, the founder of right populist think tank American Compass, made just this argument, claiming that critics of Trump's tariff proposals ignore even the possibility that higher import prices might encourage investment in domestic production that anchors local economies in a way that personal services cannot. Basically, he's saying we need to make things. But Cass's implicit model of the economy assumes a fairly simple supply chain. Some products are made wholly in America, others are made wholly outside America, and consumers choose between the two. That may have been common in the past, but it is increasingly less so today. These days, supply chains are multinational. The cars made by General Motors and Ford in Detroit include components shipped between Michigan and Ontario as many as 4 times before they are finished. So in a world of complex supply chains, imposing new tariffs on, say, Canada would raise production costs for American automakers and reduce American employment. Basically, because of globalization, if you're buying, some bolt or something from another country with a tariff imposed on it, you buy enough of those bolts, you're going to even raise prices on domestically produced, or let's say domestically finished products. This globalization has been happening since before the official start of the Industrial Revolution. People act like globalization is something that just happened in the 80s or something like that. This capitalism, this capitalism-based world economy has been global ever since the textile industry went global. Textiles, cotton production, textiles, cloth manufacturing, that was literally the first global product that led to the Industrial Revolution. Cotton and textiles, first Industrial Revolution type of product. So this world, economy where you get raw materials from several points in the globe. And, at one point, the textile industry was centered literally in Manchester, England. And then it diversified after the Civil War for obvious reasons. This is what happens when people don't know history. You're fussing about globalism. Globalism's like basically 150 years old. It's just gotten more global. That's pretty much what's happened. So anyway, I'm getting pedantic here with all this stuff. How you doing, Chocolate?
I am doing fantastic. Thank you. I just thought I'd come and share my good cheer with others. And I saw that you're alive.
It's always welcome here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Lord knows.
Oh,
Lord
gosh.
knows I am accused of never being of good cheer.
How is that? I could never imagine why.
Well, I'm the grumpy old man of the blackosphere
the grumpy old man. Okay, got you.
I have been called
right.
I've been called an empty elder.
Hey, listen, I've been called so many things. Let's just, it's so interesting that you've just finished reading that. I stand by that. That we got too far away from, we stopped making shit. We got too
Um,
comfortable. That is my argument only. My
well, I
in
don't
my
think I mean,
opinion.
I accept your argument, but the genie's
But
out of the bottle.
I do want to say this. The reason I even bring it up is for my own endeavor. There's is that yeah, there's an opening there. Just like it
Mhm.
was during the Great Depression, just like it was during the 2008 crash. There's always, whenever there's something catastrophic to what the economy decides is, then yeah, we start to see where we could have fixed it, we could have promoted it, or we could have been proactive. And then people pretend like they didn't see it, or they patch it up and then wonder why the break is even worse the next time, the next go round. So I say that because we're now in a place where people are asking for affordable goods in
Okay,
our own
well,
country.
hold on. Walmart is the perfect example, and then I have one other example for an earlier point you just made. The reason that we have globalization to this extent is because people wanted cheaper goods.
I know.
Years ago, I worked for Springs Industries. I ran a warehouse for them. It's a textile company, and they wound up closing the whole complex. And right there in Lyman, South Carolina, I worked physically worked in Lyman, South Carolina. There was a Springs Industries like textile mill there. They wound up shipping a lot of their operations to Mexico and India, somewhere like that, because people wanted cheaper goods. The cheaper goods are why um, you know manufacturing in the U.S. went away in the first place.
So it has to
The
be
people, well, hold on one sec. The people, the industries that are the Republicans that are talking about bringing this stuff back, they're the ones that caused the manufacturing jobs to go away in the
oh
first place.
yeah. Yeah.
It was like
The Bush
the
era.
chamber, yeah, exactly. The Chamber of Commerce people are responsible for encouraging all this illegal immigration.
Uh-huh.
Back in the Johnny Carson days, the Tonight
Yes.
Show days, they'd make jokes about, the gardener doesn't speak English. He's fresh,
Yes.
over the
It's not
border.
new.
The Republicans have caused the problems they're
Mm-hmm.
complaining about, and they've managed to blame the Democrats for it.
Yes.
This one point that 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 Brian makes, globalism equals demonic herd mentality. Well, blame the Republicans because they caused it. Back during COVID, I was shocked to learn how much of the pharmaceutical, like the base elements of a
Mm-hmm.
lot of these drugs,
Yep.
produced in China. Like
Yes.
if China really wanted to, just go to economic war, dude,
Right.
people would die because, hey, screw it. We're gonna put tariffs
Yep.
on these drugs and the components for drugs. We're gonna tariff y'all to hell. It could
Well,
happen.
it can. However, I do want to say how to your argument earlier. Um, when I say that, it goes back to the small groups of communities, right, that we have across the country. It's the same thing, same idealism of if this man just lost us over 274,000 jobs, that's manufacturing.
Right,
What are those
exactly.
people
But
doing?
he
We
didn't
don't. I mean, of
well,
course, I'm
he well,
assuming because
hold on.
I'm not saying.
Trump didn't start the problem.
I got you.
Manufacturing started leaving back in the 90s.
Yes, I'm aware. I think
So
you.
Trump is just the latest and the Democrats, the corporate Democrats, they're
Yes,
just as much to blame because
they
the
were all on the
the
same
way
plane.
the way these problems work is it's not like there are multiple inputs and these problems cascade and cause other problems.
Can I? May
Um,
I? Do you mind if I point something out?
what's that?
You continuously keep cutting me off. I just was wondering.
It's the show.
Okay, I'm just checking. Cause
Oh
go ahead.
no.
No. I just wondered if it was just
Um,
something that was
oh no,
necessary, or
it's not.
I was just
Hey,
like, well,
you would not be the first person to complain of that.
I
So
know I have a tendency to do it
it's kind of
too.
my
So
communication style.
yeah, mine as well. Sometimes I can't keep it. However, I don't mind being called out. I'm just saying that's why I'm able to call it out because I do it as well. So
Right.
I just wanted to check in with you, but I do know where all of this came from and why we're here. I'm just saying that now, with us being here, what can be done, if anything at all?
I
I know.
don't think anything can be done. Now, the problem is the solutions are long-term solutions. It took years to get to this point. It's going to take years to, you know, make it back the way it was, if we even want that. I'm not sure that the solutions, like
But
Trump
nobody's
tariffing
asking
everybody.
anybody. Nobody's
I'm
asking the
sorry.
regular person that. No one's asking the regular person if they want manufacturing and all those things back. We're getting this information
Well,
via
I don't think
politicians,
you have to.
via
I don't. Okay, well, you
statistics,
gotta
not the people's
understand the
voice.
politicians are not electing themselves. The people are speaking with their votes. MAGA got
Yeah, but
into office. Trump got into office promising he would reverse some of this stuff. So I don't think the politicians are the problem. I think the voters are.
I didn't say they
Now,
were
the
the
problem
problem.
is
I said the politicians are
okay, I need to
speaking.
finish what I'm saying.
Do you?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think what it is. Now, the politicians don't tell the public everything they need to
That's
know.
all I'm saying.
They will cherry pick,
Uh-huh.
but it still goes back to the voters. Okay, just because
I
the politicians aren't telling you something
I'm not
doesn't
saying
mean
one.
you can't know it. And the voters are the problem, not the politicians.
Well, they're all the problem. Not if you don't
No,
know
it's
all of the
no,
information,
I
and that's
am literally gonna have to disagree with
and
you
that's
there.
literally fine with
Okay,
me.
I
My
need you
point
to
of that
let me finish
is,
my statement, ma'am.
but you were
The
finished.
politicians are a second order problem. The
But that's your
voters are the
opinion.
problem. They
I
no,
believe
I
it is not a
okay,
no or
well, let's
yes. It's just an opinion that I
okay,
believe
well, you
that
can have your
everyone, and you can have yours.
okay, let me help you out here.
I don't want your help, Stanley.
Who puts the
I don't want it right now. Go ahead.
who puts the politicians in office?
Sir, are you really gonna ask me these elementary
Yes, I'm
questions?
literally going to ask
Well,
you
I
because
don't want to.
obviously we need to do a
Obviously
thought.
nothing.
Okay,
Obviously nothing. You do not need to audit me
I cannot
because
get
you
a
are used
sentence
to
out.
talking to certain people who
Yes,
are
I
taking
am
certain
literally
form.
used to people who
Okay,
will
well,
let
I'm
me
not
finish.
used to people,
I
and that's
need
not
to finish
true.
a
You haven't
sentence,
let me
ma'am.
finish yet.
This is not a democracy.
I know. Believe me,
Okay,
I know
good.
that.
So let me finish the sentence and then
Uh-huh.
you can go.
Yeah, sure.
Let's do a thought experiment. Let's start with step 1. Who puts politicians in office? They don't elect themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Can you help me out with that question?
No, I think you've got the answer.
Well, I think you have the answer too. You just don't want to tell me the
I
answer.
don't want to tell you the
We
answer.
we can step through the process,
We
and
can.
if you can't answer how the politicians wind up in office, who puts them there, then I think I've proven my point.
Well, there you go then.
Voters are the problem.
There you go.
And voters don't want to take responsibility
Mm-hmm.
for their votes. Okay, there are people in
There
my
are
audience
some
right now.
people.
Okay,
Yes.
don't know why I can't finish a sentence.
I don't either.
Well, I think you do. As I was saying, there are people in this very chat who voted for Donald Trump and will double down on that vote when it's very obvious that they put a guy in office who is a disaster, both to the country and maybe even for the world, and certainly for anyone who's going to go buy gas tonight, on their way home from work. The voters put him there. It is on the voters for putting him there. I will blame Trump for his decisions, but I'm going to blame the voters, the MAGA voters who put him there in the first place to make those decisions. So I'm not one to blame the politicians. I blame the people who put him there. So that's my soliloquy.
No, there you go.
Oh, I thought you would have a response.
No, because I tried to respond, but you
Okay.
already answered for me, so we got it.
Good. So let's see. Is there anything else in here that I need to read? I think we pretty much get the point. If you actually sit and you look at the number of jobs that have been created in the past year and a half with the jobs that have been lost, apparently there's a deficit here. And again, the voters caused this problem, not Trump. Trump, well, he did cause the problem, but they put him in a position to do this. Voters, it's so weird how, over the time that I've been alive, how voters somehow or another separate themselves from the decisions they make. And, you can check these voters, and with the internet, you can literally in a few seconds figure out whether a voter is lying or not. And what I run into on the internet and on YouTube specifically is people, you start actually getting into a news story or you listen to a news program on YouTube, your numbers will go down. If I go and I start, reviewing, I don't know, something the DJ Hamp or somebody like that does, you're going to get 30 people participating in the messiness. I look at a Substack article and read it about Trump costing us 274,000 jobs, you're going to see the people go away to something a little bit more exciting. And,
but
I'm not bitter about it.
But there's
I'm
always
not bitter
people
about
who
it.
watch, who stay, who do want the information, who do enjoy the
Correct.
conversation.
Or watch it on the
Obviously.
replay.
Right. So, I mean, the numbers may not share, but in all honesty, outside of the cosm that is this circle of YouTube,
The cosm?
politics is a huge area. I love watching debates all day. I watch presidential, I watch the old man, young guy, lady, Democrat, Republican, I mean, there's a lot that people talk about, and it's so funny because there's no difference in how human traits come out in these panels and human touchy triggered conversations, even if those are in well-spoken tan suits. I can
Well, but see, kind of the older I get, sometimes there was a time when I would go, well, what's the problem? Most people don't like, at least most of the people that I meet on YouTube, and I actually think it's most of the people I meet, they like something more kinetic. Meaning, they'd rather be out, like physically doing something, or it's more fun to watch a Sharon's channel where you got 10 people yelling at each other and making jokes.
But
and that entertainment is real, but
I know that it's
sometimes
real, but it's not the number one out here. Even though it is in this, and there are not just us, there's this level of it on in all frames. I found it in many other languages. the idealism is still the same.
What idealism?
Everyone gets a voice. Everybody.
Okay, and I'm kind of lost. My
It's
argument
fine.
isn't that my
I wasn't
argument isn't that
arguing with you. I was
I
adding
mean
to the social
argument
piece.
as in like an intellectual argument, not
I
argument as in
know.
DJ Hamp.
Oh my gosh.
What I'm saying
Please stop
is
it,
that
Stanley. You don't have to do that with
what I'm
me.
what I'm
Please don't. Please don't. I know you might think that I'm a tough cookie, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I know and do not underestimate your intellect or intelligence. That's why I like coming over and talking to you. I just
well,
ask
great.
that you don't talk to me like you would talk to others I've heard. That's all I'm asking in return.
Well, how do I talk to others? Now I'm curious.
You are. I don't mind condescension. I'm condescending. But when you
Well,
apply
I
these
hate to tell
fail
you this.
these I know, but you can tell
I
me after
hate
I
to tell you
finish.
this.
You can tell me after I finish. You can, can't you?
Oh, maybe. Let's see. Let's see what you
Okay.
got to say.
Thank you. Um, what I'm saying is not because I'm a woman, but because of my intellect and my level of intellect. Now, if you want to ask me, you can ask me if I know or understand, but give me the opportunity to respond to you, Stanley. That's it. That you hear me go, yes, I do understand, and then you can go on. I know that you're used to having to break everything down because you usually talk to people who are not nearly your level of intellect, and I leave it there.
Well, good. I don't even remember where I was going with this other than um people seem to think, and this is just from my perspective, I might be right, I might be wrong,
Mhm.
but I will treat people like they have a brain. Uh,
Mhm.
I just kind of, you either cut it or you don't.
Mhm.
And some people do, some people don't, and that's not that big a deal. But if it comes off as condescending, it comes off as condescending. I am not going to change my style of communication just to,
If that's
dumb it
what you
down.
think I'm asking, then
That's
fine. We
literally
can
what
we
I
can
think.
be well then too bad. So we can move on then because I'm not
Okay.
asking that. Thank you. All
Well,
men
no,
think that.
like I've
No,
said,
no.
as I
I
as I said, I
yes,
could
you
be
don't have
right,
to get
and I
louder.
wasn't I wasn't even talking about you. Why
I
are
it
you
doesn't
taking
I
this
was also
why are you
talking
taking this
about what
personally?
because I don't like being put in this place where it
What
feels
place?
weird.
I was
Not
I
you,
wasn't
not
even
you,
talking about
not
you.
you, not you. I was saying that when I was explaining that part to you, Conway comes in with the, well, sounds like she wants benefit of the doubt.
Oh,
And I'm
whoa,
like,
whoa, 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 whoa.
that's
Don't don't
not
don't pay
that's not
don't
what
pay
I'm
attention to
asking.
the
I don't
chat.
like that.
Don't pay attention. Well, if
Yeah, I
Khan
get defensive
actually
because men
well,
always want
hold
to come
on.
out their
Hold
pants.
on. Khan is not up on the panel.
Jesus. It just
Khan is
irritates me.
Khan has access to the link like everybody else does. Don't pay attention to what's going on in the chat. I have an interesting chat. A lot of them are
It's
trolls,
not
and it's a troll. It's kind of a troll channel, so I
for
don't mind it.
maybe
But
maybe for you.
don't.
It's a troll.
Yes, ma'am. It is my show, so it is for me.
Exactly.
But
Yes.
what I'm saying is Khan is not up on the panel. So I wouldn't give what he's saying a whole lot of credence.
I didn't understand. I don't get how we don't see what the chat says or we don't interact with people in the chat while we're on the panel. Like
Well,
I don't I
I
guess
you
how
know
do you
what? It's
separate
funny.
those?
It is hard and it takes practice. And I'm telling you from this is my personal experience because I haven't been doing this that long. I
I don't have any ulcers.
right. Well, if you got 50 people in the chat and they're all real active, it gets a lot easier to ignore what's going on in the chat. if you have, like right now, 5 people in the chat and things are kind of slow, you're going to naturally gravitate over. Now, there are ways in StreamYard, like you can expand the screen so you don't even see the chat.
Oh no,
However, over the years, over the year and a half, maybe a little bit more that I've been doing this, you will develop thicker skin.
Sir, I have thicker skin.
Yes.
I choose to
Okay, well,
say, hold on, please. I can, if you say to me, hey, don't address the chat while we're on the panel, I'm down.
Well,
Cool.
it's a free.
Hold
I'm
on.
not
I
going to
just
tell you
like to
what to do.
finish, please. But what I will not stand for, if we're having miscommunication, that's one thing. I rarely go after people personally. And that's what I don't like. So when you say shit like, oh, I'm asking for the benefit of the doubt, why? Because I'm a woman? Why am I asking for? I hear niggas begging on your panel all day long. I ain't never seen Khan say
Begging
that.
for what?
Your fucking approval, dude. That's what they beg for.
Okay, and you have a problem with it? Well, hold on.
No,
All of a sudden,
not at
I'm
all.
in the. Hold on. How am I? I wasn't even paying attention to what Khan was saying. So
It's not
how am I? How am I in the middle of this?
I didn't put you in the middle. I just said
Well, I think you said something about begging for my approval.
they
You were
do.
talking about me, right?
Yeah, on your show.
So I'm in the middle of it, ma'am.
Okay.
You mentioned me.
you.
I literally wasn't paying
got you.
attention to what I was paying attention to you, ma'am.
All right, you can stop now. I'm good. Thank you.
No, paying attention to you?
Yes. Because I'm being misunderstood and I don't want to waste my energy
Okay.
trying to explain.
All I have to say is
Not to you, just period.
Well, just ignore Khan. All I have to say, and I was just trying to say, when I first started doing this, I paid a lot more attention and probably still pay too much attention to the chat. I know when to tune them in and tune them out. So
it's just not that. I guess
I'm just telling you what I do. I'm not suggesting you do it.
I'm not saying that you are. I guess what I would like to say is simply put, I just get tired of having to be, I don't know what this expectation of me is supposed to be. And I get tired of being defensive. You think I want to be defensive? I don't. I prefer not to be. But I don't like people coming from me and they know. And yeah, I'm a little testy right now. So just deal with that part. I'm not saying that it is your fault or anyone else's fault. All I'm saying is I'm irritated with the comment, and then he's going on about what happened the other day about the hormones. I still don't know what he was talking about.
Hold it. What? Okay, what hormones?
He goes into this thing about I guess my mic was going in and out, and he said something about me being with young boys, and I'm like, I'm talking about teaching children, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, hormones.
Okay,
it's just weird.
Khan can be a bit of a troll. Hey, I will be. Hold on one sec. I will be right back. Just give me 1 sec.
You don't leave me up here all by myself. Stanley is not in the middle. I can go home anytime. I'm grown, sir. Did he apologize for you, or did he take up for me? Get out of here. I just asked a question. I got my answer. Now, leave me alone. Yeah, whatever. I never said anything about it. I don't even know what the hell you were talking about with the hormones. I don't even know what you were talking about. And I said miscommunication. You never clarified. And then you go, well, don't you owe me an apology? And I'm like, an apology for what, dude? The chat is like speeding by. I don't know what you heard me say. It was mute. Now it's harmless. That's not what you said yesterday. And if it was harmless, what you bring it up for? Okay, you brought it up, Khan, not me. Just let's cut it out because I don't. The energy shifts, and I don't like it. So you got it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. No reason for it at all. I was in a very, very, and I'll stay there. I can be mad. Shit, I have the right. Shoot, I do content out here. You may not come out and see
Sorry
it,
about that.
but I do content as well, sir.
Well,
So
ma'am,
it ain't. I wasn't talking to you, sir.
I
I just heard you.
I personally we can all be a little bit of a troll. As I said, it's sometimes my channel attracts trolls, and I don't think he means anything by it, or maybe he does.
Yeah, but you act like I'm some kind of ditz up here or something.
Wait, hold it, me?
Not you. Not you. Con is still talking to me. And
Yeah,
they gonna
and
try to
you're-
make it seem like, no, the reason I'm saying something, Stan, is because I don't want you to have to say anything. Because I get tired
What?
of dudes doing the whole, well, you're pulling Stanley in the middle.
Yeah,
That's what he
Welcome
said.
back.
Okay, well, he was all I have to say is Stanley can take care of himself. Khan, you don't need to look out for me, but I appreciate when you do. And this channel tends to be, most of the people in here tend to troll every now and again. You know, even the women do it when they come in.
I know.
So I mean, I personally think, especially when,
hey, he caught me on the right day. Like I'm human. I'm not gonna. It just pissed me off. Like, be quiet. And he doesn't have to, and I don't have to respond to him, so I can take my accountability.
correct.
With that,
You're right. You
right?
do not have to.
Exactly. So I completely get that. So I stop. I'm going to stop at this very moment.
But where I was going to begin with, I'm just trying to, in a way, we're getting to know each other, politically. And, I am left of center, but I am not, a populist. Left populism, in my opinion, is somewhat more tolerable than right populism. But in the end, and I think America has never been good from day one. We want to act like these
I agree with
politicians.
that.
We want to act like the politicians we elect are autonomous and we are slaves to them. It's never been that way, and I've never understood it. We elected Donald Trump, and I didn't vote for him. I voted for Kamala. But what I'm saying is, we as a collective,
Yeah,
the
I know what you
democracy elected Donald Trump, and sometimes it's good for the soul to admit, well, damn, I elected the wrong guy. And just, the little anecdotal example of people in my chat doubling down on this guy. This guy is horrible. He will probably wind up, being one step above Andrew Johnson when they go to rank presidents.
My.
If he had just not had this second term, maybe history would be.
He didn't want to go to
kinder to him.
jail.
Well, yeah, there's that.
He didn't want to go to jail. That's why he got in bed with Elon Musk and them. The tech boys got him elected. Besides the voters too, of course.
Right. Well, I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, voters.
I didn't vote for him.
Voters
So.
got elected. Well,
Yeah.
they voted for him because they enjoyed the rallies. And,
Yeah,
Elon Musk, the world's richest man.
Oh my gosh.
Pro-Trump. Therefore, I have to be pro-Trump. It's just but let me tell you the biggest disappointment, and I've said this several times just in the past week.
Yeah.
I think the MAGA blacks are my biggest disappointment. You expect, and I'm going to be kind of racial here. I expect, white, the white, the white working class to buy the hype. But Black Americans, you know, the tradition, the deep roots we have in American history, we should be way less prone to fall for people like Donald Trump.
Oh,
We
well, yeah.
know,
Yeah.
you know, as a group of people
The
in a
celebrity,
historic sense,
businessman. Yeah.
we know what these people can be.
Mm.
And I fear in the Black community, let's just talk about the Black community coast to coast. We got in a way, and me being a little bit older, you know, my father's still around. He grew up in South Georgia in the 40s and 50s in Jim Crow, Georgia. And you know, he luckily enough, you know, we talked about it in all his children. He's even talked to his grandchildren about it. Like my son. Um, he is very good about telling us, his kids and grandkids, his experiences growing up in Jim Crow, Adel, Georgia, in like the 40s and 50s, and it was not something that you want to go back to. Okay, if you literally want to go back to the 50s, the good old days, they weren't good old days for Black people in the Deep South. And Black people even voting for a guy who talked to Black people the way Donald Trump did. There was that national, what is it, National Association of Black Journalists, is it NABJ or something like that? The way he talked to those Black women on that panel, dude, every Black man in America should have voted for Kamala. It was disgusting. But he fit in with that Black manosphere bullshit, and people want to double down on how great a, like, Donald Trump is. You know, he's been to jail. You know, he's got a mugshot. I'm like, really? That's where the Black community is. That's where, what was it, 15% of Black American male voters are. You can't vote for Kamala because she's a woman, but you can vote for a white, basically a racist. I find that disappointing. The MAGA blacks are my biggest disappointment. So enough with that. And fuck Biden, Lim. Biden, we live in the United States of America, where sometimes you have to choose the more racist over the less racist, or vice versa. This bullshit cherry picked argument about Biden and you ain't Black. And Trump is the bigger racist. So don't give me that false dichotomy. It's Biden was the better choice, period. That bullshit about, oh, he said this. Give me another one. We all know about you, the you ain't Black thing. Give me a second instance. And I'm sorry, the 1994 crime bill, there were Black congressmen who voted for that shit. That is basically a false point. Black people, Black congressmen. There are Black people you talk to today who say, hey, it was a good bill. So spare me. All right. Well, this is why I don't like giving monologues. I bore my panelists to death.
I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Well, you know what? When I get pissed, I work. So I just knock something out real quick. I'm good.
Well, honestly, Chocolate, I don't ever want you to be pissed off up here. You got to, and my chat might be worse than most chats.
No, honey, this is
they're all trolls.
Hey, you know what? I was called
and I'm kind of proud of them in their trolling.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say this. I was called a B for like the first year I was on the internet. Every time I was a Black bee, I needed a husband. What did I know about community? I couldn't build nothing. I wasn't going to grow nothing. Just mean. And you know where that came from? You want to guess? You think it was a
Uh,
catty women?
what?
No, it
Really?
wasn't. Yeah, you're more surprised. No, it was men. My brothers.
Well, but honestly, chocolate,
I
that's
was
not
surprised. I
surprising,
wasn't
dude.
out here like that.
Look,
So,
I have now. Let me tell you something. I'm not perfect.
mhm.
I will go after you, but it's usually not because you're a woman. It's because I think you're stupid. I don't suffer fools gladly, and there are male fools, there are
Yes, they
female
are.
fools. If
Yes.
I respect your intelligence, you almost have to like toss a grenade. Once I respect you, I respect you. Now it's not a permanent condition,
Of
but the
course.
thing is I don't really care that much because it's not like people act like you are actually in the room with their panelists. Okay, you and I don't know each other like that. We know
Oh
each
boy,
other
they done put us
on
together. We're getting
YouTube.
married. Didn't you know
Well, you know what? I should be so lucky.
that?
However, however,
Yeah.
I barring, the hey, maybe we would be good together. Bottom line
Mm.
is that I'm more interested and I'm human. There are times I'll have one too many beers, but you know what?
You're
I
Coors
call
Light.
I call men bitches too.
Yes, you
As a matter
do.
of fact, as a matter of fact, I've, because my show tends to skew about 80% male, there are more
Hmm.
men that have been offended at shit that I've said and women just by the numbers.
Oh
And
yeah.
all I have to say is that Black MAGA blacks, they're my biggest disappointment. They should know better.
Yeah, they should. Because they know it's not the same Republic. Why our parents and grandparents voted Republican is not the same reason
Oh,
we should
absolutely
be
not.
messing with these folk. And it just makes no sense because we're all voting against our own best interests. Yay, good job.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm going to say that, you would tend to be better informed than most people. And I have sympathy for people who are just trying to make ends meet. You're working 2 and 3 jobs. I'm very lucky in that, dude, I wake up, if it's 7, if I get to sleep by 11, I'm gonna wake up at 4 or 5 and I'm not ready to get up. So I'm gonna be looking at news. I'm gonna be catching up on my reading. I've just been lucky enough in my life that I have time to be informed. It's hard being a single parent. I remember when my son, even when he was in high school, you know, I had to be up when he was up, even if I
Mhm.
wasn't dressing him. In high school,
Oh
he can make
yeah.
his own breakfast and all that, but I need to be awake.
Right.
I
Right.
need to at least be half awake,
Couldn't
just
hear.
listening out.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
dude,
Listening now.
dude, it's 10 minminutes before the bus goes. Why are you
Right.
still in the
Oh my
bathroom?
God.
Why
So
why are
flashbacks.
you
Oh
still in the
no. Oh
bathroom?
no.
It's 10 minutes. You need to be
PTSD.
aware. Right.
But yeah, I'm with you on that.
But all I'm saying is that now that my son's up in age, I have all kinds of time to do YouTube shows and be informed and read books and all this stuff. And I treasure it. And I feel, young people have to work hard to make ends meet. But honestly, you can take 30 minutes or an hour to be informed about the people you're putting in office.
I agree.
We Americans, and not just Black Americans, we need to take this voting stuff way more seriously.
How
And
do
if
you
this Trump administration doesn't teach you that, I don't know what will.
never mind, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I already know the answer, so I caught myself on that one. Hey, Miss Brooklyn. Ooh, I'm losing my voice.
Hey, Kimmy. Well, I didn't actually point this out at the beginning of the show because I kind of got caught up. Um, this is more or less a history, oriented thing because we haven't talked history in a while.
Oh, okay.
It's history from, we're coming up on the 250th, next
Yes. You
month
mean
and
it
all that
wasn't
stuff.
Donald
So,
Trump's birthday weekend?
well, we talked about the cage match.
No, I just thought because he was, a doctor, that he also was is
Who?
born on the 250th year. Donald Trump.
Well, Donald Trump's birthday was
I know, a couple weekends back.
last week.
Yeah.
Look, but he is the level of just.
Whew.
I don't think he's a narcissist. He's a megalomaniac.
Yeah,
He just has an
yeah.
outsized ego.
Right,
Of
like it is
course, he's going to
nothing.
conflate his birthday with, the coincidence that he happens to be 80 and president and 250 years. There are people, and he probably even thinks that, this is some providential thing, like God, made me 80 and president, and, it's the 250th.
With the help.
And that's the megalomaniac talking.
Not talking about
But
the help and the medical assistance and tape and bad makeup that's keeping him together.
well,
That
look,
man's
he
sick.
can look any sort of way he wants. My problem is don't start wars and take care of the American people. And I
But
don't think he's not doing a good job at that.
my concern is JD Vance. If something happens to
Well,
this
JD
man,
Vance won't be. I
if
could be
something
wrong, but I don't
happens.
see well, you
Yeah,
know what?
you don't think so? It
That
was
is
his health
that
issue?
is no, you make a good point. I think he's gonna make it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I actually think he'll be fine.
Ooh, I'm
Come
gonna
on,
play the
don't rush.
lottery. I'm gonna play the lot.
Evil,
If you have
evil
hope
out.
like that, I'm gonna tell my sister play the
No,
lottery
no.
tonight.
I'm not having hope. I'm saying, look, evil doesn't die that easily.
No, it don't.
It'll. Hey, those amphibians, they last a
Child, the
while.
lizard people live forever.
So all I'm saying and where I was going is JD Vance. I don't think he has the stuff of being a president. He just doesn't,
I'm
in my
scared.
opinion.
Right, Con? Now look, there we go, Con again. True in this one. If Trump is hospitalized 25th, unless there's an impeachment, there will
That's not
be
gonna.
no
He's not
change.
gonna get impeached.
I know that.
And even if there's an impeachment, there won't be a conviction.
He more like
Democrats won't have the numbers, even if they win the Senate, and that's kind of probably they won't, but they might.
JD Vance gonna make us all wear mascara. Okay, that was a horrible joke, but still. Go ahead.
What's
I
up,
know
Bobby?
you were doing your thing. Let
Oh
me stop.
no. It doesn't. I'm in no rush. So I'm history minded today, as I pretty much always am. So this is Amanpour and Company, Walter Isaacson, who's a historian of sorts in his own way. Ahead of the 250, the U.S. has two diametrically opposed versions of history. Now, I haven't heard this. The next video is going to be a rock solid example of this. Dude, America is bifurcated in so many ways. And history, this patriotic education, the way we do education, it wraps up into the K through 12. Remember the critical race theory being taught in schools and all this stuff? It's ongoing. I think America's biggest problem is the culture war, and it's not going to be won by either side. I'm on the left side of the culture war. You'll have somebody like a Deacon Dave to pick on him on the other side of the culture war. In my personal opinion, and this is going to hurt some feelings, Only dumb people believe that America and the patriotic education and all that stuff, that to me, it's propaganda. And to a certain extent, the left will do the same thing. The only cure is to actually do the work of acquiring knowledge. Left, right, or indifferent, it's up to the individual to figure it out. And I don't know why, because I tend to be a little bit of a lone wolf. And that's kind of because I guess I'm, kind of I don't know, what's the word? An introvert. I take my own counsel, and I do, I listen to other people, but in the end, I know I have to make a decision one way or the other, how my life gets conducted. And I trust my own counsel. And too many people listen and get influenced by people outside of their own brain. I often say I don't have heroes. If I did, the number one would be Frederick Douglass, but my father is my hero. I just got lucky. My mother as well, but my father, I don't know, fathers sometimes, in a traditional Southern Black family, fathers, especially if they're really good fathers, yeah. And he's still around. It took me some years because I could be mouthy.
Mouthy.
Even in my 20s, 30s, and maybe even into my 40s. But in the end, I stopped.
I'm sorry, Stanley. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Okay. In the end, I stopped, if my father says it, even if I disagree with it, I'm just gonna go, yes, daddy. I'm over that. So I was taught, maybe not even directly, but keep your own counsel, but be knowledgeable about stuff so you're your own good counsel. So anyway, let me go ahead and start this video. The link is posted. Kim, if you want to come up, it's good to see you. How have you been? Haven't seen you in a bit. Let's play this. Walter Isaacson talking about two versions of history in the U.S. diametrically opposed.
Back to the show. Thank you. We're about to celebrate our 250th. Why is it important that we have a narrative of our history in order to celebrate our birthday?
This was a country built on an idea that we are each equal to each other and that we are committed to a common project. And in a nation that is built around an idea, not to be able to tell that story, not to be able to call back to that common past, a past that even new arrivals to this country are able to adopt as their own, leaves us unable to come together in any kind of national celebration and leaves the future of that project, I think, uncertain in itself.
Well, you talk about us having a narrative that's sort of based on values rather than being a nation that's based on land and heritage and common backgrounds. Let me read you a sentence from the piece you wrote in The Atlantic. You say, a nation defined by blood and soil, built around a shared religion or ethnicity, can survive divergent narratives. To a country built on an idea, though, and bound together by a shared understanding of our history, the inability to tell a common story might well prove fatal. I mean, fatal, that's a punch of a word. Why could it be the death of us all?
I think that you can look back at previous crises in American history, most notably the decades leading up to the Civil War, where there was a radical disjunction in the stories that Americans told themselves about what the country was and what it stood for. Those can be really hard to resolve. I think a lot of Americans, and I number myself among them, are worried about where the country is at present, concerned that increasing number of Americans no longer believe in this nation's promise, no longer see themselves as part of a single common project, but instead are concerned that there may be more than one narrative that has taken root, that they may be at odds with each other. And that's an incredibly difficult thing to resolve.
Well, wait. Let me go back to that. What if there are indeed lots of different narratives in our nation's history? And what if they are hard to resolve? What then?
Well, I think that there are, in fact, lots of narratives, right? Like Americans think of themselves as parts of many communities. Very few of us have only a single identity to which we subscribe. And it's possible to tell those stories as common threads that are braided together, but they need to braid, right? They need to intertwine and to make out of the rich diversity of American pasts some sort of coherent national project. In the absence of that, if you get, say, two braids that diverge from each other, then the thing pulls apart.
So tell me, what is, in your mind, the national narrative? How do things become coherent?
You know, I think that there are three narratives that are out there at the moment. The one that I think most Americans still subscribe to is one that emerges over the last 50 years. And it says, look, America is a country founded on a set of ideals. Those were good ideals. They are timeless ideals. It's also the case that we have seldom lived up to them, that the 250 years of the American past are a continual struggle in which we measure ourselves against those ideals. On the whole, we've moved forward, and sometimes we have moved backwards. We've applied those ideals unequally to different groups at different times. But the project, the grand American experiment, remains worth pursuing, even if like most aspirational ideals, we don't always live up to the founding vision.
And that was what I think was taught in the 60s, 70s, 80s. Why did that unravel?
You know, it's come under attack from both flanks at once. On the left, there's a revolution that happens in the study of history. The doors to the academy widen. Women are able to enter the historical profession in large numbers. Members of various minority groups enter. This is a wonderful advance for the country. They set about telling many of the forgotten and neglected stories. They set about weaving into the fabric of American history many of the darker episodes that had received insufficient attention. That's a positive development.
This is one of the weirdest things. There is a flaw in the ideals. People want to say something like, well, we haven't lived up to the ideals. The ideals were flawed. I don't understand. And Ted Sturmer said something really interesting. There are, what does he call them? They're, kind of when we deal with American history, there are right nationalists, there are left nationalists in the history field. In the end, even those people, and I think that, those people think America started out, heaven sent. And some people drifted left, some people drifted right, but the ideal, the American creed, which is basically especially the Declaration of Independence and then the Constitution, those are heaven sent documents. They are second only to the Bible. No, stop thinking that. In the Constitution, there are problems. In the Declaration of Independence, there are problems. They're great documents. They founded a great country, but they are not perfect documents. Okay, living up to the ideals, well, maybe the ideals had some flaws, not totally bad, but everything written by humans is going to have problems, especially if you consider them timeless. I just don't get why people can't reason that out. Patriotic education is a fool's errand. Teaching critical thinking is not a fool's errand. And even at this 250th, part of the problem is we think that the start of the 250 years was without flaw. That America is a country founded upon an ideal. The ideal wasn't ideal. If it was, we'd be a perfect country. People just don't seem to get that part. And I don't understand why. Some really smart people just don't seem to get it.
Development. But as time goes on, instead of those being the contrapuntal notes in sort of a national tune, they become dominant. They become the only things that are pursued and taught by some scholars.
Are you referring in some ways to the 1619 project then? Because I know you write about it quite a bit in this piece.
That is an element of the 1619 project, that it looks back and says, you know, the defining moment in American history is the start of slavery, not the Declaration of Independence. And it comes out of a scholarly tradition that has flourished in the previous 30, 40 years that says, the things that are distinctive about America are its wrongs, its sins, that these are the things that differentiate America from other lands and other nations.
So when you talk about the 1619 project, let's make sure people understand that it was a project done by the New York Times and others, a whole group of people that had a big impact in the past 5 or 10 years, right? Explain who did it and what she now says about it.
Well, it was put together by a journalist at the time named Nicole Hannah-Jones. What she did was put together an assemblage of scholars to contribute essays that wouldn't just be about the Black experience in America, but would try to rewrite the American narrative centering the Black experience, not telling a separate story, but retelling the national story from that perspective. In many ways, it reflected the fruits of this new flourishing of scholarship that we get as the diversity of the historians who are telling the American story increases. There's lots of really good history in that project. But on the whole, the frame is that America starts in a dark place and remains a country defined by its injustices. That is the overall thrust of the project.
And this is what Yoni doesn't get. For Black people like me, that's how we see it. Okay, just because it's not a majority opinion, just because you don't see it that way, what the 1619 project revealed to me was how unempathetic, how unsympathetic, and it's not just, the white people, it's some Black people too, a lot more than I ever would have expected. Stop acting like America was founded on that city on a hill. It was not. And the reason there was slavery in the first place was base economics. Okay, America was founded by a company, or at least Jamestown was, and eventually it became a country. The reason there was even an American Revolution was taxation without representation. There were many other reasons, by the way. I don't even think taxation was the number one reason, but let's just go with the popular narrative. These people felt like they were not being treated like elites. The other problem with the founding is the country was founded by elites. Same thing with the Confederacy. It was elites. It was the planter class that fomented, the working class to, fight for them, for a way of life. Stop acting like the elites didn't found this country and they basically made it anti-democratic the best way they could with checks and balances. Stop acting like it wasn't found in darkness. It was. And nobody, like they didn't mention slavery in the Constitution. Well, they didn't want to put slave the word or slavery in a constitution, they knew that it would be hypocritical to do so. So they found ways around basically avoiding using the word. That's dark. We're going to talk about slavery. We're going to compromise on slavery, but we're not going to call it slavery. That's dark. This dude is a clown, and I know who he is, actually. He's a writer for The Atlantic.
And it provokes a furious backlash from the right, which has, in any case, been pushing back against this sort of history for decades, and which says, no, you're getting America all wrong. This is a nation that was conceived with godly purpose. And to the extent that we have sometimes deviated from our high ideals, that's a matter for the footnotes. That the key notes to sound about American history are only the triumphal ones. If we have deviated from our ideals, it's not to say that those conceptions were ever flawed, or that the men who made those mistakes shouldn't be taken to be representative of the American project. We should focus on the things we've done right. And that triumphalist narrative, sort of a hyper-American narrative, comes to take root on the right. And President Trump in his first term, in response to the 1619 Project, launches a 1776 commission that will try to advance a patriotic history. Instead of emphasizing only the bad in American history, it will try to look only at the good. And so you get this sort of downward spiral as the right and the left put forward two diametrically opposed versions of history, and neither one looks anything like what Americans tell us they believe about the past or want to learn about the past. Overwhelmingly, Americans say, our country is complicated. I want to know the bad and the good. I want to grapple with the complexity. I want the full picture. I want the honest truth. That's where most Americans are. It's not the narrative that you can find on either extreme at the moment.
Well, if you say most Americans want the complexity of American history, are you worried about President Trump now, not just in his first term, trying to take things out of everything from the Smithsonian to the national parks and make the history a little bit more sanitized?
I am extremely worried that the man is not a real patriot. If you really love your country, if you believe in the power of the American story, then you don't need to censor it. Then you believe that Americans can know the truth about their country and still love it. And so there's a curious lack of confidence that is on display whenever the president orders explanatory placard taken down, a textbook excised from the curriculum. What is happening there is a sort of curious and fragile approach to the past, one which says Americans are incapable of holding multiple ideas in their head at the same time. They can't understand that we have sometimes fallen short of our ideals. It's dangerous to tell the truth. I don't believe it's ever dangerous to tell the truth. When I talked to Nicole Hannah-Jones at the Times, one of the things that she told me was that patriotism was always a word that she had treated with jaundiced suspicion. She hadn't really understood her father's commitment to raising the American flag until she really started researching the 1619 Project and came across the narratives and statements made by freed people who she would have expected to say, to heck with America, I'm going someplace else and I'm going to leave the land that oppressed me. And instead, what she found them saying was, this is my country and I want to make sure that it lives up to its ideals. And that actually fired the first sparks of patriotism within her. I think that's often the case, that looking back at these darker chapters can be discouraging, but it is also a source of continued inspiration, because even in the darkest moments in our history, there are many people who chose to stand up for the American ideal, chose to fight for it, chose to try to make this country come closer to the vision that it had set.
You talk about how both sides of the far left, the far right, have tried to grab the narrative and make it their own in different ways. And that's caused part of this problem. But you also write about another cause of this problem, which is we quit teaching history. Why did we do that?
It was one of the remarkable things I found researching this was sort of an unexpected downside of the educational reforms in the Bush administration, that the No Child Left Behind reforms. These were intended to make sure that schools throughout the country were not failing their students by imposing national standards and testing rigorously to make sure that schools met them. They agreed on standards for math, they agreed on standards for English. They shoved history to one side, not because they thought it was unimportant, but because it was so fiercely contested, it threatened to sink the entire endeavor. And the, I suppose, predictable result was that schools that started struggling on math or English to meet the standards would cut the classroom time devoted to history and social studies on average by a third in the years right after NCLB passed. That high schools, which had often athletic coaches who had needed to find full-time jobs for, move them out of English and math classrooms and into history classrooms where their performance wasn't going to be evaluated in the same way. The school's funding wouldn't be tied to it. History became sort of the neglected stepchild of our K-12 educational system. And that's not to say that there aren't fine history teachers out there. That there are many who are laboring mightily in America's classrooms. But it is sort of the ironic result of history having been so important to everyone that they couldn't agree on what we should teach, is that history has received fewer resources. History instructors are much less likely to have a degree in the subject that they're teaching than teachers in other subjects. It has become something that really gets short shrift in the educational system.
And so now, as we go into the 250th, give me some examples of where you see the abandonment. These are your words, the abandonment of the effort to tell the American story. And could we have used, I think we missed the chance, could we have used this anniversary celebration to restore that?
We've had two presidential administrations involved in planning the 250th in a heavy way. The Biden administration failed in one direction. Rather than create tentpole unifying events or really try to put any kind of narrative behind the celebration, it leaned in sort of an almost caricature of the progressive approach to these things. It launched a big oral history initiative to ask every American to tell their own story. It created sort of downloadable kits that local organizations, museums, historical societies could use to brand the things that they were going to be doing anyway. Every individual, every community was encouraged to tell the story for itself, but there was really no ability to pull together anything common for fear of what would be excluded, who would be offended. And so there was a total abdication. On the other hand, the Trump administration has come in and it very much loves spectacle. It has wanted to create big events. What it has not had any desire to do is to create unifying events. These events that we've seen so far, like the UFC match on the South Lawn, have been semi-partisan spectacles that put the president right at the heart of it. He's now scheduled to kick off a big state fair here in Washington, D.C. with a speech, putting, again, a more partisan valence. It's a group he personally controls, which has taken over much of the celebrations. A group called Freedom 250 has really seized the funding and the mantle from the congressionally chartered America 250 Commission. And so if the Democrats couldn't think of any unifying story for the country to tell itself, the Trump administration has tacked hard in the opposite direction. It has a story it wants to tell, but it is a narrowly partisan vision and one that excludes many Americans. And so we're left with really an absence of the kind of unifying spectacle. And that's really strange. It's often been the case that these anniversary years have come about in really difficult moments. It's not as if this is a unique challenge. It is a unique failure.
One of the expressions of the partisan forces ripping apart history came with the monument removals and then the backlash to the monument removals. Why did that all occur and what effect did that have?
The protest movements that began by targeting the Confederate memorials took the classic tack of the left through most of American history and said, there are things that are not living up to American ideals. erecting a statue of somebody who took up arms against this country is a betrayal of basic patriotism. That was the initial argument. And it garnered broad public support for the removal of those Confederate memorials. But it very quickly spun well beyond those bounds. And instead of leveling that same critique, it resulted in the removal of many other statues of historical figures for various sins they were said to have committed. And at that point, it sort of jumped over into the kind of narrative of the American past that stresses the sins above the triumphs, that says, to the extent that any particular historical character can be tied to wrongdoing, then that person is no saint and shouldn't be memorialized. But all of our founders were not saints. Very few of us are saints either. And so the holding down in the spasm of iconoclasm of many, many statues left, I think, a great many Americans feeling as if their own understanding of themselves and their country was being threatened. And we saw a sudden and dramatic ebbing of support for that movement and a backlash against it. And now Donald Trump is promising a statuary park with 250 great Americans, including statues of many folks who were removed in that spasm of iconoclasm. So, again and again, we see the cycle of action and counter reaction instead of an effort to bridge the chasm and to find the common things that we can rally around.
Yoni Applebaum, thanks so much for joining us.
Well, Bobby has been very interesting in the chat. Bobby, thank you for reminding me. Folks, support this show by supporting the host. It's Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. I hate the term, by the way, Hump Day, but whatever. I guess I have to use the colloquialism. Support the show by supporting the host. The Sovereign Beer Fund is open for initial public offering as we get towards the Saturday show. So there, well, I even have PayPal. Buy me some beer with Lira. Let's see. Let us thank our first supportee or supporter of the Saturday show. That would be one Mr. Dirty Dude. Salute to you, old friend. Y'all join Dirty Dude Saturday short bus. It would need some gas money. And let us move on. There's something else. Let's see. Stanley, you don't need an education in America. Look at Trump, and he holds the greatest office in the world. Bobby Perkins, if you ever get a chance and Google comes to your mind, look at where Donald Trump graduated from. Donald Trump is an Ivy League graduate. So he's not uneducated. Now, did it take? That's up for debate, but dude is an Ivy Leaguer. Stop thinking he's not. So is Don Jr., and I don't know about the other two kids. The other two older kids. They may be they may be Penn graduates too. Donald Trump has an Ivy League degree. That's the part that I guess if you didn't actually go and do your research, you wouldn't know this. So he didn't just wind up in the White House. Motherfucker's an Ivy Leaguer. Damn. Y'all didn't know that? And he was a transfer student into it. His daddy bought his way into Penn. So let us move on. Again, history being divided. Kevin Roberts is the president or CEO or whatever it is of the Heritage Foundation. He happens to have a PhD in history from University of Texas. His dissertations, his MA and his PhD, both on American study of American slavery. Yet he's the head of the Heritage Foundation. David Blight, Yale history professor, wrote the latest biography of Frederick Douglass. I've read it. It is a great book. It's pretty much legendary by now. So these two talk across the divide about American history. And of course, they are not, absolutely in agreement, other than there is American history. History's interpretation, its narrative, etc. And they just disagree on the narrative. Politely, at least.
Theologians, Jewish theologians.
And
why is that a
there we
problem?
go.
I mean, biblical wisdom is to some extent all over our culture. If you look for it, if you look at thinkers, if you look at historical figures. Now, it's true that politicians will use the Bible here and then avoid it there because it's a lightning rod and all the rest. Presidents, although our current president almost never refers to Scripture, which is curious to me, because all of his predecessors have, as it says in Scripture, and then they throw out some line somebody handed them. But natural law and biblical wisdom, these are sources of all kinds of traditions that Americans use
Agree.
every day.
I'm glad and also not surprised to hear you advocate for that, being familiar with and fond of your work, particularly on Frederick Douglass. No, I mean that. I definitely wanted to say that publicly. It's a tremendous piece of scholarship. Yeah. But to the point, from my vantage point, step outside of the academy and tell you where we encounter the assaults
and academics need to step out of the academy.
Yeah, they do. I mean, and just in the same way,
advocating that everywhere I can.
In the same way that any of us who spend a lot of time in politics, whether we're on the outside and not elected, or our friends who are on the inside and elected, need to spend time outside of that world. It's advice for all of us. But back to natural law and biblical wisdom, where we encounter that is in our policy work, particularly at the state level. So in addition to the federal policy advocacy we do, we're engaged in a couple dozen state legislatures. And on one issue in particular, we will hear explicitly challenges to any reference by us toward natural law or biblical wisdom, and it's on transgender ideology. It's basic, just to sum up here for succinctness, whether it is in a deep red legislature or a purple legislature, basically there are many on the left, not all, who say you can't even invoke that. Those are not acceptable sources. That's what prompted that phrase.
The transgender issue prompted that phrase because you've encountered
that. The problem with needing to revitalize natural law and biblical wisdom is not exclusive to that issue, but I wanted to give you a helpful example of where we encounter that most commonly.
Okay. I wish, in my wishful mind, that every American could read Abraham Heschel on the prophets. I wish every American had to read Reinhold Niebuhr. I wish every American had to read some of the great Catholic theologians.
We would all be better educated.
I've always had a hankering for theology, but as a source of knowledge, as a source of ideas and thoughts. Now, you've been attacking liberalism. Last night's lecture was all about.
Well, that's what I was asked to do, right? The resolution was why liberalism has failed. I couldn't exactly show up and do something other than that.
You couldn't, and you gave it 12 points. I like that. I actually wrote my own 12 defenses, but that's another story.
I was curious what you were thinking. Thank you for sitting in the audience. No, genuinely.
I'm so glad I was there. But isn't one of the great contributions of liberalism, if we go back to a kind of tradition of liberalism out of the 18th century into the 19th century and beyond, that it has equipped us to make sense of what is universal and then what is particular. It's equipped us to have an empathy for, understanding that what might be universal about us as humans, our nature, and then what is particular that often divides us, whether it's religion or politics or ideology or nation. It's liberalism that finally equipped people to do that burst them out of their own utterly singular religious or nationalistic traditions. Isn't that a great contribution of liberalism?
I would agree happily that that's a contribution of liberalism. But I would say, and I don't mean this in an argumentative way, but again, chronology is important here. We could see evidence of that in not just the New Testament, but the Old Testament. That there's certainly an understanding through the laws of the Hebrews that there's something universal that God, in their view, has written on us. But then there are also particulars, the tribes of Israel.
Oh yeah,
and so. I think
and
that's
laws,
yeah,
rules.
right. I think that's true. And in the same way, I think it's true that by the late 18th century and maybe more of a particularly secular setting, liberalism brought that. But I guess the key point that I would make here for people who were not in attendance of the debate last night, the claim that I was making, and I was not convinced otherwise, is that that's not the liberalism that's the problem. The liberalism that's the problem, which really was the focus of the resolution, was what I call a more radical liberalism that's emerged since the 1960s and 70s that I see is largely departing from that tradition. Now, I don't think that story's entirely written yet because we're in the middle of it, but that's the liberalism that I'm attacking, as opposed to, say, what I would almost put into as a conservative classical liberalism.
You're worried about the liberalism that leads to self-righteousness, that leads to certainties, that leads to the idea that
in a way
we have the right knowledge, you don't.
That's one symptom.
Well, we deserve the critique on that, and that's one of the reasons vast numbers of Americans don't trust universities. I understand that. That isn't even in dispute. Well, it is in dispute because
it was last night.
Well, plenty of academics who don't want to face it, don't want to admit it, and I'm one of the. I want to read another quote that comes directly out of your writings of this past year. It comes right after the idea of biblical wisdom and natural law. This is why the left fails, you say. They build utopias on a foundation of sand, pretending that the soul doesn't matter, pretending the past can be erased, pretending the truth is only a social construct. That's an interesting summary of the kind of edges of excess that have happened, let's say, since the 60s, if you want. But do you really believe that's what most liberal thinkers, writers, even politicians believe, that there's no soul, that we don't care about a soul? I mean, many of us use poets, we use music, we use, your work on slaves. How did they survive without knowing they had a soul? And I, if the left has failed because it only builds utopias that don't believe that we have a soul, well, then we deserve our fate. But I don't think that's true.
I'm glad to hear you, and not surprised to hear you say that.
Don't give me the credit. I think no. I'm speaking for a wide swath of historians.
But I'm talking to you today, so I'm going to give you the credit that you don't put yourself in that category. But my concern, and it's just a genuine concern, is there's a growing number of people on the left for whom I believe that's true. And again, the evidence that I point to is in my work now as a policy leader, and whether it's in the Obama years or the Biden years, the policies coming out of either the administration or the Democratic Congresses too often were predicated upon getting religion totally out of the policy, so that the state, as I made the claim last night, is going to be the replacement to that. That's the context for that statement. I wish it
you
were
said
true.
that we have made the state our God.
I think that's true.
False God. Well,
I think it was really true under COVID.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, you and I knew coming into this conversation, cheerfully, we were going to agree to disagree on some things.
This is fun of it.
I'm having a ball.
Me too.
I look forward to having many conversations.
But that last point about pretending the truth is a social construct. Now, I lived through postmodernism, as you probably came of age with it.
Yeah.
And I had all kinds of colleagues doing close readings of this and close readings of that, and everything was just your own reading, your own truth. Authors didn't matter. I mean, that was all nonsense. And nobody believes that anymore among historians to speak of. Now, you can find a lot of cultural studies folks in wherever, American studies.
It's definitely worse.
Oh, I don't know that it's worse now.
No, worse than in the history profession. I would readily acknowledge that.
Perhaps indeed. But that old postmodern set of ideas that, there was no real truth and on and on and on was always nonsense. We got frightened about it because I remember being in a working group when I taught at Amherst College. It was mostly philosophers, literature people, and so on and so on. We were reading all these French theorists. And one night we were, I won't say who we were reading. And we spent 2 hours just saying, what does this mean? What does that mean? What's your reading of this and reading of that? I remember going home, and it was the night of the World Series earthquake. When San Francisco, the bridge broke and everything. And I thought, there's something more important in this world than our close readings of this nonsense. Anyway, so I think that's a false sacred cow you're trying to kill there. This idea that historians don't believe that truth is only. In fact, you know what? Donald Trump has brought the word truth back, and we can thank him for that.
Well,
we're fighting over truth now, and we're willing to use the word. In my life, in the last 10 years, I never heard my own tribe use the word truth as much as before.
I'm really glad to hear you say that. And no, I mean genuinely. But let me say something. 2 things, and it's each point is about.
This is actually an interesting conversation. Again, one has a PhD in history and is basically like a politician, think tank president. You could call him basically kind of like not a politician, but an influencer, political influencer. David Blight, university professor. He's the one on the left, history professor, writer, all that stuff. And they're disagreeing. Perfect left versus right view of American history. They agree on some things. They don't agree on other things. But this might be the perfect example of 2 elites disagreeing. Bobby, you might note that there's no Joe the plumber at the table. This country has always been about elites, and they try every now and again to give no tax on tips, just so the working folks don't rebel. They need to stay in office.
Generations. There has been a generation of history PhDs minted with that postmodern nonsense. Now, not all of them subscribe to it, but that is a reality. And the second thing that I will observe is that wouldn't you acknowledge that there's a generational difference between your generation of historians, which would be, the generation of mentors of me, and those of us who came after your generation, which is to say that those of us came of age in my generation and the generation younger were more prone to that postmodern nonsense. And our point at Heritage is, as they have become tenured, and some of them have gotten positions in museums, that they have had a much more damaging impact on historical interpretation than you might realize, because from the very beginning, you've said this is nonsense. You'd rather pay attention to a baseball game with an earthquake.
Yeah, but I've worked on museum exhibitions. I worked on both the exhibitions at the New York Historical Society about slavery in New York, which kind of revolutionized that museum.
Sure.
And on and on and on and on and on. And I worked with Lonnie Bunch in Chicago when he was there, and then in Washington, D.C. And I don't remember ever sitting on a museum planning committee where somebody said, can't we fold this into a relative truth? No, we were looking for what are some facts we can put on the wall and then effectively present it, which usually meant videos and all the things you got to do in museums. I just don't think that took over museums to the extent, maybe here and there, and certainly with art museums. I mean, art is a different category to some extent than what's on the walls of a history museum.
Don't you think the Montpelier example is a particularly absurd one, though?
Well, what? Because they're doing more on slavery there than they are on Madison and the Constitution?
Yeah, I mean, they're doing virtually nothing on Madison.
Okay,
and the
well, they should be doing both.
Okay, and that's our claim is you do both.
Yeah,
we're not saying do the Constitution and not the slavery. Okay.
And Monticello has done remarkably. You can visit Monticello and still come away. At least the last time I was there a couple of years ago, you can go to Monticello and still come away realizing, my God, this Jefferson was a multiple kind of genius. But my God, now you're going to learn about Mulberry Row.
Yeah, and that
And Sally
interpretation is
Hemings
fantastic.
and-
But
yeah.
there was a, I don't know how long, 4, 5, 7 years,
Mhm.
something like that, when it actually had overcorrected.
Maybe
and
a little.
some friendly pressure from the outside, including from Heritage,
Mhm.
because we always want to diagnose a problem but offer a
I
solution.
was on that board.
Help
I didn't know
them
I didn't know we were getting pressured by you.
Well, I know they were feeling it because I got a
Okay.
couple of letters and phone calls.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. I'm not on that board
But
anymore.
let me also say, so that your
Yeah.
audience doesn't think that I'm just here to throw stones at the history profession.
Yeah.
One example of, I think, practically perfect historical interpretation of the early American era is Mount Vernon. My longtime friend, Doug Bradburn, we went to early Atlantic history seminars together as we were finishing our PhDs, has run Mount Vernon for a while.
Yeah.
They interpret slavery. They interpret all the other contributions or the contributions of Washington. It's a great example of how I think any American, regardless of their background, could be proud when they step away from
And
Mount Vernon.
Washington is a richly complicated human being. He
Indeed.
really is. And you know, and he's actually holding up pretty well.
He
if you
is.
think about
It's
it.
remarkable.
I just, I've been to a couple of conferences of late, and sure enough, there are constitutional historians who will argue that he was actually the most important person at the Constitutional Convention because of his presence. And
Makes
so on.
sense.
I don't deny that.
We even have Washington statues around. The radical left hasn't
They
torn them
haven't
all
been
down.
torn down, and they shouldn't. They shouldn't. The whole statue and monument thing we lived through was very interesting, but it had its excesses and it had its important successes, frankly. All right, let me ask you this. On the big level, the macro level, kind of generalizations that we had to do last fall in our course called Erica 250. You've argued now, and the Heritage has made a big deal out of arguing that we're now entering a new American golden age.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Yeah. Well, depends on who you ask. But a golden age arguments for golden ages have always needed the dark age before them. Okay?
We call that Obama and Biden.
I know you do. Many other Americans would say that was fruition of hopes they didn't believe they'd ever live to see. That was
Let me tell you something here. I think David Blight, and this is part of the problem with the American left. We want to be all polite and cozy and have civil conversations with people like Kevin Roberts, and that's a fool's errand. Okay, dude, you're going to say something all idealistic and philosophical that you don't know the light from if you don't have the dark and all that. And of course, a political operative like Kevin Roberts is going to mention Obama and Biden as the dark. Dude, we fucking play into these people's hands instead of, dude, if you're going to punch, I'm going to counterpunch. Got to stop this foolishness. Stop respecting these people. If they give respect, you give respect. But if they come up like if I was being good faith like David Blight and all of a sudden Kevin Roberts brings up Obama and Biden and makes this talk political, well, you know what? It happens on this panel all the time. Look, I'm willing to have the good faith conversation. I'm willing to engage the erudition. But dude, if you come up talking like a Seymour with bullshit, I can come up with as much bullshit. Dude, I can talk erudite or I can literally talk shit too. Dude, I'm black from Savannah, Georgia. We used to call it checking back then, shit, I've been doing this shit since I was 7, 8 years old. They used to do it in the second grade. We'd be right out there in the schoolyard in a circle, fucking going back and forth with what we call roasting. These are 7, 8-year-olds doing it. And, there'd be some older kids there too. I went to an all black Catholic school. So you'd have all these kids, checking each other in the schoolyard. I was, too young to play basketball with the big kids. So we just sit there and fucking roast each other. And I've been doing it since I was just barely in school. I feel real comfortable. We can do erudite or we can talk shit, and I'm going to win either way. I stand a better chance of losing in an erudition contest than I do fucking going back and forth roasting. I don't lose roasts, especially on my panel. Put your dumb ass in the back and I'm going to win. So there we go.
The day when Obama got the victory and stood on that stage, what was it? 51% of Americans cried for one reason and 49% cried for another.
Although many of us who didn't vote for him ever were certainly proud that this country elected an African-American president.
Yeah.
I wish that his legacy, and I mean this respectfully of him as a person and former president, is a really important point for those of us on the right.
This is literally why I don't respect people like Kevin Roberts. Listen to this motherfucker. And he literally is saying what MAGA blacks say. Listen to this. This is a racist perspective if I ever heard one, but it's in a room full of books and it sounds sophisticated.
He squandered an opportunity to, I think, home in on some long-standing socioeconomic issues since the so-called war on poverty that hit African Americans in particular. And I lament that he didn't do that given his popularity.
Right. And some of us lament that he didn't.
Listen to this goddamn subtle racist. So a black president should have focused on black economic problems. Dude, David Blight should have fucking returned fire. There are more white people who are poor and drug-addled. Why haven't the white presidents? They've had 250 goddamn years. There's only been one black president. The other 46 were white. Why didn't they even fix poverty for the poor whites? Why should a black president concentrate on poor blacks when the white presidents don't concentrate on the poor whites? Why is he sitting there blushing and flustered and all this shit? Dude, Kevin Roberts should have fucking been destroyed on that racist point. Black president should solve black problems. White presidents didn't solve white problems.
Prosecute anybody on Wall Street. But listen, that dark age that you're positing is essentially what, from the New Deal on, or the 60s on?
Really Woodrow Wilson on.
Okay, you don't like Wilsonian internationalism either. I know that. But,
I don't like Woodrow Wilson, period.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of reason to be skeptical of Woodrow Wilson. But there are millions of Americans who found their liberties, the right to vote, access to education, access to a cleaner environment, access to public schools, access to politics, electoral politics, access to this American dream, a growing middle class that came out of what you all are calling a dark age.
No. You're calling it a dark age. Remember, it's your claim that you just posited.
No, you've argued that we are coming out of a dark age. That's a term you've used.
About Obama and Biden. I'm not calling everything, all the achievements that you just listed that go back the better part of a century as part of a dark age. I'm talking, as I talked about last night, time's very important.
You're pinning all this on Obama and Biden?
I'm pinning it on the last generation of the left. I'm not pinning it on the great achievements that both the left and right had something to do with.
So you like Hubert Humphrey? He's a classic New Dealer.
I can respect him. The point is,
How about Walter Mondale?
I can respect him. He's a goofball. Yeah, it's true, isn't it? The last 20 or 25 years, there's been an intensification of the radicalism of the left that not only, in some cases, not yours for sure, explicit.
Dude, this motherfucker is talking about the radicalism of the left when there was a January 6th. You can't do one without the other. One's peanut butter, the other is chocolate. And let's talk about Occupy Wall Street. That wasn't just a leftist thing. Dude, David Blight is letting this fucking Republican, this MAGA op just talk shit. And look at David Blight here. He's just going, dude, stop trying to be reasonable. Go after this punk. And by the way, Kevin Roberts, the guy on the right in the white shirt, he is head of the Heritage Foundation. He is literally the architect of Project 2025. So he is the Trump administration's architect, the second Trump administration. So, dude, David Blight being con here, dude, I would fucking make this dude want to rage quit.
Targets the cohesion, the unity we're trying to build in the golden age. But then the second part of this, and this is important in my assessment, as you know from last night, they attack the very meaning of the human person. We have a member,
Go ahead.
We have a member of the Supreme Court who in her confirmation hearing said that because she wasn't a biologist, she couldn't define what a woman was. I think if Hubert Humphrey or Walter Mondale were sitting on that dais, they would have laughed out loud over the absurdity of that. That's the difference between a liberalism that, I can disagree with but still respect, versus a liberalism that is on the attack. And that's the dark age from which this golden age is being born.
The only thing people should know about Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson is that she answered that question that way?
No, but it sure is a very important thing to know. Unlike the New York Times, which does the opposite and doesn't want people to know that at all.
Well, that could be because it's not her finest moment, perhaps, but she also did a brilliant job of schooling her colleagues on the court about the meaning of Section 1 of the 14th Amendment.
You call that schooling?
I call that schooling, because then now they're about to rule on birthright citizenship. And whoa, if that goes, not sure I want to live in that society without Section 1 of the 14th Amendment.
So you would be unwilling to live in the 200 some countries that don't have birthright citizenship? It's that important to
I think
what
it's
we
a
are.
huge achievement of the American people. It came out of emancipation. I think it's one of the key umbrellas that holds this society together. That and the Bill of Rights.
Ending birthright citizenship, which should happen and I think will happen, does not deny the importance of emancipation.
No. But birthright citizenship came about for reasons.
So may I ask
and
you a
those
question?
reasons still exist.
Heartfelt, and I'm genuinely interested in your response to this.
Sure.
Because it's related. This is why at Heritage we've been arguing for the end of birthright citizenship. Is it good that as we sit here, we have the highest percentage of non-native born people living in this country in our history? Is that a good thing?
It could be.
What would make it good? If they assimilate, if they desire that they actually want to be here, come here legally?
Most do.
Maybe, but we've had 11
They do
million.
a lot of jobs the rest of us don't.
Sure, but even before like material things, I'm interested in their desire to be part of this place. This real place that is the United States.
Don't you think most immigrants are the most patriotic Americans?
Some of the most patriotic people I know are immigrants, but it doesn't necessarily follow that the 11 million plus illegal aliens are in that group. I think we have to have a reckoning about that.
Yeah, well, we are having it.
That's why we're in the beginning of a golden age.
Oh boy. This is so important that we're doing this because we are demonstrating that one of the most fundamental problems we have in America is that educated people really disagree. We're living in a political culture where that's true now. Let me we got another 10 minutes at least. Let me throw up another big, huge question here. Place of the United States in the world, which is, of course, a historical question. Since World War II, 75 years and more, the United States shaped the world order. We had to. We had a lot of choice about that.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness. And left and right agreed on that, right?
And part of that was NATO.
Sure.
Why destroy it?
Why are you asking me that question? I don't want to destroy NATO.
Because I think Heritage has supported. I mean,
no, actually,
President Trump has
not to be argumentative, but that's incorrect. Heritage is an advocate for NATO. What you might be thinking about is that we are big advocates for reforming NATO.
Yeah.
In particular, one thing which President Trump deserves credit for,
the money.
Which is the money. If the American taxpayer is going to spend 3.5%, 4%, maybe 5% of our GDP on defense, then every member country of NATO should do the same.
But then why go to Munich as Vice President Vance did and others and humiliate the Europeans?
Oh, they were only humiliated because he was over the target. Because what he diagnosed with wonderful candor is that they've gotten two things for free because of the American taxpayer. They've gotten their defense for free, with the exception of the Brits and the Poles and the Baltic states. And the second thing they've gotten for free is the massive expansion of their welfare state because they didn't have to spend money on the defense. Isn't it good in America that we maintain alliances, especially via NATO, especially right now as we sit here with this new conflict with Iran, and that it isn't the American taxpayer who has to shoulder 85 or 90% of that burden? I would think.
Look at this picture. You got the man on the right preaching authoritatively, and you got David Blight sitting here, like a kid in the corner being bashed with his arms folded. Dude, you got to push back. This dude is talking shit, and it's narrative. It's not history he's talking right now. It's polemics. You gotta out polemicize him.
And I mean this genuinely, David. I would think that friends on the left, you chief among them, would say that's a good thing. And it might be something we would be intellectually honest enough to give Trump credit for.
But we don't have any allies anymore.
Say that again?
We don't have allies anymore.
Oh, that's not true. I travel Europe all the time.
Yeah.
And they're so desperate to remain our allies.
Well, they need us.
They ask us all the time, what can we do to show that we're better friends to the United States? And the only exception to that is this goofball socialist Sanchez, the prime minister of Spain. And he is all of those things.
I know. He's a whipping boy.
But I'm not using him as an example for the rest of Europe because in our experience at Heritage, working with these governments, left, right, and center, they want to maintain that friendship with the United States. And they actually, after a year plus of Trump's second term, understand what he means, which is that they need to pull their own weight in order for us to consider them to be good allies.
All right. I want to go with one more question to get you to defend it, and then maybe find something we can really agree on here. Maybe. And again, in your writings, especially when you...
Thanks. Again, this guy, David Blight, he's got to push back. Stop this polite stuff. And, this is like a Yale University thing. It wouldn't matter. You can't let this dude out polemicize you.
Talk about foreign policy, talk about strategic realism. And then you say, America first, I'm quoting, but war last. Now, I know the answer can be, well, you do war when you have to, but then why Iran now? If war is last, and why not Ukraine?
Yeah, very fair question. Iran now, because although I want this to be, we at Heritage want this to be a matter of weeks, not even a matter of months. We have, as you may know, among circles of the political right, led in the last few years the effort for our national security to be more restrained. And we're hopeful that that's the case in Iran. But why now? Because this is a war that's been going on against the United States, one of its best allies, Israel, even Britain sometimes since 1979. And I genuinely credit Donald Trump, whom I know to be almost a pacifist. And I say that as a compliment, as a serious Roman Catholic who hates war, and where I often am kindred spirits with friends on the left. And he has tried mightily with every kind of diplomatic solution. And this was the last resort. Why Iran and not Ukraine? It goes back to the exchange we just had on NATO, which I hope was helpful in understanding our position, that at the same time, Europeans, especially the German and French governments, were wagging their finger at conservatives in the United States that we needed to support the Ukraine military aid package, which we didn't at Heritage, even though we wanted Ukraine to prevail, obviously, because it didn't have any transparency, it didn't have a strategic mission outlined by the president or leaders of Congress. They were importing natural gas and oil from the transgressor, Russia. So we thought that that double standard was absurd.
Yeah, hardly the first time.
But if we're going to
taking some things from an enemy and then trying to.
But if we're going to repeat a hypocrisy, we're certainly going to call it out at Heritage, and there's your explanation.
Well, I agree with you and many others that Americans are starving for belonging, community. I also think they're starving for knowledge, history.
Out on a limb, this is the Gilder Lehman Center for the Study of Slavery, Resistance, and Abolition. It's a Yale outfit. So the link is in the show notes, but I'll drop this specifically. The Gilder Lehman Center is what David Blight, the guy on the left, direct, because he's a scholar of I think he's a scholar of the Civil War or Reconstruction or something, but you know, they all kind of study slavery, I guess.
We can agree on all of those things.
But I don't think we wouldn't agree that Americans can take it. I'm convinced. They can go into a museum and see an exhibition on lynching. They can go into a museum and see an exhibition on Native American genocide. They can go into a museum and walk through an exhibition on the First Lady's gowns because they're fascinated with it. And then go to the exhibition on slavery. They can do that. They can walk and chew gum. They can do those two things at once. So why attack the freedom of choice, the free speech, the basic liberties of professionals trained to do this? Sure, there's some restraints and there's some oversight. That's why you have a board of regents. That's why the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court's on it, so on, and the vice president. There's quite a lot of oversight of the Smithsonian. But why use it as a whipping boy to take down, I think, to take down the practice of history as you and I were trained in it? That executive order, March 27, 2025, is a declaration of war on the practice of history.
It's a declaration of war on unacceptable revisionist history, not the kind of history revising that happens by nature of each generation of historians looking at the same sources, having some interpretation, but it's a war on the politicization of history. And if you're going to characterize that, and I mean this very cheerfully to my newfound friend, I mean that, if you're going to characterize that as an assault on the entire history profession, then I'm sorry to tell you, my friend, that that's a straw man, because that's not what it is. And where this conversation could produce a respectful suggestion, some real fruit, is to have more conversations like this so that members of the history profession.
No, I agree with that.
Members of the history profession can understand that those of us who are advocating for that additional oversight of the Smithsonian aren't attacking anything. We're actually trying to defend and restore.
Okay. Well, tell that to Lonnie Bunch and many of his staff.
I would be happy to if he would take a meeting with me.
Well, okay. Let me see what I can do about that. I don't have any direct
David,
control over that.
As you know, I will meet with anyone, anywhere, on any
And
topic
I
to talk
respect
about
that
the future of
about
America.
you. I truly do. Now, a couple last things here. In a speech you made in 2022, I think it was to the the conservative movement convention. What's that called? The
CPAC.
CPAC, I guess it was.
You've never been?
No, I haven't been invited.
I'll work on that too.
All right, fine. No, I could. I'll sit in the back in my Tigers cap and just be quiet.
Have your AirPods in?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Listening to some probably liberal podcast.
Fair.
But you gave a speech and you said, the barbarians are inside now. You used the term barbarians. Now we all can throw that word around, but the barbarians are inside our institutions. Last night you said that Governor Spanberger of Virginia is the Soviet governor of Virginia. Why such rhetoric?
Cam, colleges have been producing content for like 10 or 20 years, ever since there was an internet. MOOCs, they've got these, a lot of colleges produce something called MOOCs, which you can even take some of these courses and get certificates in. They've been doing it for 20 years. So colleges have been like Microsoft, a lot. I mean, you can get certificates from Microsoft, certain IT certifications and stuff. You can do it online. Surprised that you're just noticing this now.
Well, where does that get us? You and I have had this very reasonable, interesting conversation. Why call liberals barbarians? If you don't expect that certain Trumpists are going to be called the same.
Sure. Well, I wasn't calling all liberals barbarians. I was referring specifically to liberals, I would say radical left, who have proven Gramsci correct. They've marched. They've marched through the institutions and co-opted them, and the history profession has been beset with that. There are other academic disciplines for which that's been worse. But last night I cited the Boy Scouts, I cited the military, especially under Biden and Obama being sort of a social laboratory for DEI experiments. That's what I mean by barbarians. You obviously are not a barbarian.
No,
but no, you're not. You clearly
I have
not.
tendencies, I think.
I mean, I'm even aware that sometimes you write things about me that might be a little hot rhetoric, but that's part of the good fun.
Sure,
Fair question.
Sure. Okay.
Rhetoric's important. I mean it when I said last night that the new governor of Virginia is a Soviet. She's
running an apparatchik to some kind of communist ideology.
CIA. I mean, maybe so. But think, for example, what has happened with our fellow American Stephanie Minter. Who was killed by a Sierra Leone national who'd been arrested 30 times. And I know we agree on the basics of this. The concern that I have beyond the tragedy of Miss Minter's loss of life is that the governor, Spanberger, the Soviet, has refused to work with ICE to bring this man to justice. That is unacceptable. And I remember a day coming of age as a conservative when I respected a lot of people on the left. I mentioned Moynihan, who's one of my political heroes.
Right.
Growing up in Louisiana, two senators, U.S. senators for a long time were J. Bennett Johnston and Russell Long, and then John Breaux.
Right.
Disagreed with them some, but there were men and women on the left who.
How about the Landrews?
They're in a different category.
They're the new generation.
They're a different category. But the point is that I'm more than happy to find common ground. You clearly are. But when Spanberger is doing things like that, it tells me she is not cut from your cloth.
Oh, I don't know. She's pretty moderate. I don't know. Maybe she's not cut from my cloth. That doesn't matter. She got elected in Virginia decisively. Let me throw one other thing at you, and then I am going to end on something maybe we agree on. Some of us have argued, I have, at least 2 op-eds, that what Trumpism was could still be, is a kind of lost cause. And by that I mean, thinking historically, I've studied other lost causes. If you think of the French after the Franco-Prussian War, the Germans after the Great War, the First World War, and of course the American South in the wake of the Civil War. Lost causes are usually ideologies that have to experience loss. In many cases, terrible loss. The greatest lost causes have come out of the loss of war. great sacrifice. Now, the Trumpism didn't have that necessarily, but it lost an election in 2020. It built itself again on what most reasonable people agree was, you know where I'm going, a big lie.
Oh, I knew where you were going as soon as you invoked the lost cause business.
Sure.
I could write the script.
All right. Now, January 6th was a desecration of one of the most sacred spaces in America, the Capitol. The defense of that is a desecration. The pardoning of all those people, many Americans believe, is a desecration of whatever you want to call it, rule of law. Now, the difference here is that this lost cause won its way back into power almost immediately. It makes it unique.
It's not so lost, is it? So maybe it wasn't a lost cause to begin with.
Not yet. But it has the ingredients of the kind of, I think, we could debate this endlessly.
We might.
No, that's what are fun.
I'll hear you.
You could debate endlessly whether it has the ingredients long term of a lost cause. The lifeblood of a lost cause is that it's always it's an ideology seeking a history. It's trying to find a history that justifies beliefs, justifies a story, which is what the Confederate lost cause became. What about that? Now, you obviously don't believe that.
Sure.
But long term could still be.
I'll posit just for the sake of a good conversation, which we've been having. But on this thread, although I disagree with a couple of things you said, including January 6th, some of the details of that. But that aside, that I understand why you're, given your own politics, trying to make sense of the Trump MAGA movement through that particular lens. But I would say, number one, it's by definition not a lost cause. The election was won in 2024 by a majority of the popular vote. The movement that Trump and Vance lead is ascendant in American politics. Even, for example, if the midterms go sideways for the Republican Party, the Democrats in 2028 are likely to nominate someone so far to the left and out of step with American center.
Don't disagree with that.
That it's still likely that this movement will be ascendant. And so, without being at all argumentative or hopefully not pedantic, I just don't see that in the lost cause. And the last point that I would make is to push back on the notion that your claim that the MAGA movement's looking to build a history that doesn't quite exist. What the MAGA movement is reacting to is something that's very real. There are Americans across the entire political spectrum, your background in Flint, Michigan, similar to mine in Louisiana, who feel forgotten.
Oh, yeah.
Forgotten by whom?
Yeah.
Elites on the left, the right, the center, they don't care. They're very apolitical. And Trump tapped into that.
He did. Yeah.
And for those of us on the right who are trying to build a movement that is rooted in conservative principles and uses a few populist tactics, not the politics of grievance. We have no desire to be engaged in that at history, at heritage. Sure. But we want correctives. We want correctives to what the left has done in running roughshod over our institutions. I think the movement is ascendant, and it's why we think that we're at the beginning of a golden age.
I'm not predicting anything.
I probably shouldn't. I tell people as a historian, you should trust me to predict.
Yeah, we don't do that, and then you get asked to do it all the time. But you're right, 2028 could backfire if Democrats don't have their act together.
But it's also I'm not suggesting it's a slam dunk for the right.
No.
The country is way too split to be making those prognostications.
But here, let's end on this one thought here. Public schools. I'm a total product of public schools, public universities. I was lucky to grow up when Flint, Michigan had actually a terrific public school system. I wouldn't have an education, I'd be nowhere. 79 roughly % of Americans attend a public school, public university, community college every day. I think the public school may be the most democratic institution the United States ever created. It made the middle class after World War II. We got to save them.
Agreed, Harley.
Yeah,
we agree 100% on this.
Yeah, well, how to do it is the question.
That's right, and that's sometimes where some differences.
And you have advocated the destruction of the Department of Education
as a way of saving the public school, because I think it's the most noble of many noble promises we make as Americans.
And it's envied, frankly, in parts of the world.
It used to be envied more.
Yeah, but only 10% of the budgets of public schooling comes from the federal government. 90% is still local. It still comes from the communities that trying to educate their own kids. So just destroying the Department of Education is going to save public schools. We need a Marshall Plan. We need a moonshot for the public schools. I've been saying that every chance I get. I don't have as wide a canvas as you do and many others. A moonshot for public schools. I thought Joe Biden might do that. Just
There was
do
a
it.
time you would have thought he might have.
Yeah, do it. Because Americans love their public schools, even though they complain about them all the time. I don't like this teacher. I don't like that emphasis on athletics. I don't like this. I don't like that.
They complain about private schools too.
Oh,
Just
of
sort
course
a
they
nature
do.
thing.
Of course they do. But I don't know that we're going to solve our polarization just because of public schools. I don't think we can. But we've got to find a consensus to not just save, but refurbish public schools because they are the future.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, before I ask you a question, if I may, that in addition to public schools, we want to be sure that private schools and homeschooling and micro schools and all the other innovations can continue to grow as well.
Yeah.
We at Heritage, we're all of the above. Like you, I only attended public schools from pre-kindergarten all the way through my doctoral work. So I'm very fond of them. As I tell people, at Heritage, we're conservatives, not libertarians. So we support the public schools. My question for you, and it's a genuine one, when you say moonshot or Marshall Plan, would you say that from your vantage point, part of that has to be additional investments? Because the reason that raises my eyebrow is, I mean, the United
I know
States.
you don't like that. But
well, the reason I don't like it
that.
is not because I'm opposed to investing in it, obviously. I've just explained that. It's that we spend per capita like top 3 or 4 or 5, and in any given year, it might actually be top in the world. And so that
on education,
that leads directly to all sources of education spending. That leads directly to the critique we have of education spending broadly, which I mentioned last night. And that is, since 2010 or 2012, roughly the last 15 years, that 3/4 of education spending has been on non-instructional staff.
Yeah. Oh no, I agree.
If we're gonna,
I was a public high school teacher.
Oh, that's right.
I knew a lot of assistant principals.
Yeah, that's the point. And so I would be very happy to sit down with you and build out that Marshall Plan if we can accept that issue. And then we will thinking about the principle of subsidiarity, I'm rather fond of, we'll let people at lower levels, state, local level, who will be block granted money from the federal government, from the former Department of Education, to then be in charge of education. Our premise, and I'll end with this comment or this observation, our premise is that when you do that, looking at 79 research studies that we at Heritage have done or others have done in collaboration with us, that educational attainment begins to improve. There is a magic in competition, which actually benefits the existing public school. And that's the system that we're trying to build.
Yeah. No, but there are ways to do this. There have been ways in the past to do this. It's going to need a politics, though. I mean,
it will.
And ferocious politics. And I don't know quite how that's going to happen. I don't see it coming from your party. I mean, the Republican...
Even with all the embracing and leading on universal school choice, which is, I think, one part of the answer. It's not the magic bullet.
It can't be the ultimate answer.
But it's
what's going to happen to all those black schools in Chicago and in L.A. and the Hispanic schools and how are you going to save them when they don't have resources?
Well, we want to save the students. I don't mean to be overly dramatic by saying school choice will do that, but those African-American students, Hispanic students will go to schools that are serving them better than the existing public school. And our research shows, our acquaintance, Dr. Jay Green, has done a lot of studies that show where school choice has been implemented, that the educational attainment of all demographic groups in proximate public schools actually goes up. So that's what would happen.
I saw the implementation of magnet schools when I was in Flint in the 1970s.
Different animal, right?
They are a different animal. All right, last thought, and let's end on this. I think we agree with America has to save its public schools somehow. But Immanuel Kant once asked the question, what is enlightenment? and he said, "Dare to know." Dare to know. I've been thinking about that a lot as I read about what's going on at Smithsonian, the national parks, taking down exhibitions at the National Park Service willy-nilly. This assault, frankly, on historical practice. Dare to know, even when it troubles you. I think ought to be our motto.
I live that every day. I'd hope that all
Really?
of our all of our friends on the left do as well, because it sounds like there is a problem with daring to know when the duly elected president of the United States exercising what you have no quibbles with saying is his constitutional authority to exercise oversight on a project that I think has been too politicized, dare to know that maybe, just maybe, Donald Trump is right about this one.
Well, maybe, just maybe, it's his White House that is actually politicizing this issue. We can agree to disagree on that.
On a general level, I don't think that this White House is, but on a general level, we have to be mindful as historians of politicization from both sides. Happily agree on that, but I don't think that's what's happening in this case.
Well, Kevin, I spared you my 12 responses to how liberalism failed.
Well, let's do that one day. Maybe we'll host you
do
here
that
as we
one
talk
day,
about
and
it.
I'll have 12 ways that liberalism changed America for the better. Social Security, among many, many other things. But that in the next podcast, we'll take that one
I'll
up.
save my response for the next
Okay,
podcast.
good. Thank you for being here.
My
Thanks
pleasure.
so much for submitting yourself to this and for coming to Yale. And thank you all out there. I'll be back soon with another podcast from Yale and from the Gilder Lehrman Center. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd have been a lot more. I'd have given a lot more pushback. So we will plow through. I think this might be the last video that's on my agenda. So I guess I should do a commercial. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button if you're still here. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. Maybe we'll hit 360 by the end of the week. Maybe we'll be monetized by the end of the year. But I don't know. If we are, we are. If we aren't, we aren't. It is much better to be true to your message and to yourself than to be monetized being something you're not. So this is Eddie Glaude talking to another historian, and I think I've heard of this guy. Also, support the show by supporting the host. It is Wednesday. Sovereign Beer Fund is open for investment. There is a Saturday show coming up, and we do have one sponsor so far. I ask you to join our friend Dirty Dude. He is the only sponsor right now of the Saturday show. Saturday Short Bus needs gas money, so contribute. We do have we even have PayPal now, so you can send those Deutschmarks, and they can be converted into currency to pay bills or buy beer. It's all going to be show related, though. That much I can. That much I can promise you. It's going to be beer for the show, or YouTube Premium for the show, or a StreamYard. As a matter of fact, the StreamYard bill, I'm surprised it hasn't hit. I think it usually hits on the 25th of the month. So that'll be paid tomorrow. Thank you, Dirty Dude. So there we go. Blacks are racist. We aren't as good as enforcing our racism. Do you even understand what that means? Blacks don't do racism, sir. We don't control the system. Might want to rethink that thing. Could you beat Andrew Wilson or Imperius in a debate? I I never thought about debating them, Brian. I don't really do debates. Stanley, like herpes, everyone can have racism in them. And that's like the stupidest thing. Not everyone has herpes. Not everyone contributes to racism. Got to do better than that, Cam. That doesn't even make sense. Ism implies a system. Blacks do not control the American system. We may contribute to it, but we don't control it. Ism implies a system that Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, when they say it's a white man's country, that part I can agree. White people control the system. Other people have inputs, but control, no. Y'all need to get that. Dude, y'all want to come here and make all these wild, inaccurate statements. Blacks, racism is in you? Oh. Let me suggest a book, The Field Sisters. It's called Racecraft. Y'all, somebody fucking get the book and read it. It actually, as well as any other book I've ever read, actually explains how race works in America. And they're fairly conservative. I think CRT, I think Derek Bell and Carlos, Delgado, Kimberly Crenshaw. I think CRT explains race in America better, but you got to know both arguments. And, no argument is perfect. If you think that Black people can actually control racism at a systemic level, then you don't understand your own argument.
This is Stephen Beschloss. For anyone paying attention, it's impossible to miss how much of the second Trump term has been focused on advancing white supremacy. This has meant denying Black voices and voters, rejecting the promise of racial equality, and making the lives of far too many Americans more painful and fraught with fear. I believe that so many of our nation's struggles and failures tied to this history of race and racism, dating not just back to the founding 250 years ago, but to the history of slavery dating back over 400 years. There's no one that I wanted to discuss this topic with more than Eddie S. Glaude, the brilliant Princeton historian and professor of African American Studies, an MS Now political analyst and best-selling author. He's just published an important new book entitled America USA: How Race Shadows the Nation's Anniversaries, which grapples with the morally dubious nature of many of America's national celebrations as they prioritize the freedom.
Well, Lupin, I try and have some patience. I know where you're coming from, but look, I know that I put up with a whole lot of stuff, but look, I'm going to keep plugging away because this is the most interesting thing about this show that I think a lot of people don't understand. I would watch these things whether I had a YouTube show or not. I get to kind of share what I'm looking at. Whether you like what I'm looking at, whether you're bored at what I'm looking at, it doesn't really matter. I could do this not online, or I could do it online. I get educated by some of these videos. It's what I do. So I'm not I want to get monetized. I want to be popular like any other human being. But if I'm not, I honestly think that I'm showing stuff that is necessary to see. And for folks that want to go, well, oh, Stanley, you're showing other people's works. Yeah, but I'm also talking about it. I'm contributing. If you want the ghetto bullshit, I think Seymour is live. Go over there and hear what he has to say. But here, I'm going to watch what I want to watch. If y'all want to watch it with me, that's fine. But If you say something that I think is problematic, I'm going to call it up. I'll call it out. If you come up on my panel and I disagree with what you're saying, I am going to be blunt. And if I think you're outright wrong, I'm going to say you're wrong. I do an adversarial style of conversation. If you've ever listened to a Supreme Court, I don't do that formal debate, that high school debate bullshit. There are no rules, just right. Be right. Read a book before you come up here. And if I cut you off, I cut you off. Deal with it. Be right, and I won't cut you off. Not that you have to think like I think or anything like that, but this is not fucking I don't know where y'all think this is, and just be right, make sense. If I think you're wrong, fine, educate me. But this is not polite conversation. It never has been. I've never pretended to be. So stop acting like you have a right to come up here and finish a sentence. I'll cut you off mid-sentence if I think you're going down the wrong path, and that's that. Don't come up if you don't like it. And that's just meant in general. That's why I don't go up on a lot of panels unless there is a topic that I'm interested in and ready to debate or talk about. Just getting up on a panel to yap about shit I don't know, I'd rather not. Who boy. So let's get on. And Beschloss is a historian. Eddie Glaude is a historian of sorts. And let's see here. I can't remember. This is another America at 250. We're going to be doing a lot of history stuff leading up to July 4th, which is what, a week away? Well, a little bit more than a week away. Get ready for the history onslaught, folks. And Beschloss, maybe he's not a historian, but maybe he's just a writer.
Of white Americans. And what struck me in reading is how raw and bracing, indeed how blistering his observations are as he confronts the past, present, and future. His opening chapter is titled Bitterness at the Bottom of the Cup, which he describes like this: bitterness settles in the heart of a child, and innocence is lost because the world announces in stark terms that you, no matter how young you may be, do not belong here. This happens in every corner of the country. With that, I hope you'll find our conversation valuable. Eddie, what a delight to talk with you. Honestly, I'm a big fan and appreciate your brilliant new book, America, USA.
And I'm honored to have the opportunity to have a conversation with you, Stephen. This is wonderful.
Thanks so much. So let's jump right in. The last 17 months since Trump was inaugurated have been painful for so many of us in so many ways, including his and his regime's attacks on racial justice, dismantling diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, denying and erasing the history of systemic racism and slavery, advancing white supremacists and white supremacy thinking. How difficult, how painful have these last 17 months been for you?
Well, I mean, it's been very, very difficult on a number of different levels. You know, there's that has involved this, all of the things you've just laid out has involved an all-out assault on American higher education, where I work. But more than that, the idea that we're here in the 250th year of the country just enrages you. And then there's the more intimate reality that people have to raise their babies in this. And here we are in the 250th year, and you have people declaring that the country only belongs to them, and that any success that I may have achieved or anyone of my color may have achieved is somehow because of affirmative action and the like, that we by definition can't do anything by merit, is enraging. But you know, as that we say Twain said it, but he didn't quite say it. He didn't, you know, we don't know if he really said it, but history
let me highlight this comment. So, kowtowing to the liberal black feminist narrative that controls this country. so, so you actually think there have been let's just talk about the 20th century coming into the 21st century. So there's never been a female president, white or black. There's been one black president out of 200 and let's just say 250 years. And I guess you could just do 1789. So it's like 200 and 40 some years, 30 some years. They've all been white. And even if you want to be persnickety, the first black president was half white. So you, Brian Nichols, think there is a liberal black feminist narrative. Liberal, you might be able to get away with, but it's a philosophical, it's liberalism, not liberal like political. So you actually think a feminist black narrative controls the country. I don't know where you get this fucking low born fucking dude. Even working class whites don't believe bullshit like this. Where are you from? The hills of fucking West Virginia? What in the fuck are you talking about? A feminist narrative controls America in 2026. Ooh boy.
Might not repeat itself, but it damn sure rhymes.
Yeah,
it's
well,
a
I'm going to get to
mindset,
the
right?
history. I want to sort of stay a little bit more in the
Wait,
present
hold it.
for
That's
the
even
moment.
better. So you're telling me it's a mindset. So it was feminists and blacks and liberals who got Trump into office twice, and we control the country. But let me put it to you this way. If you are indeed right, then we're definitely going to control the country once Trump has fucked it up. There will be no alternative. Son, the only mindset who thinks this is yours, Brian. Most Americans, feminist, black, motherfucker, this country is controlled by mediocre white males. And they might be upset because they're more that all of a sudden, we can't compete. We can't run the country the way we did back in 1778. So we're going to take drugs and we're going to drink ourselves to death in the heartland. I can't have slaves to plant my crops and be a Thomas Jefferson. So I'm going to take drugs and die a death of despair. Dude, Brian, don't ever say ridiculous shit like that in my chat again, dude. I might even have to time you out to think about it. I'm sorry. It's still white mediocrity, white male mediocrity that runs this country in 2026. Look who's president twice. Feminism did not elect Donald Trump.
Or at least in kind of recent years. In the Obama and Biden years, there was a real effort, I think, to confront the history of race and racism. First, do you agree? And do you see the victory of Trump in both 2016 and 2024 to be directly tied to race and the struggle, to confront racism and move toward greater equality?
Well, I think in part, and I think
in a way, Bobby, I can actually go with this. It's a bunch. Dude, the country was founded by white elite men. And for some reason or another, there's some whites, some white trash who Donald Trump, y'all, for the white trash listening out there, dude, Donald Trump is a fucking billionaire. He was born rich. So he figured out how to talk to Joe the plumber, and Joe the plumber is stupid enough to believe Donald Trump is one of them. Dude, he gave y'all no tax on tips, and the motherfucker made almost $2 billion in his first year being president in his second term. Y'all be happy because you got some extra money to go to Dairy Queen and buy chili dogs for the whole family, but you're going to pay more in gas to get to that Dairy Queen. In the meantime, Donald Trump gets a new $400+ million plane, and his family makes like $1 billion or $2 billion, and y'all think y'all are happy with the no tax on tips. Yeah, that's white mediocrity being led by white mediocrity. Dude, Donald Trump is a symptom of the white mediocrity. And this country is controlled by white mediocre males. Maybe we do need a Thomas Jefferson. At least he was fucking smart. The white trash doesn't understand that Thomas Jefferson had a lot of time to write great thoughts. He had time to write the Declaration of Independence while he had this huge plantation. Motherfucker didn't have to work in his own fields. He had slaves to do it. I bet if Thomas Jefferson actually had to do his own farm work, he'd have been too tired to write great thoughts. Y'all need to get a brain. Use that brain for critical thinking, read some American history, and then ask yourself questions about your own stupid as fuck assumptions. Dude, white elites are not running the country currently. White elites are fucking electing Donald Trump because he talks like them while being elite. I bet Brian Nichols, when's the last time you went to a Trump golf course? Motherfucker, just go, hey, I'm white, I deserve to be here, and see what fucking happens to you. Dude, y'all are hilarious sometimes. What's up, Tina?
The Obama administration, the Biden administration tried to manage how we told our story. How we dealt with the reality of racism and racism in our past and present. Obama was more constrained than Biden. There was a sense in which they embraced.
Oh, I love this one. So Bobby says Thomas Jefferson too smart to work the fields. That's why he had slaves. That's what made him smart. Well, let me ask you a question there, young man. How do you know Thomas Jefferson was smart? He had dude, let me give you one example. When I graduated from high school, the salutatorian of the class, and there's a whole story why he was salutatorian, not valedictorian. But he studied constantly. And look, you can study a lot if you're reasonably smart and do well, or you can actually, like some people are just naturally gifted like that and not study so much. Dude made a mediocre SAT score, but he was salutatorian. Thomas Jefferson had a lot of time to study. Okay, who knows? I think truly smart people can work and be smart. Thomas Jefferson, he did great things, of course, but dude, he was never put to a test. this worshiping white people, Bobby, and I know half the time you're joking, but you're also serious about that. I've gone to school with white elites. They're not that smart. I tested into the school. I was an academic elite. These white elites aren't that bright. Half of them are morons, and mostly because they're being raised soft. I was lucky in that I was blessed with ability, and so was my sister and brother, by the way. They're super smart and they're doing really well in life. But I was raised by two smart black people, my mother and my father, who grew up knee deep in the Jim Crow South, and they fucking used to drill it, especially into me because I tend to be arrogant. Dude, smart is not going to get the black man where he needs to be. You can be as smart as you want to be, but you better be working hard. Work twice as hard. Black people know what's going on in this country. White mediocrity. Donald Trump lost the election, fucked up his first term, and he failed upward to a second administration. Joe Biden's another good example. Joe Biden was a fuck up for decades as a senator. Dude, he looked like a goddamn clown during, and I've watched him a lot doing the Clarence Thomas. He was chairman of the Judiciary Committee. Dude, he was a goddamn clown. The Democratic Party was scraping. They should have never let him run in the first place because he'd been tossed out of at least one Democratic presidential nomination process for plagiarizing part of a speech. Dude was a cock up, but somehow or another, it was his turn or some bullshit like that. White mediocrity as presidential material has been the norm. There haven't been many Lincolns. And they were all white. Y'all MAGA blacks, whoever you might be, y'all need to understand that white people are no smarter than black people. I was educated with them. Stop worshiping white elites. Just fucking stop it. To me, you sound silly. They're just human beings like the rest of us. So, Bobby, when you worship whites, at least Thomas Jefferson was smart enough to have slaves. Well, that's and if you know anything about American history and Jefferson specifically, he knew the shit was wrong, but basically he was not going to actually do the work and live a harder life. It is what it is. They're slaves. If I get rid of the slaves, Jefferson had proteges of his who emancipated their slaves. There was a guy, and I can't remember his name, I'll look it up, who had a back and forth with Jefferson about, hey, you need to free your slaves. And Jefferson was like, why? To make my life harder? The motherfucker was too lazy to get rid of his slaves. He's in the middle of being famous. Y'all need to read some fucking history books so you don't sound so goddamn like Steven from Candyland. You love your whites, but the whites you're loving are mediocre and white. They're not even elites. Not like they're elites because they grew up with silver spoons in their mouths. Dude, a white elite who hasn't earned the eliteness, if you want to worship that sort of person, that's on you, but I know better. So anyway, BGS and Obsidian. Dude, hey, Lupin, I literally, like, I used to listen to that newer guy, what's his name? St. James. He's got the Ask a Brother podcast. And I don't even listen to that shit anymore because dude is just an imitation. He's not thinking in any original way. Look, I can disagree with you, but if you think original, let's have some fresh disagreements. This dude is just walking in, Kevin Samuels' shoes. So, Tina, why don't you just come up to the chat? I'm literally sitting here, and I hate monologues. I'm not good at it. Every now and again I'll have a couple beers and get in my feelings, get my dander up, and just kind of go off the cuff. I'm not good at monologues. So hopefully I don't sound like a raving maniac. Don't worship. What is this? Don't worship whites, cry about them like the average black. Cam, you're the average black. I'm elite. I will talk about and I will educate people like you. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm not crying, and I sure as shit don't worship white people. Do I sound like I worship white people up here? I'm telling you that one black does not represent all blacks. That's that first worshiping white shit. Cam, you worship whites way more than I do. If you think one black person represents the race, that's motherfucking white supremacy that you're worshiping. Anybody, any black person or half black person who actually believes that something like a Carmelo Anthony reflects badly on the black community, that shit went out with the 60s. Represent the race. That's that white supremacy talking in your boy. Blow drying your hair. I'm going to tease you about that one. Did you know what? I'm not going to even tease you about that. Whatever. Hey, keep waiting to be educated, Lim, because it's water off a duck's back. Education for some people, it doesn't take. And I at my age realize that. There's been education in the videos I've shown today, in the news articles I talked about today, just in, off the cuff kind of talking bullshit. If you haven't learned anything today, it might be you, Cam. It might not be me. I'm not a victim. As a matter of fact, I literally forget the day of the week sometimes because I'm retired. I get to do this and I get to have fun doing it. So keep thinking I'm a victim while you are working hard to not be a victim. Keep working. You won't be a victim if you work hard. I already put in the work. I'm already living the hard work I did for most of my life. So thanks for noticing, sir.
The story or African American history in such a way that it would affirm America's inherent goodness as opposed to challenging that myth. So President Obama narrated the Black freedom struggle in a particular sort of way. I thought, that President Biden in Tulsa offered a kind of approach because Tulsa doesn't lend itself to an easy absorption into the American story of more perfect union because it's so violent and the like. That speech was really important to me. So I want to say that, they both, because of who Obama was as the first Black president, Biden as the first vice president to the first Black president, and the first president to have a Black a woman of color as the vice president, there was this attempt to deal with race in a way that would fit with the American story. Trump is, in so many ways, I think you're right, a backlash to that.
Yeah.
His election is rooted in this sense that some people feel that they're losing control over the country, that the demographic shifts, the fear of great replacement has generated a kind of panic and terror. And Trump is the avatar for that panic and terror, right? As people claim the country as their own.
Well, and you have been surely not surprised by that, but I'm wondering whether, and we'll get into sort of the way in which that's sort of played out in your thinking as you sort of look throughout history and look throughout sort of the different anniversaries, the celebrations that the country participates in. But I'm wondering whether the level of the virulence of it, the level of it, the scale of it. And that, takes us right up to the present. Have you been surprised by the intensity of it?
Not so much surprised, enraged, by it, but not so much surprised. I think that the quickness of it has surprised me. I mean, when we think about it, just 6 years ago, we were in the midst of a racial reckoning. I was crying on television. We all watched George Floyd killed during the height of the pandemic, people risking their lives, coming out in the streets and the like. And then in the blink of an eye, we're talking about overreach. We're talking about trans athletes. We're talking about affirmative action and DEI and the like. I think it's the quickness of it all.
Yeah.
That is the surprise, but not the content, but just the pace that has been a bit unsettling for me.
Yeah, a pace plus intensity. In other words, not that it wasn't there, sort of underneath the facade, but oh my God, that the virulence of it and the openness of it, right? The sense of being unfettered to say exactly what racists think out loud.
Yeah, I think, what Donald Trump has done is given people license to say the quiet part out loud. And what I think is so important or so insidious about what he's done is that I think Trump and his folk want to be white without judgment.
Mm.
And so that particular
that
desire
is, oh my Lord, that is literally the crux. That's patriotic education. It's basically how they want America at 250. They don't want to know what the grandpappy did. It doesn't reflect on me, except it does. Okay. If it doesn't reflect on you, then there should be no problem reading and having kids taught what your grandpappy did. White without judgment. It's their version of free speech as well. Hey, I want to be able to say what I want to say, and that you criticize me is an infringement upon my free speech. It's that white mediocrity. It's that white mediocre understanding of, hey, I learned in grade school that I can say what I want to say. They forget to tell you that other people can say what they want to say. And if what they want to say is criticizing what you said, they have a free speech right as well. We are miseducating our youths and Black people. And this is kind of, an older gentleman listening to things that my father still does say, and my mother was a public school teacher. She would definitely say, dude, Black people, my mother used to actually have one kind of qualm with school integration is we went from Black excellence in these Black public schools to mixing with the mediocre whites. And all of a sudden our Black kids are taking up the white kids' mediocrity, the problems, the drugs, integration was not perfect. But in my opinion, and it's why I think family is so important, dude, I come home, and I remember once, my mother, who was an English teacher, I started saying, well, uh, fur, like FER, like, I'm gonna do it for this. And she just used to, where the fuck did you pick that up? Fur. It's for this. Oh, and she was half kidding, but she also was half serious. It's like, what the fuck? She didn't say that exactly. It's from memory. No, don't bring that shit into my house. Stop. It is so funny to hear. The other day I was on Sharon's panel and Verbal Assassin asked me, well, do you always talk that way? You sound white, essentially, is what she's saying. Well, you know what? I couldn't say fur. I had to say for. Maybe I don't sound white as much as how my mother expected me to speak. And she was black. These fucking half-wits on some of these fucking black panels are as problematic as their white mediocre classmates in their millennial schools. Even a single parent can fucking demand excellence if they know what excellence is. We as an American culture, and I'm not talking black, white, I'm not talking racial, we have an excellence problem. And I'm sorry to say this, I'm not his biggest fan, but Vivek Ramaswamy was right. American culture worships mediocrity. That's white, black, it's not even racial at this point. So for those Bobby Perkins and those out on the limbs and those Brian Nichols who want to worship whiteness, most of the whiteness you meet is mediocre at best. Skin does not, IQ is not racial. As a matter of fact, IQ is a measure of general intelligence. IQ really doesn't mean that much. It's a measure. It's not actual intelligence. But why am I telling you this? Because you don't come here for education. As Lim said, educate me. Well, motherfucker, stop talking about IQ tests. It's just a measure of intelligence. It's not intelligence. Sometimes tests get it wrong. Sometimes there's a phenomenon called false positives. Sometimes tests are wrong. Worshiping IQ is what white mediocrity will train people to do. And I think white people are the biggest victims, at least in 2026, this false notion of superiority. White people, in my opinion, today are the biggest victims of white supremacy because they've got their suicide rates, white males, suicide rate is off the chart because they're not meeting the big dreams that white supremacy thought. Every fucking white mediocre male wants to be Elon Musk, and it just doesn't work that way. And then they get verklempt. So anyway, Bobby et al., keep worshiping white elites because it's no skin off my nose, but I am going to say what the fuck I have to say. And most of you people like to stay in the chat. You don't come up here and debate me on the shit. And was it Bobby, or I guess it was Brian Nichols? Why would I debate Andrew Wilson? What purpose would that serve?
And along with this idea that the country belongs only to them has I think intensified something that is familiar.
Yeah.
In a moment that is in some ways has historical precedent, but is in some ways unprecedented.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going back, Kamala Harris said, and oh boy, the intensity of going back has been.
Tropes, salute. Good to see you. How you been? So Trope says he thinks it could be because progressives made white guilt look so bad that it caused polarity and opposite reaction. Are you reacting to something I said or something you saw in the video? Because white progressives are white and mediocre too. The left is no less white and mediocre than the right is. I'm making a culture critique, not so much a political critique. Let's see. He's not black excellence. Why would Stanley debate him? No idea what that even means. He's not white excellence either, Lim. Y'all think that Andrew Wilson is like white, quote, white excellence? Dude, this is what I'm talking about. So this motherfucker literally thinks that apparently black excellence. I don't think Andrew Wilson is excellence of any sort. He's not even YouTube excellence. If Andrew Wilson was that good, he would be like what's his name? Who's that big debater who's got like millions of subscribers? Destiny? Andrew Wilson's not fucking Destiny. He's not excellence. What in the fuck?
And remarkable and obviously deeply upsetting. And look, one of your responses, you've written about the necessity, and you've just talked about it, the necessity of a racial reckoning with our history and the assumptions of white superiority. The recent Supreme Court decision gutting the Voting Rights Act, Southern states quickly pushing to redraw their maps to deny black voters their voices surely underscores this. So what would this racial reckoning entail? And do you think it's still possible?
I believe, and I argue this in the book, that America suffers from a kind of double consciousness. In 1903, W.B. Du Bois, the first African-American to receive a PhD from Harvard, wrote The Souls of Black Folk. And he argued that African-Americans suffered from what he called a double consciousness, that we see ourselves through the eyes of those who despise us. In the book, I argue that that is actually a consequence of the divided soul of the nation, that America imagines itself at once as a beacon of freedom and as a white republic. And we see that kind of enshrined in the contradictions embedded in the Constitution itself. And so what will we do? What do we have to do in order to engage in the kind of reckoning that is required? Well, we're going to have to grow up. Right? We're going to have to leave the fantasies and the myths behind and actually make a choice. Are we going to be a beacon of freedom? And we can debate what that means. Or we're going to be a white republic, because we can't be both.
Yeah.
Because if you try to be both, it deposits a madness at the heart of the country where we find ourselves in this repeated cycles. So, I think as we confront this 250th year and we see all around us the decline of American hegemony across the board, I think it's important for us, we the people, to confront the reality that we have to finally put some of this stuff behind us. We have to make a choice. And folks like J.D. Vance and the like, they want to argue that creed, blood and soil is more than creed. They want to make the claim that this is a white republic.
Yeah, and they've been pushing that not only in the United States, they've been going throughout Europe and scolding European countries for not being more extreme in their embrace of sort of white supremacy.
Absolutely, and you can't finesse that. So I think one of the ways in which the country has tried to finesse its divided soul is by holding the belief, at least some of us, that Freedom is the possession of white Americans to give and to take away.
Yeah.
And we just can't, we got to put all of that behind us if we're going to get to the other side of this madness, it seems to me.
So the fourth question, and you've set it up, in fact, which is the need to go back and rewind to the Declaration of Independence, maybe in some ways the roots of the divided soul, a document that nobly asserts that all men are created equal, and yet it failed to confront slavery.
Hey, Dave.
Hey, what's up? I was trying to understand your response in the chat. I didn't get it. I didn't understand it.
What didn't you understand?
You said something about excellence. I don't think I recalled asking or mentioning that.
I'm sorry. Did I was talking to Lim.
Oh, okay.
Did I? I'm sorry. I might have mistyped.
I was lost. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt the show for that. But yeah, Destiny is trash.
You know what?
You can't put Destiny.
At this point, I'm just drifting. This is a planned video, but it's the last one, and it's getting late. I'm not sad that you're here. How is our buddy Seymour?
Oh, he's good. He's good. I keep trying to explain this difference in how people perceive things. Like, I don't perceive things the way he does. Outside of that, he's cool. I mean, I don't judge a person for how they respond to certain stimuli. That's his own thing.
Don't even know what that means. Maybe I'm just not getting. I'm not getting English tonight. Okay, I'll just take it.
Let's say if you talk shit about him, right? However you do it, and it's not to him, it's somewhere else.
Oh, well, hold on one sec. Okay, tropes. I get your point now. Okay, I get it. However, I still think that the point about people, and it's not just even a white thing, it's an American thing. People mistake free speech for carte blanche, which, a white card or something like that. People don't understand that free speech, the First Amendment, saying what you want to say on a normal day, it's a two-way street. When people criticize what you say, they have free speech to criticize, just like you get to say what you want to say. People don't seem to get that. So, but I do get your point now, Tropes. Thank you. What were you saying?
No, I was saying that he responds differently than I do when somebody's talking shit. That's all I was saying.
Okay, well, let me put it to you this way, and I hate to be blunt, and the older I get and the more YouTube experience I get, I don't give a fuck about people's feelings unless I actually care about you or like you. He reacts differently because he doesn't know how else to react. There's only one way he can react, and that's ghetto. He has no mind for variations on a theme or a spectrum of reactions. Like, he doesn't know. He's basically ill-bred.
Yeah.
See, I am trained. Maybe it's the Navy. Maybe it was my upbringing. Maybe it was actually working in corporate America. I can render a judgment. The worst decision one can make is no decision. You choose not to make a decision, right, wrong. You got to make a decision. I'm kind of that way with judgment in my dotage. I'm an elder now, and maybe I've been training to be an elder all my life. I think he's ill-bred, and his reactions are basically my proof.
Well, yeah. I can't disagree with you. Not trying to.
Tina. Hey, Tina. Some people are blunt. Other people smoke blunts. I just choose to be blunt. It's a dumb dad joke, but I thought it was funny.
Barbecue dad.
So, how you been?
Good, man. Good. Long day. Just a long day of disappointment. But that's nothing. You know, the work situation is terrible. I hate working. I wish I could do what you do.
Well, that's why you should work hard, like you obviously do. You'll retire.
Yeah, I don't want it to hurry up and get here because each moment has little nuggets of
Okay,
enjoyable.
let me tell you something right now.
Don't
Even
rush
the
it.
suffering, yeah, because I'm telling you right now, um, I it's gonna it's gonna come quick. Um, I don't know that. I think if I could have done anything better, I would have been more in the moment. But I'm not even sure I got that part wrong. I believe me, especially once I got married and my son came around, dude, I've loved every minute of it. I don't wish to be a high schooler. I don't even wish to be back in college. I wish to be in my 40s. I was absolutely happy, like in heaven. And life happens, but you best enjoy it now because you'll be 60 sooner than you want to be.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
I've been future farming my whole.
Them kids are gonna be out of high school and so quick.
Yeah, I've been future farming my whole work career. It's all been about enjoying my retirement. So I mean, I'm not like you said. I'm enjoying every day. I should be more in the moment, but
Mhm.
man,
Well,
is it where it beats you the fuck up? It does.
look, I get it, and you won't remember what I said about being in the moment. I've told you that joke. I told my sister this joke several times. The only thing, and Tina, I'm glad Tina's here. My only, I swear, I have a fear that I'm gonna be on my deathbed, and my only regret is I didn't sow more wild oats. I should have. It won't be the mistakes I made. It will be the mistakes I could have and should have made. Um, I, it's the nerd's revenge, dude. God's gonna get you for being too innocent.
You really think about that sometimes?
Yes, I've literally thought about it. Like, damn. Do you know how many times, dude? There have been so many times I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna touch this.
Yeah, I don't think you're a man until you have those moments, though. If it's staring at you in the face and you've never turned one down, I don't think you can call yourself a man.
Well, all I have to say is there've been a couple I shouldn't have. In retrospect, now you got to go with your gut instinct. I'm just saying, I've made the right decisions. It's not that I'm regretting, but they always go, well, in your life, probably should have been a little bit more less
Promiscuous.
yeah, that's a good word. Yeah, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I don't have any regrets. I mean, as far as that subject, I don't have anything. I'm like, nah, shit, I think I handled everything well. I was wondering if it was going to come back to me if I would think nothing sticks out, right? So there's no curiosity.
Wait for it. There'll be curiosity. Don't get too jaded.
And see, I have this thing where, like, talking to you or talking to people directly, the funniest thing happens is where certain things that I didn't think were important in the moment always come back to haunt me. or it'll play over in my mind several times, and I'll be like,
Well, do you ever learn lessons? Have you ever learned a lesson from one of those moments and made a better decision when, it came around, a similar situation?
absolutely, absolutely.
Well, then that's how people learn sometimes. Let me say hello to 12th man, right quick. And
Hey
speak
guys.
radio.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey there. Speak radio. I am absolutely glad Tina's here. I wish he'd hit the damn panel. I haven't had I have well, Chocolate Earth was up here, so I've had my beautiful woman fix for the day. But Tina could be dude, I sound like a fucking idiot. Is this
It's funny though, so what the
is
fuck?
this simping enough for you, Dave?
Nah, you good, man. I accept you for who you are,
I've
man.
had a couple Coors Light, so I'm a little loose.
Hey, you think that I'm judging you or something? Nah, it's never that. You don't
Oh,
care about that, no way.
I literally would. I almost expect, dude. I expect people to judge me. What the fuck?
How could I be cool with everybody that
Wait, hold
criticizes everybody else if I
on
wasn't?
here. Hold on. Do you honestly think that I should get a free pass? Motherfucker, you better be judging me. That's how it's done. You must judge me. Why else would you be here? Seriously, I'm not even bullshitting. Yes, judge me. That's what we're here for.
I've judged
I'm
you, Stanley, and I think you're a great American.
Yeah, I'm glad you do. I think you're a great American too. But dude, no one gets out alive, and that means no one goes unjudged. Dave, it's your
That's
job
true.
to judge.
I'll consider it. I may not be good at it.
Well, you can stop letting people pass through without judgment.
That might be
I would.
my one bad trait. That might be the one bad thing.
Well, could be. So EAE, I don't especially when people are up on the panel, I don't pay attention to every single text. Stanley, what is the point of accumulating knowledge in physical items if our memories get erased like an etch-a-sketch at death, makes existence redundant? I have a son. It's called a legacy. I remember my grandparents, my grandfather. I've even told stories. I didn't know my maternal grandfather. He had died when my mother was a girl, but I knew both my father's grandparents, and apparently I'd met my father's grandmother, but I was too young to remember. My son remembers my father because my father's still around. Dude, you live in the memories of your progeny. It is what it is. So that's the existential question. Even if there is no heaven, be kind to your kids. They will think about you. I think about my grandmother. I think about my mother's mother. I think about my grandfather because my father talks about his father, especially. We were kind of on his side. My grandfather was the patriarch. And my mother was raised by a single mother because her father died early. She was a strong influence. Dude, I probably learned to read because there was a whole fucking library at her house she bought for her grandkids. Dude, Charlie Brown books and comic books and stuff like that. That's how I learned to read. I just got interested in other things. So that is the point of existence. If you have to pick something, other people have better reasons or, loftier,
You
more
just
philosophical goals. But dude, I grew, my parents were awesome. And one of them still around.
Stanley, you just did that all on your own without anyone teaching you the ABCs or anything.
Um, I'm sure they
Learned how to read.
I'm sure they taught me, but it's kind of funny. Um, yeah, you got to learn the rules. Somebody taught me the
Yeah.
alphabet. Where did I say that I just learned how to read spontaneously? I literally just said my grandmother had a whole like playroom with a bookshelf. So obviously she taught me how to read the books. She didn't just buy
Nice. My mom taught me. That was working 2 jobs.
It's so funny, EAE. The solution to existential dread shouldn't be to create more people. You know what? Um, I think if you really want to talk about existentialism and existential dread, please read Albert Camus. There are other existentialists. There's Sartre and that whole ilk. Camus the best, and his thing was the most the biggest tragedy is people who die young. And oddly enough, he died young in his 50s. He had a car accident after winning a Nobel Prize for literature. The older you get, honestly, I have found that you appreciate life the closer you get to the end of it. Existential dread, once you have kids, their existence supersedes your own. You'll take a bullet for your kids. You'll take a bullet for your wife if you actually love her. You only care about existentialism if you're single. once you become, or in the military, once you become responsible for other people's lives, existentialism takes on a whole new meaning. That's been my experience, at least. Yeah, it's existentialisms, not just singular.
Explanation. I don't know. I have a hard time even saying that
Existentialisms,
word. Stanley.
because other people's existentialism will count when you're responsible for their existence or their continued existence. That's called responsibility.
I could say
Yeah.
exponential.
I'm sorry, what?
Now go ahead. My bad.
So, that's how it works. Hopefully, probably not to your satisfaction, EAE, but it's the best I could do. And one last one, my grandmother died and left a hole in my heart. That was her legacy. Oh my God, and she's an asshole for making me sad. Well, I don't think she willingly died. You'll have to give me more details, but short of like intentionally going away, I bet she wanted to stay more than anything, EAE. So, anything else before I start this video again? And Tina, where are you? Are you done blow drying your hair? Can you come up here and shake your hair like CM does on camera? You know how he likes to take his little pickaninny plaits and shake them like he's in a fucking Maybelline or Breck commercial, dude. It
Is that
is.
what you call those, Stanley? Picking any plats?
That's what I call them. I could use something. I could use an N word and talk about the hairstyle, but I try not to use the N word. Pickaninny plaits. Yeah, it's
You're pretty good about that.
it's racial and racist. But you know what? I found it funny. And I know CM is probably listening right now. I bet he doesn't find it funny.
It don't matter. I did have one political question for you when you get time, though, Stanley.
No, ask it now. Dude, I have no agenda at this point. Tina is in the chat, and I am riding high.
Right on. Yeah. So these 3 Democrats that Mandami endorsed. What do you think about that?
I think that we should fear Mamdani, and Democrats especially. Now, this is New York City, and I did talk about it earlier in the show. I did a couple stories.
Okay, I missed that. I've been busy
But
today.
the thing is, I think MAGA is the reason Mamdani's going to be a power broker. Look, you must remember that Donald Trump is from New York, the Brooklyn, not Brooklyn, Queens, and he was kind of like a real estate developer. They do not like Donald Trump in New York City. And now that he's president a second time, they seem to like him less. He is why Mamdani is a power broker. And that's just my opinion. And then when Donald Trump had Mamdani in the Oval Office, and dude, he literally, and Mamdani played it smart. He was respectful. He was firm, but dude, Mamdani basically, Donald Trump wishes Mamdani was Donald Jr. Mamdani is the son Trump wish he had. I guarantee you. Now I'm making a joke, but it's only a half joke.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Bobby? What's up there, picking any plats?
I don't think it makes a great big dent in the Democrat Party, but I only see like 1 or 2 of them standing up to it.
Remember, MAGA started with Donald Trump in that debate of how many, like 88 people on a debate stage, Little Marco and Low Energy, Jeb, or whatever it was. MAGA started with Trump. Mamdani, hey, I'm not making
Mamdani, the left answer to Donald Trump.
I think MAGA has created a backlash, and it's ironic that Trump is from New York City, and that's where Mamdani seems to be building a power base. Now, the South, like South Carolina, Georgia, they're not going to be so much into, there's a black Democratic power base in the South. And we'll see what happens come 2028 or 2027. But Mamdani, that he can do what he's doing, and the press is going to hype it up. But I actually think Mamdani, Obama, Mamdani and Obama did like a story time hour. Did you see that video? He and Barack Obama.
No, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, they're reading to kids in a classroom. And of course, it was a photo opportunity and all.
Well, at least they wasn't dressed in drag, Stanley.
I think Obama, dude, I think Obama, being kind of the elder, the last president, I'm sorry, Biden was the last president, but Obama and Mamdani, they were getting along and the kids were enjoying them. Mamdani, the Democratic Party, I think he can, I don't know if he will, but I think he certainly can move the Democratic Party to the left. And the upshot of that is Bernie running up against Trump instead of Hillary Clinton. I imagine Bernie would have won that.
Could have.
Those
I guess we'll never know now.
Mamdani is literally in that DSA camp. Bernie campaigned for Mamdani. And then
the AOC too.
Trump being the horrible president that he is, he's just making Mamdani seem more attractive. Mamdani can't be president because he wasn't born here, but I guarantee you there will be a young version of Bernie at some point.
Well, I was thinking that whole part of the Democrat Party might want AOC as their nominee. I wonder if she'll run for president.
Who knows? But she's not making. She is not an executive. She hasn't gotten anybody. She hasn't been credited with getting. And the powerful part is there were Democrats, these Mamdani back candidates, primaried the normie Democrats in one. That's the significance.
Yeah.
So being
Yeah,
able to hold on, primary
okay.
incumbents is what Trump did to people like John Cornyn in Texas. These normie Democrats got primaried and Mamdani won. Now it's within his New York area power base, so you can't give it too much credence, but Democrats need to pay attention. And by the way, so does MAGA.
Yeah, I think everybody does. If socialism is coming up in America like that, then both sides should be worried.
Socialism is already here.
Well, in some ways, yeah, but not full blown like they want it.
Not in some ways, it's here. Okay, what do you think the fucking Social Security is? What do you think bailing out these companies? As a matter of fact, Trump is a bigger socialist than Obama ever was. He's buying stakes in countries. In companies. Dude is literally like taking board seats and stuff like that in actual corporations. How is that not socialism? Do you know what socialism is?
Yeah, it's where you take the common product of a country and you turn it into redistribution, basically.
Nope. It's much more complicated than that. It's basically revolving around who owns the economy or who controls it. And if government takes power stakes into a company, Trump has done it more than Obama ever did, or Biden for that.
It relies off of capitalism.
No, actually,
socialism relies off of capitalism.
You might want to. Okay, let's stop there. You might want to brush up on the topic, because if government takes a controlling stake in a company that's knee deep in the economy, that's socialism. Now,
I guess it kind of is.
Socialism is not one thing. It's many things. Donald Trump is more a socialist than Barack Obama was, and Barack Obama took ownership stakes in companies to bail them out. I think Donald Trump is a bigger socialist.
So I guess the car companies have been socialist, and a lot of things have been socialist over the years. And
that's why anytime too big to fail was socialist.
I would have let them fail, just like I would have let the banks fail.
Hold on. Donald Trump getting involved in U.S. Steel, socialist. What?
Yeah, I don't know if that's your typical idea of socialism.
I don't give a dude. If Donald Trump is okay, you may stop talking when I talk. Donald Trump taking a golden share and basically putting somebody on the board. I think it was U.S. Steel. I could be wrong. It was another company, maybe. That's socialism. That's government involving in a private corporation. That's socialism.
Yeah.
Redistributing wealth, taking wealth from a corporation and putting it into the U.S. Treasury so it's public money. That's socialism. You didn't know this? You need to
Yeah,
know
I
this.
guess that's true. I agree with that, Stanley.
I don't
Can
need you
I
to agree.
explain?
I don't need you to agree. What I need you to do is know what socialism is before you come up using a term you don't understand. That's what I need.
Well, I do know what socialism is.
I don't think you do.
It's just like the Alaska PFD. We have a relationship with the oil companies, and they pay a revenue to the state, and we divvy it up in dividend checks every year. But the people
Good for
actually
you.
see the
You know
money,
what you know
Stanley.
what that is, and you've bragged about that a lot. So you do have an idea, and that's just a little bit of it. It's not definitional. That's redistribution of wealth.
But it's something the company willingly pays because they make a
No,
profit
what it
too.
is
And
a
then
company goes up there and makes a profit off of public land, and then they share a portion of their profits with the public whose land owns it. It's wealth
that's right.
redistribution. It is literally wealth redistribution. Thank you for noticing. Now you're getting warm, but it's still more complicated than that. But you're close.
Thank you very much, Stanley.
Well, you worked hard as a student, so I'll give you your props.
Huh?
I'm sorry.
You just call me what?
You were a hardworking student. I'll give you your props. You finally got it.
Well, I was just a little slow at first because I'm stoned, Stanley.
Again,
So.
you finally got it. That implies you were slow. Thank you for
But
confirming.
that's still
Thank you. Thank you for
socialism relying off of
Thank you for
capitalism.
confirming. Thank you for confirming my point. You were slow. You finally caught up, and I'm giving you props.
Thank you very much. But that's still socialism depending on capitalism.
What does it matter?
Socialism depends on
Okay, I
capitalism.
need you to understand. Of course, it's depending on capitalism. What else would it depend on?
And
We are essentially a capitalist economy, but it doesn't have to depend on capitalism if everything is owned by the government. Son, your point
that's
is
communism.
Your point is irrelevant.
That's communism. That's
All,
exact.
all communism is socialism, but not all socialism is communism.
Socialism is baby steps
I
to
need
communism.
you to keep up because you're slowing down again. Communism actually has nothing to do with the point. You don't understand what capitalism is either, because capitalism is essentially private ownership of the means of production. And if you're in a mixed economy, which actually the United States and the West in general is, it's a mixture. There are socialistic parts of a capitalist economy, just like we're a republic, but we're a democratic republic in that there are parts of the government institutions some institutions are more democratic than others.
For now,
my response is if all the means of production are owned by the people, then we'll be a socialist country. Communism is basically state. It's basically a planned economy. Socialist economies don't have to be planned. Communism is literally a planned economy. There are differences that, you know,
Failed economy.
you'll have to read a textbook, and I haven't read this stuff in years. But the bottom line is socialism depending on capitalism. I don't know that you could really say that. It is the socialist elements of a mixed economy. You could argue that the socialist part is capitalism too. It's kind of an argument that's hard for me to parse out. And I'm
it's true in a way, Stanley.
I'm not an economist. I'm kind of out of my depth, to be honest.
That's true in a way because now we just have the Federal Reserve print whatever we can't pay for and take it out of Social Security.
Nothing to do with your socialist point.
Of course it does.
No, actually it doesn't.
So we have all these programs we can't pay for, so we just print the money.
So what?
And where's that money coming from, Stanley? Where do you think it's coming from?
Sounds like capitalism to me.
Sounds like it's coming from Social Security. That's why every year
we're drifting into like areas that neither of us understand very well. So let's just table the argument here until an economy.
Okay.
So let's get back to this video. And Tina is wearing a bonnet, but is too scared. Oh, hey, is Seymour? Seymour, if you're still in the chat, hit the link, bitch. Dude just wanders in, clowns, and then leaves. Sounds like a punk to me.
And the reality of
Sound like
that
a
time
troll.
of 500,000 enslaved people in
not
the
smart
country,
enough to be a
500,000
troll.
out of a total population of about 2.5 million. You've described it, your words, as morally dubious, which might be a polite way of putting it. How do you?
Wait, Tina says CM is upset about the shorts, apparently. Fuck him. Dude, it wasn't his content. It was my content about his content. As a matter of fact, I dropped a short today. That I dropped because I knew it would upset him. Fuck it. Let's have some fun. Let's just look at shorts. Dude, CM is such a fucking pussy. He's upset because of the shorts. Mission accomplished.
Sound like he wants attention. Might as well go ahead and give it to him, Stanley.
Well, I already did with the shorts. It's just, it's so funny that to be honest, I released one short, but I've released a series of shorts. Roughly about CM, but fuck it, let's just have some fun. This was me and Tina talking about CM, but it was kind of tangential. It wasn't like a direct thing. But goddamn, this dude's a pussy. Let me know when he becomes a real black man. It's not. He is his best translator. You come up on another person's show where the audience is slightly different or the theme of the show is slightly different. It doesn't always translate.
Like, what is holiday season? Can someone explain it, please?
It's a play on holiday, like HOLIDAY. His name is HALIDAY, I think. It's just a verbal play on words.
Okay.
You never heard of holiday season?
I heard of J Holiday.
Well, Christmas is holiday season, like from that October, from Halloween to like New Year's is kind of the holiday season.
But is it slang? Like, is it slang? Because he's not giving out gifts; he's begging for gifts. So, I'm confused.
No. It's literally a play on words. Holiday season, people eat a little. Oh, I see that Deacon Dave has left the panel. because he doesn't want to be associated with this Seymour bashing. I get it, Dave. Let me get off because Stanley's gonna go in on Seymour, and I want to be
Oh no, he might have got bored or something.
No, motherfucker. I know why he left. He left because he wants to be Switzerland. Little more. They
Did he
get to
hang
party
out
a
on
little more. They get-
CMs or something?
Oh yeah, I think they are close friends at this point. To
Oh wow.
kind of cut up, be in the holiday spirit.
I thought Dave
It's
had
a
way
whole
too
thing,
much
and maybe
common
not
sense
so much
for
in
that.
Canada, but in the, I understand what he means. You might be at the holiday party at work and make a pass at a woman because you're both a little drunk, and you get away with
Stanley.
you get away with a little bit more during holiday season. I think that's what he's talking about.
Stanley, during my holiday party, I had to quit my job. It's so embarrassing.
Wait, say that again? You had to quit because of something
My job.
you did?
Yeah. Yeah, it's so embarrassing.
But no, you got to tell me what
I
you
was
did.
sexually harassing everybody.
It's not. He is his best translator.
Oh, I'm
You
sorry.
come up on another person's show where I can't remember. I can't remember if I made a short of the rest of that story, but it is a hilarious story. Tina. That naughty girl. Let's see here. So might as well just show all the shorts that pissed the Seymour. Seymour pissed. Let's go back. Let's see. So I only released one of these today. Seems like I did. Oh well. Well, I don't know. Tina, should I just play all the shorts through? Hey, uniquely. Because I think most of these people have seen these shorts, I would think. That's right. Well, she got drunk and she just didn't let it go at I got drunk. She had to be an aggressive drunk. She apparently it was gonna be, and she didn't say this is my interpretation. She was either gonna quit or be fired after her behavior. That's the impression I got. And there's a whole I've made like 10 or 12 shorts with Tina and talk and see more. Dude, there's a whole series of shorts that have just been generated just from my interactions with these two young people. So some of them are with Ryan Bardwell, that motherfucking racist. Let's see, the young folks are sloppy.
Watch out.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what?
Oh, my bad. Go ahead. I was telling the dog to get out of the way.
Look, I see.
Perfect. Sam is here. Sam, I heard you were talking shit. Okay, I heard you were talking smack about some people who
About
support you.
It to me, it was just normal YouTube stuff. CM said some shit. I had said somehow or another I
Wait, I
wound
can't
up.
hear. I don't know if Stanley's talking out. 1 second. Let me refresh.
Okay. Bottom line is it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. And the link is posted if anyone else wants to come up. It is what it is. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
No thanks. He knows. He knows. I think he's a racist, and so does Jewel. Um, you know, it is what it is. CM can speak for himself without taking over the show. 'Cause, like,
But Andrea Stanley, what did she do? Nothing. She's innocent.
wait, what did? Oh, uniquely?
Yeah.
You know what? That's between him and CM and her. In my opinion, no. She didn't do anything.
Period. King.
However, I don't know what I don't know their history. So, people don't usually just go off like that without some history. At least in my opinion. Am I wrong? Well, let me put it to you
Sam
this
is
way.
a schizophrenic. Like, he's a schizophrenic.
You and CM and you and Uniquely, it's a young folks thing. Y'all, y'all are young and you probably hot for each other.
And you're
Look, I've seen
perfect. Sam is here. Sam, I heard you were talking shit. Okay, I heard you were talking smack about some people who.
So that was my take on it. Once again, just being old man provocative, I guess. But I do think these young people are kind of hot for each other. So I will stay out of it as much as I can.
Seems a little juicy, Stanley.
It's kind of racy, juicy, racy for someone like me. I enjoy hearing these young people make fools of themselves, to be honest. I think
it's all a bunch of goofy shit.
It is. And for some, this is the funny thing. Now, all these fucking old YNs want to act like they're the man. I've heard Seymour like, you're a woman. Nobody, dude, he is calling out a woman for not respecting a man while acting like a woman. That's what amazes me. Dude, these old
having a haircut like a woman.
They are literally little girls. That's it.
Would you call that a picana pinata or something like
that? So the dude is let's just say he's eccentric. Look, I've seen he is quite the eccentric young man. As a matter of fact, there is one where I mock his looks. This dude is in love with his looks, and I just find it fucking hilarious. And maybe I deleted it. I can't remember exactly where it is. But,
yeah, I never understood men that obsess over the way they look. You know what I mean? Like,
well,
seems kind of gay.
I wouldn't say it's gay because a lot of these MAGA folks are doing looks maxing or whatever they call it. So it could be.
I don't know what that is.
But you don't? Oh my lord!
No, look maxing.
Yeah.
I did see on Fox News like they were selling this gel for men's faces to make them look younger, and it's like,
well,
what kind
like
of
they
man
couldn't get
we're gonna
like women's skin and men's skin are that different. They could use the women's stuff, but you remember what's that stuff that used to
do you ever put any shit like that on your face, Stanley, to look younger or anything?
Well, not younger.
Really?
Not younger, but black mothers will say, "Hey, your skin is ashy. Put some lotion on it." So,
Yeah.
so
Well, black
not to
people are
look
naturally dry skinned. So,
right. But the point is, if you let that skin stay dry, you're going to look older. But
yeah, that's true. Yeah.
there should be a reason to do it. But people like Seymour, this motherfucker's obsessed with his looks because he doesn't have looks. It's always the ugly people who good looking people never worry about their looks. Ugly people do. And Seymour is not blessed in that way. He has to worry about his looks. He has to look great every minute of every day, because if he lags off or forgets, it's almost like the pumpkin at midnight. It's a coach until midnight. Dude, you have to keep turning back that clock, or midnight is going to come if you're not careful, and you'll turn back into that ghetto pumpkin. Oh, dude, I'm going to be brutal, and I'm enjoying it, by the way. I think that I mentioned
what else you got, Stanley? I know you got something else
a
up your
couple
sleeve.
things during
I think it's
the
playing now. Can you hear it?
the presidential race of
Yeah.
2024. This thing about black jobs came up, and there were several, like ADOS, the actual it's an actual group, American
I know
Descendants
ADOS.
of Slaves, the reparations group.
Right.
They kind of took it up. They basically said, "Hey, look, we agree with Trump that immigrants, illegal immigrants, or just immigrants in general, are taking black
Heathers,
jobs."
stuff
And
like
my
that.
thought was, what the fuck are you talking about? We've been in this country for hundreds of years. Is a black job fruit picking or working in a
Right.
processing
Factory.
We've been here long enough. Black jobs are doctors, lawyers, engineers. What the fuck? And the lower echelon jobs too. But I'm not fucking competing with immigrants unless they're, looking to be an engineer or something.
Yeah, I brought that up to a long time ago in CT's panel, and one of that old Negro from some LA, I forgot his name, the older gentleman from LA that used to go on that show. He got mad at me when I triggered him when I said you know what, man, I'm from California, just like you, and I said I rarely see any of my my black acquaintances try to get some of these jobs that you're saying that the immigrants are, they're taking our jobs. Like, I don't see
Let me just pick up where I was. I think that and I mentioned this earlier. There are a couple things during the presidential race of 2024. This thing about black jobs came up. And there were several, like ADOS, the actual it's an actual group, American
I know
Descendants of Slaves, the reparations group. They kind of took it up. They basically said, "Hey, look, we agree with Trump that immigrants, illegal immigrants, or just immigrants in general, are taking black jobs." And my thought was, what the fuck are you talking about? We've been in this country for hundreds of years.
Didn't we just hear this, Stanley?
Is a black job fruit picking or working
Oh,
in
right.
processing?
A factory. I'm sorry, it's
repeating we've been here long enough. Yep. There's got to be a way to play these in series. Haven't explored it, but let's do this next.
But do you think black jobs are up right now or down?
I don't think they're black jobs. I don't think you should racialize. I don't think jobs are racialized. I think jobs are jobs.
Okay, fair enough.
And
So
people.
no DEI. No DEI.
Okay. So are you suggesting jobs created by DEI were black jobs?
Probably mostly
Okay, well, that's why I think you're a racist.
government
DEI.
NGO jobs.
Okay, I need you to slow down and listen to what I'm saying. So you think that DEI jobs created by DEI were black jobs?
A lot of them, I bet.
Okay, don't bet. I'm asking if you think or know.
I think.
Well, then you are a stupid racist.
All run by government contract.
And if a white man gets a job through a DEI contract, is it a black job?
Yeah, but if you put
Okay, I need you
qualifications
to
underneath,
okay, son, you are listening by rote. I need you to think about what I just asked you. If a white man gets a DEI job, is it a black job?
I don't think a white man has probably ever received a DEI job. Maybe a fat white woman.
Then this is why I don't listen or debate with people like you or Andrew Wilson, because y'all just speak shit you don't know.
Maybe some old boomer
I
fat
need you,
white
dude.
women.
I'm about to bounce your ass off the panel because I'm getting impatient with the stupidity. You don't know. You're just telling me what you think, and your opinion is uninformed and uneducated. You are not. See, this is the essence of MAGA thinking. Okay, I'm not qualified. I don't know, but my opinion matters. I'm sorry. There are such things as dumb questions, and not every opinion matters.
Can I ask you a question,
No, what
Stanley?
you can do is wait for me to finish saying what I'm going to say. Stop thinking that just because you think something, it's a fact or it even matters at all. If you don't know what you're talking about, preface it with, I don't know what I'm talking about, but. And you did say you think, but even that's not good enough because you want to sound authoritative about shit you don't know. And it's not going to happen on my panel tonight. It should never happen on any panel. If you don't know, just say, I don't know. So now you can finish.
Okay, can you show how many white people were hired under DEI?
I am not going to do that research. You brought it up. I asked you the question.
No, you brought it up.
Okay, bitch, you're gone. I am not going back and forth with someone who does not know how to think. I'm not going to sit here and match wits with someone who's not up to matching wits. DEI is not black jobs. No, racializing jobs is problematic in the first place. If you want to bring that political bullshit up here that DEI are black jobs, then you obviously have no clue what DEI is, was. I don't need this. I don't owe you the debate. You need to be more informed before you fucking bring your ass up here. DEI isn't equivalent to black. Black jobs are a problem. Thinking DEI jobs are black jobs, that's just racist. You're pinning racism or a racist thinking onto something that wasn't just about race. I'm not even sure it was. DEI is many things. It's not just racial. You bought into that MAGA bullshit. That's why Trump is failing this country, because y'all voted for a racist.
He's still at 44% approval. That's pretty good, Stanley.
No, he's down at 37.
That depends. I believe
once again, you're listening to that Fox News fallacy.
Rasmussen.
Okay, do not talk when I'm talking. I'm in a mood to just flush your ass because you're talking bullshit that you can't
Come
back
on,
up.
Stanley.
You're annoying me. 44%. That must be Fox News numbers. They cherry pick. Trump has
Rasmussen report.
Rasmussen is fucking MAGA central. There are other polls. Every time you come up here, you want to talk about a Rasmussen poll. Rasmussen has been a shitty measure of popularity ever since.
They called the election both times.
Do not interrupt me. Rasmussen has been suspect ever since it became Rush Limbaugh's favorite way to express.
Rush Limbaugh is dead, motherfucker.
Okay, dude, don't interrupt me, goddammit. If you'll let me finish, and now you have to, Rasmussen became suspect ever since it became Rush Limbaugh's favorite poll. When you say Rasmussen, I see MAGA. I see far right. Don't bring up Rasmussen and quote it as an accurate measure of other polls. That's what I meant to say. Stop interrupting me. You can wait till I finish, even if I'm slow, even if I take forever to make it, you'll have to wait. I don't have to wait for you, but you have to wait for me. People don't seem to get it about how this panel runs. That's why nobody wants to come up, and I don't care. Don't interrupt when I'm talking.
All right, old man.
Hey, I'm old, and I agree with that statement. So let's play the next. This is a failure of communication. Hey, I want to point out that at least a quarter of this conversation was about me. I was the goddamn content. I was at least a quarter of the content. Ryan talked about me. Mr. Moore talked about me. Motherfucker, I'm a star.
Get the fuck out of here now. I guess.
Oh no.
Yeah, you don't know.
I'm just I keep saying like I'm fucking high.
Yeah, I know. I get it. And later you will rethink this and say, "Damn."
Rethink what?
All he had to say was, "Later you'll rethink this, boy." Oh, Ryan is a dream. Dude is the poster boy for racist white mediocrity.
What you're saying right now.
The truth?
And it's true. That's your perceived truth that you think.
That's I mean it is okay. That's how.
But you go ahead and make your decision right now.
What? When I'm asking you to fucking
you ain't
you make your decision right now. Dude, that is literally from Driving Miss Daisy. I gotta replay that.
What? When I'm asking you to fucking
you ain't asking me to do a damn thing.
What you need to do is make a I gotta replay that. That dude, I might have to actually clip that. What you need to do is make a decision right now. What we
I think you already have that clip, Stanley.
Yeah, and it's worth playing again. Dude, seeing CM actually not measure up to his own expectations is fucking hilarious. Dude, a failure of communication.
All right. Thanks for having me up, Stanley. Have a great night, brother.
I will. You too. All right. Well, now that I'm in the let's mock. Oh, CM is just so funny. Let's see. So yeah, this is a good is dude, this is hilarious.
Go ahead and make your decision right now.
What? When I'm asking you to fucking.
You ain't
Oh,
asking
damn
me
it.
to do a damn thing.
No, I'm saying to be.
I'm sorry. Let me go back here. I thought I played. Did I duplicate this? Well, anyway, this is Tina being too kind. So we're gonna shit, might as well go through a bunch of these. Hey Tina. Now I'm hoping CM is still in and out. I hope he hears me mocking him. I've done a whole series of shorts teasing the #1 ghetto boy, and there's not a goddamn thing he can do about it. This is my content that I am doing. The one thing I do notice is that CM doesn't have Ponder fucking just putting her hand up his puppet ass and animating him on his own. Dude is literally losing subscribers. I'm beginning to think Ponder was the best thing that ever happened to his dumb ass.
Hi.
I am trying to get this camera working. So did you enjoy the boring politics?
Yeah, it was great.
Really?
Yeah, you look a handsome older gentleman.
Really?
Good job.
Now, when a young woman who looks like Tina says you're a handsome older gentleman, of course I'm gonna eat it up. She gave cream to an old cat.
Yeah, I'm very
That is so
pleasantly
nice. That is
surprised.
so nice of you to say. I think I looked a mess. And no, I'm not gonna get a damn haircut because I don't have to. No,
I
I'm
mean,
not
like,
fussing.
like,
I'm
like
not
you did
fussing at,
call you,
I'm
like you
not
called me a
fussing at you
bitch,
with
but you
that
did say
comment.
I was a cutie, so I'll give you a
Oh,
handsome
you
gentleman.
are a cutie. There's no doubt. Unfortunately, if I'd known you 30 years ago, you would several. As a matter of fact, there's several of y'all. I'd be horribly thought of because
A
I'd be
whore.
no, I wouldn't be a whore. I wasn't. Oddly enough, I wasn't. I'm kind of a one woman man. So it would be a hard choice. But anyway, I guess I could go through some newspaper articles, but
Wait, I
little-
have a question. Hold on. Give me.
Hey Tina.
Hi.
Uh-oh. Man, I am not good at cutting these the right way. I'm gonna have to work on that. I hate editing. And it shows because apparently I'm just not fucking. Dude, this is hilarious.
Go ahead and make your decision right now.
Oh, this
What? When I'm asking you to fucking.
You ain't asking me to do a damn thing.
No, I'm saying to be
No.
more engaged with the channel.
I am when I can.
But don't take it personal. We just don't.
It ain't
feel like-
personal.
we don't want you to leave the channel. If you want to leave, you can. But we don't want you to leave.
I can.
We don't want you to leave the channel. We don't want you to. You can leave, but we don't want you. Dude, listen to this wheedling bitch. This motherfucker is wheedling. And yes, that's a word.
I am when I can.
But don't take it personal. We just don't.
It ain't
feel like-
personal.
we don't want you to leave the channel. If you want to leave.
We don't want you to leave. Listen to the cry in this motherfucker's voice. Oh, it's disgusting. But he wants to act like he the man. Motherfucker, I've never fucking sucked up to the white man like you're doing right now, Seymour.
Leave you can, but we don't want you to leave.
I can do whatever the fuck I want to.
Well, why you cussing?
Was that a cry in your voice? See him? Why you're cursing, man? Okay, and for those who will want to buy in to CM saying that I stole this content, this is me and VC Moore reviewing this conversation he had with Ryan Bardwell on my panel. CM and I are on my panel reviewing this part of his show, but the bitch is mad because I stole his content. Well, motherfucker, you were up on the panel when I reviewed it and I clipped it. How am I stealing your material? You are up here and you've given me tacit permission, bitch. CM just does not understand how any game works. Bitch, you're up here reviewing your shit with me. But I'm stealing. Motherfucker, you're up here helping me steal it. That's it.
No, I was smoking. I just got back. I was smoking.
Dude. What do you now I have to ask you, what do you think listening back on this?
I think I handled it more well than I initially thought.
Yeah, this motherfucker with the little cry in his voice. We don't want you to leave. Oh, I handled it better than I thought. Well, apparently CM thought he busted down crying, begging. Well, you didn't beg, but you did express your wants. This dude is so sad. Really? Oh, wow. So you think you handled this well?
I think I handled it immaculate for given the circumstances.
Hey, that's very Trumpian. Did you? Oh, yeah. I'm glad I said that. Dude, he handled it immaculately. Dude, this dude is hood Trump, ghetto Trump. What the fuck? You handled it dude, you had a cry in your voice. We don't want you to leave. You say you think you handled it immaculately? Damn. All right. Well, you know what? I rarely I don't even know that I know how to construct a poll, but I might have to go to the chat and ask, well, how do you think CM handled it? I bet they won't agree with immaculate.
No, we don't want you to leave your channel. But if you want to leave, you can. But we don't want you to leave.
I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Dude, this dude is ghetto sad. Look,
Perfect. CM is here. CM, I heard you were talking shit. Okay, I heard you were talking smack about some people who
About
support you.
It to me it was just normal YouTube stuff. CM said some shit.
For this one,
I had said excuse me. My chat. Let's see if you can do it on the panel. And
he's emotionally fragile. He'll start
no.
crying.
This motherfucker, dude, he literally asked me if we had a beef. My answer was no, but he wants to talk shit in my goddamn. Apparently, you have a beef with me, son. I don't think you're important enough for me to have a beef with you. Beefs, to use an old-fashioned plural. Dude, you're not important enough to have a beef with. Come up here and create a beef, bitch. honestly,
would you cock
honestly,
slap
this
him?
this motherfucker is literally being annoying. He's
Would you
going
nut
from,
tap him,
he's
Stanley?
going,
I would. I'd nut
would I
tap.
what?
Stanley.
You ever seen a nut tap?
Oh boy. Sorry about that. Anyway, y'all get y'all get where I'm going with this. I've been cutting or editing out and putting out shorts more or less surrounding Seymour and his bullshit. And I want him to be mad because let's see if he can fucking do something about it. Dude, I'm not taking your shit. I'm commenting on your shit. And half the time you're in my chat. Dude gets pissed off. He could have come up here and hit the link. Bitch was in my chat. He went live because I was live and hey, have at it, son. You're working harder than I am. Trying to, I don't know, why does Seymour, can someone tell me why Clifford thinks I'm his competition? I'm not in any competition with Seymour. Dude is just a ghetto weirdo. And I don't know what made him so weird. And I also don't give a fuck. That's Seymour is a Seymour problem. I will comment on it. I will say something's funny if I think it's funny, but bitch, nobody cares about you that much. You need to stop acting like I do. Do things differently, and going after Tina is not going to sit well for very long. What you need to do, sir, is temper yourself, realize where you are, and if you want to do some ghetto shit, go do some ghetto shit. You got a channel. What's up, Tina?
Hi, Stan. I just want to say I never started it.
Oh, I did. Hey,
thank you.
Whoa.
No, sorry. I was just responding to
I
Sam.
literally, I saw what he typed. You were talking about cooking, and he came in hot. I saw it.
Yeah, and like he's trying to make a mess for no reason. I said, Stanley,
Hey,
you told me to be a
don't
lady.
worry
I'm
about
gonna
it.
be a lady now. Okay.
Well, I'm not telling you to do anything. I just think I think you, for some reason or another, I think someone with your charm, with your attractiveness, you could be a lot more effective. Let CM be the fool. You just kind of sit there and be cool about it. You're not ugly. Stop
Thank
acting.
you.
Stop
Thank you.
acting like you're ghetto.
Okay, you're right.
And you might be. Who knows? All I'm saying is,
I am not.
let him make a fool of himself. You don't even sweat it. we can talk food. We can talk some some stuff. I don't
We
even
were
know.
talking about
Yeah,
bread, and CM was trying to start beef. For what?
What was racial about bread?
Sourdough, maybe? I don't know. Maybe white bread? A multi-green? I don't know.
Motherfucker, you're in my chat. I'll put your dude. I don't know who the fuck you think you are tonight, Seymour, but you're bringing smoke to I do things differently, and going after Tina is not going to sit well for very long. What you need to do, sir, is temper yourself, realize where you are, and if you wanna do some ghetto shit, go do some ghetto shit. You got a channel. What's up, Tina?
Hi, Stan. I just want to say I never started it.
All right, so that's repeating. We got one more here. I think this is today's show. Oh, wait. I think we already played this, but I'm going to play it. I listened to these things a couple times before I post them. So if you've heard this before, it's still worth hearing, at least to me. You come up on another person's show where the audience is slightly different, or the theme of the show is slightly different. It doesn't always translate.
Like, what is holiday season? Can someone explain it, please?
It's a play on holiday, like Holiday. His name is Haliday, I think. It's a verbal play on words.
Ah, okay.
You
So
never heard of holiday season?
I heard of
Like,
Jay Holiday.
well, Christmas is holiday season, like from that October, from Halloween to like New Year's is kind of the holiday season.
But is
It
it
means
slang? Like, is it slang? Because he's not giving out gifts, he's begging for gifts. So I'm
Well, no,
confused.
no, 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 no. It's literally a play on words. Holiday season, people eat a little more, they get to party a little more, they get to, kind of cut up, be in the holiday spirit. It's a whole thing, and maybe not so much in Canada, but I understand what he means. You might be at the holiday party at work and make a pass at a woman because you're both a little drunk, and you
Oh,
get away with
Stanley.
you get away with a little bit more during holiday season. I think that's what he's talking about.
Stanley, during my holiday party, I had to quit my job. It's so embarrassing.
Wait, say that again. You had to quit because of
My
something you
job.
did?
Yeah. Yeah, it's so embarrassing.
No, you got to tell me what
I
you
was
did.
sexually harassing everybody.
All right. Well, that's the end of the fresh shorts. I actually double check something. There is a short that would be sure to piss see Clifford off, and I saved it but intentionally didn't post it because it would just be it was a little low class, where I go after this boy's looks. And I didn't want to get that personal, but he's gotten kind of personal, with me a couple times. So lucky for me, I don't think I saved it in the usual place I save these things. So he may be safe. Mm. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, you know what? Okay. Well, you know what? There's some shorts here I did not post. All right. Well, let's do this then. Now that I've found them, I was saving these for tomorrow, apparently. So let's show these two, and we'll just premiere them here, like a big premiere. First priority, you gotta those sheets that come with the meds, you actually have to read them. And I'm surprised that the doctor didn't say do not take with alcohol. Now,
Okay, Stanley. Okay.
this is the follow-up to Tina getting drunk at the Christmas party. Your kids are the first priority. You gotta those sheets that come with the meds, you actually have to read them. And I'm surprised that the doctor didn't say do not take with alcohol.
Okay, Stanley. Okay. When it comes
Yeah.
to my kids, I read the instructions
Okay,
for
I don't
medication.
care about any of that.
I'm
Nothing to do
explaining,
with
but
what
when it comes to like
nothing to
fine
no,
medication, I'm
no.
not going to read it. It's
Ex
fun.
you're not explaining, you're excusing.
Okay, Papa.
Well, okay. I am old enough to have a 29-year-old. All I have to say is, look, you're older now. I know you're wiser. I see how you're conducting yourself. part of it is I'm just making jokes because that is kind of wild. Sexually harassing the men, the women,
Stop,
and
Stanley.
the that is a comedy show episode.
And to make things worse, like the
I've
bodyguard
never
gave
heard of
me
a
an
woman
edible.
sexually harassing. Oh, so there's more drugs involved.
I didn't realize till you know what? It's fine. Let's change the topic. It's okay.
She is
Well,
hilarious.
what I'm surprised about is, there was no like sex in a bathroom.
Yeah, I wish, but I mean, people didn't
Oh,
take well to the sexual harassment.
your man was home with the baby.
Oh
and
my
you
God,
wish-
get
and
ready.
you
I don't
wish
Can you
you
stop,
wish
Stanley?
there
Oh no.
was sex in the
Delete it.
bathroom.
Delete it. I'm
I
kidding
bet
with my
I
man.
bet there was.
Stop,
I
Stanley.
bet there was. Oh no, too late. So what actually happened? Did something happen that would be interesting?
No,
That would
I
drive
harassed a
up. That
lesbian.
would drive up the numbers on this show tonight.
I harassed a lesbian, okay? And she literally looked at me and said no. I said, okay. You're right.
Oh wow. She said no. This girl is hilarious. Tina, are you still in the chat? Oh, she is, and you know what? She is a bad girl, and I'm kind of interested. This girl is the Lucille Ball of the ghetto. She leaves the kids home with her baby daddy and just goes and sexually harasses people at the Christmas party. That is I Love Lucy. This is like Good Times mixed with an I Love Lucy episode. Oh, I wish I want to write that episode. So let's see. We got one more here. I think this is more a see more thing. Darling Tina, you're back.
Oh, I feel like the
Hi.
third wheel. Let me get out of here.
She's been wait, why are you leaving? So she's been promoted.
I don't want to
to
be the
Darling
third wheel.
Tina. Oh no, come on, Dave.
I'll go get the mop. I'll be right back.
Oh, really?
Wait, hold on. I can't hear. I can't hear Dave.
You can't hear Dave? Probably because he's not saying much.
Yeah, I didn't say nothing.
What I hear is rank jealousy.
You know what, Stanley? I probably should go try something real quick.
You go fly what?
No, I'm gonna go try. I want to try something while I'm up here, but give me a second.
What are you gonna try? Hey, Tina.
I don't want to ruin the surprise.
Well, that can't be good. Surprise?
Yeah, I'll try it another time. Okay,
I can only imagine. Anyway. So I miss the days when my son was young. They're actually really like sweet little things when they hit high school.
Sweet?
Well, actually, when they hit, sweet.
Sons?
I have one son.
All right, sweet? Like when they're like 7?
No, sweet as in cute little kid.
Okay, yeah.
They will come, and sit on the sofa with you and just kind
And
of
cuddle. Oh my God, stop! I'm gonna
yeah,
cry, Stanley.
exactly. Yeah. All right. Well, that's the end of that. And I don't know. Shorts are short, apparently. So you know what? My browser just locked up, so it'll be a couple minutes. But by the way, folks, if no one is actually interested in hanging out on the chat, and I can understand why you might not be, Um, it's probably time to end the show. Uh, I I I'm actually having a good time, and apparently, no one else is. But that's fine too. Is Seymour still live? Let us see. Sorry about that, folks. I got kicked out of my own show. Owen stole the movie with that one dog. All right, so we're down to 5. Apparently, this show is done. I enjoyed it. I'll give it 5 minutes if anyone wants to come up and kibitz. If not, we can go to see more if he's still alive. I got dinner to eat. Oh, by the way, uh, my son actually made. He's got this thing for. Well, he's got this thing for Asian cooking in general, but he made General Tso's chicken tonight, and it was literally. I'm like, man, he still got it. He's been cooking this one. This is his signature dish, apparently, and it is good. And hopefully there's some seconds. Um, hey, it is what it is. Always be closing. Interesting. And I guess I should be closing at this point. But before I go, oh, Seymour is, I think he's still alive. Uh, let me double check. Yep, motherfucker's still alive. So I will see you over on Seymour's channel. I'm actually gonna usually I just like shut down the computer and go watch this on my phone, but I think that this needs to be a laptop stay on a little bit longer so I can do some mocking from the chat. And who knows? Maybe I'll go up on that panel, but probably not. I like taunting idiots from their chat. It's kind of my speciality. So I will see you all over there. And nope, motherfucker, unsub for my channel. No reason to post his link. Y'all go find him. When he takes the balls, you gotta have brass balls. Third place, you're fired. Yeah. Is this which movie is this? Anyway, I will see everyone tomorrow. Should be around around 4:30. And hopefully some new news, something exciting happens. I enjoyed it. And see you over on Ghetto Boy, Houston Ghetto Boy.